Look, my name is Lin Yuan. I'm 18, and I got ice-guyed into this world where dungeons are real and people pick RPG classes like it's a career fair. Cool, right? Wrong. My parents were dead from day one. Classic transmigrated starter pack, 0 stars, would not recommend. I grew up in an orphanage eating government rice. For years, the word full hit different for me. Like, you don't truly understand a buffet until you've been that kid. When I was 8, a God-level class system popped up in my head. I thought, finally, time to fly. Then the system said, train every day for 10 years. 3,652 days. Not 3,650. Not 3,651. Exactly 3,652. This thing literally counts with decimals like a psycho landlord. Here's the joke. Back in my old life, I was a fitness video collector. I had 3,780 workout videos saved. Never opened a single one. And now the universe wanted me to actually exercise? Every single day. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Yeah, I accidentally became Saitama. But honestly, after a while I got addicted. Started training with fists, shields, weapons, the whole menu. Side benefit. School bullies would see me coming and literally bow and walk away in formation. Like I was a final boss in the hallway. So today, after 10 years of punching training dummies like they owed me money, the system finally went ding. I almost cried. Almost. 10 years, man. You know how many sit-ups that is? Me neither. I stopped counting at. My soul hurts. I asked the system, hey, got a welcome gift or something? It said I'd get God-tier talents, God-tier skills, and mythical gear, but only after I pick my class tomorrow. Classic gotcha energy. Dangle the candy. Make me wait one more day. My buddy Sun Tzu came over, skinny as a chopstick, and asked what class I wanted. I told him I want warrior. I love punching things. That's it. That's the whole personality. Sun Tzu said he wants to fight in dungeons too, but his family wants him to pick a life profession, like becoming a magical accountant or something. I looked at his noodle arms and said, bro, maybe try archer. Stand in the back. Shoot things. Or just be a healer. He lost it. I'd rather die on the awakening altar than be a healer dad. I told him healers are safe, at least. Better than summoner. We both agreed. Summoner? Dogs wouldn't even pick summoner. After training, we hit up this all-you-can-eat place. 38 yuan. Student discount brings it to 23. I ate for 2 hours straight and walked out sad because once I become a class holder, I can't come back. Tragic. The real loss in this whole story. Next morning, our homeroom teacher gave us the speech for the 10th time. Don't pick mage if you're broke, pick warrior or knight, blah blah blah. Then he stared directly at me. I shrugged and said, relax, old chun. You know me. I hate magic. If my talent doesn't suck, I'm going warrior. What I didn't say out loud. My talent literally doesn't matter because I have a cheat system. Even if they give me the worst class in the game, I'll turn it into God tier. I'm not worried. I'm just here for the free gear. We walked out to the awakening altar. There's this big glowing gem on top called the awakening stone. Came from some divine temple that appeared 50 years ago along with all the dungeons. Dungeons popped up everywhere. Monsters threatened to break out. Humans had to fight back. And now every 18-year-old touches a rock and hopes for the best. That's where I'm headed now. 10 years of suffering, one magic rock, and whatever comes next, I'm ready. Probably. All right, awakening day. Let's go. The deal is simple. You touch the glowing rock, and it either gives you a talent ranked F through SSS, or it gives you nothing, and you go work in a factory. No pressure. The principal gave us a little pep talk. If you awaken, congrats. Now go fight monsters that want to eat you. If you don't awaken, hey, at least you won't die in a dungeon. We already signed deals with some factories. You'll be fine. Real motivational stuff. First few kids went up. Failed. 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 One guy came down with jelly legs. A mom in the crowd started crying. The vibe was basically a talent show where the talent is existing. Then this girl Luo Ching Ching touched the stone and, boom, S-rank talent. Something called charge up, that triples her skill damage. Everyone lost their minds. The principal's face cracked into a smile so fast, I thought his jaw would snap. She picked swordsman without even blinking. Absolute legend. After her, everyone else was pulling C rank at best. Depressing. Then my boy Sun Tzu went up. The stone lit up again. Another S rank. His talent? Holy Light's Embrace. Effect 1. You possess a teammate's body like a ghost and heal them from inside, while being completely untouchable. Effect 2. Healing power doubled. It's a healer talent. A perfect healer talent. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. Bro, just pick priest. The heavens have spoken. You are the milk daddy now. Sun Tzu stood on that altar looking like he was trying to pass a kidney stone. His face turned red. You could literally see the 5 stages of grief playing out in real time. Remember yesterday when he said he'd rather die on the awakening altar than be a healer? 30 seconds of internal warfare later, he squeezed out through clenched teeth. That priest. Rest in peace, Sun Tzu's warrior dreams. He quietly deleted that oath from his memory, like clearing browser history. The second he came down, a mob surrounded him. Everyone wanted the double healing milk daddy on their team. He rejected them all. Said he's saving himself for me. Loyal king. Now it's my turn. I walked up, touched the stone, and it lit up bright. S rank. Third one from our class. The principal and our homeroom teacher were grinning so hard they looked deranged. 3 S ranks from one classroom? The school budget was about to get fat. Then I read my talent. Summoning Synergy, S rank. Effect 1. Your summoned creatures can stay outside the summoning space freely. Effect 2. Your summoning skills are instant cast. That's it. That's IT. This is S rank. My summoned pet can just hang out. And I can summon faster? Where's the damage boost? Where's the broken ability? This thing reads like a convenience feature, not a superpower. And the crowd agreed. Someone literally said, with this talent, you can send your summon to work at a factory while you sleep. 1 person, 2 salaries. 24-hour grind. Someone suggested I take my summoned beast to a factory job. I wanted to scream. Deep breath. Fine. I still have the system. The God-level class system will save me. It'll give me something amazing. Something powerful. Something, based on your talent, the optimal class match is Summoner. 1 option. Just 1. Summoner. The class that literally yesterday both Sun Tzu and I agreed dogs wouldn't pick. I demanded a reroll. The system said no. 99.97% compatibility with Summoner. Everything else below 15%. Forcing a different class would permanently cripple my talent. And then, like a passive-aggressive therapist, it added, system suggestion, accept your fate. But also it reminded me, pick the class and the starter gift pack drops, guaranteed God-tier talent inside. So I did what any rational man would do. I threw yesterday's Lin Yuan under the bus. That guy said dogs wouldn't pick Summoner? I don't know him. Different person. Today's Lin Yuan is a Summoner main and proud of it. Confirm selection. Everyone says Summoner is a bottom-tier trash class? Cool. Let's see about that. The second I picked Summoner, my ears got blasted with notification sounds like my phone after I unmute a group chat. Starter pack. 500 evolution points. A god-tier talent called Summoner of the End. Unlocked summoning slots. And a fully corrected class panel. Christmas came early, and it brought the whole store. But before I could even peek at my new goodies, my homeroom teacher Chun Hongwei and the principal sprinted over to me like I was about to jump off a bridge. Lin Yuan, don't pick Summoner. It has no future. Your life is over if you pick that class. They went full intervention mode. Teacher Chen knew I was broke. No money for gear, skill books, or upgrading summoned beast bloodlines. That stuff costs astronomical amounts. Then the principal jumped in with horror stories about every summoner he's ever known being stuck below level 20 because the class advancement quest is solo only, and apparently 2 little pets can't carry you through it. They were genuinely worried. Like, funeral level concerned. My teacher even hit me with, "You're a mature kid. I know you'll make the right choice." So I gave them my brightest, most heartfelt smile and said, "Of course I will. I already picked Summoner." Their faces. I wish I had a camera. Both of them sighed at the exact same time, like disappointed parents who just watched their kid eat glue. I could practically hear them thinking, this child is ruined. Would have been better if he never awakened at all. But here's the thing. While they were giving me the speech, I was reading my stat panel. And let me tell you, this panel is disgusting. Every single base stat, 50 points. All of them. Sun Tzu told me earlier his total stats across everything don't even hit 30. Meanwhile, I'm sitting at 50 in strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence. Why? Because my system gave me a 3rd advancement class panel. At level 1. Every level up gives me 40 to all stats plus 40 free points to spend. That's 200 stat points per level. Normal people get 25. I level up once. They need to level up 8 times to match me. Oh, and my talent list? Summoner of the End, God tier, and Summoning Synergy, S rank. The trash talent now has a God tier big brother sitting next to it on my panel. Beautiful. I asked the system why it says 3rd advancement. Apparently, that's the current world cap. So I'm walking around at level 1 with an in-game class template. No big deal. After the awakening finished, the teachers left to prepare tomorrow's beginner dungeon. That's when things got spicy. This guy Su Jia, A rank talent, some defense ability called Iron Wall, that reduces damage by 15%, became the center of attention. Everyone was sucking up to him like he invented oxygen. Su Jia, you're so amazing. With your A rank talent, the dungeon will be easy. Tanks are the real core of any team. Then someone glanced at me and said, "What about the S rank summoner?" The whole group burst out laughing. That garbage talent counts as S rank? Trash talent plus trash class. Who'd team up with that? See, before today, these same people were terrified of me. Nobody messed with the guy who trained for 10 years and made bullies bow on sight. But now everyone has class stats, and suddenly they're feeling brave. We could totally take him if we all jumped him. I could see the math happening behind their eyes. Sun Tzu stepped up before I could move. My boy went absolutely nuclear. If Su Jia is so incredible, why don't you all just call him daddy? What kind of garbage superiority complex are you flexing here? You want to lick boots? That's your business. Stop trashing other people while you're down there. Dead silence. Nobody wanted to fight an S-rank priest. Sun Tzu is untouchable. Every team needs a healer, and his healing is doubled. You don't bite the hand that heals you. Su Jia smoothed things over with a fake apology. Everyone was just being blunt. No offense meant. Then he played the generous card. Tomorrow, if anyone's team is short a member, we can still carry him along. Everyone praised his big heart and amazing character, like he'd just donated a kidney. I stood there, hands in my pockets, watching the whole circus. Before today, I would have happily educated each of them with my fists. But now, my strength is 50 points. The toughest kid here has 8. If I punched any of them, I wouldn't be teaching a lesson, I'd be writing a eulogy. I'd literally have to get on my knees and beg them not to die. So I let it go? For now. Tomorrow's dungeon will do the talking. Walking back to class with Sun Tzu, this guy started analyzing my life like a novel critic. Lin Ji, think about it. You awakened a garbage talent, picked a trash tier class, and everyone laughed at you. This is textbook main character template. Next you'll unlock a hidden class, summon a baby divine beast, slap some rich villain, build a harem, and steamroll to the top. I stared at him. What kind of bottom-shelf garbage novel are you reading? You think I'm some urban dragon king? Should I do the crooked smirk too? Then I actually did the smirk. Corner of my mouth, slow and menacing. For one glorious second, the Dragon King descended. Sun Tzu tried to one-up me with this. Jia 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 jia, shoulder-shaking villain laugh. I told him to get lost because he sounded like a final boss from a discount dungeon. Anyway, while we were messing around, I finally checked my new God tier talent. And oh, my God. Summoner of the End, God tier effect 1. Spend evolution points to make any summoned beast break through its bloodline limit with a guaranteed perfect evolution. Effect 2. Every summoned beast I own will awaken an SSS rank talent. Every single one. Effect 3. I personally gain all talents and skills from my summoned beasts. Do you understand what this means? Summoners unlock a new summoning slot every 10 levels. So every 10 levels, I get another creature with an SSS rank talent, and then I copy that talent onto myself. I'm not a summoner. I'm a talent vacuum cleaner. Eventually, I'll be walking around with so many SSS rank abilities, I'll need a second status screen. Hand rip gods apart? Yeah, that's on the roadmap. Back in class, Teacher Chen rushed in with news. Everyone who awakened gets put into one class. Everyone who didn't gets shipped to factories. Then came the prizes for the beginner dungeon starting tomorrow, 2 weeks to grind levels. And whoever hits level 10 first wins a B-rank skill book, plus 500,000 yuan cash. Second place gets C-rank, plus 300k. Third gets C-rank, plus 100k. The classroom exploded. Everyone assumed first place belongs to Luo Qingqing. Triple damage means triple dungeon clearing speed. Second and third would be Sun Tzu or Su Jie depending on team setups. Nobody mentioned me. Obviously. In their heads, summoner equals furniture. No attack skills, summons die and take 30 minutes to resummon, and without summons I'm weaker than a random dungeon slime. Fair assessment. If I were a normal summoner, while they were busy planning, I was quietly panicking about skill books. Summoner books are rare. Even the cheapest F rank, Summon Slime, costs 5,000 yuan, and my entire life savings from years of extreme budgeting is 6,000 yuan. Being an orphan on welfare doesn't exactly build a war chest. Then Teacher Chen pulled me into the hallway. Best timing of my life. School policy says S-rank awakeners get a B-rank skill book. But we don't have any B-rank summoner skills in stock. The principal dug through the entire school inventory and scraped together 2 summoner books, 1 D-rank, 1 C-rank. Then just handed me both. Honestly, that's more than fair. They could have tossed me the D-rank and called it a day. I respect it. I got Summon Shield Guard, D-rank, usable now, summons a tank buddy, and Summon Skeleton Warrior, C-rank, requires level 10, summons a bone soldier with higher base bloodline. Not glamorous, but for a broke orphan who was about to spend his last 6,000 yuan on a slime, this is a feast. Then came the awkward part. Teacher Chen got all shifty-eyed. So, normally S-rank awakeners move into the City Villa district. I already knew where this was going. But since your S-rank talent doesn't actually help in combat, and you picked Summoner, some teachers objected. The principal compromised. Clear the normal difficulty Gold Fong Ruins dungeon, and you can move in. Translation: everyone else with S-rank gets a free mansion. I have to audition for mine. But honestly, I've been eating welfare meals since I was a kid. I learned how the world works a long time ago. The principal didn't have to fight for me at all. He could have just given my B-rank book to someone else and thrown me a D-rank slime skill. Instead, he gave me 2 books and a fair shot at the villa. For someone with no parents, no money, and no connections, that's about as good as it gets. So I just smiled, said thanks, and walked away. Tomorrow's dungeon is going to be very, very fun. Got home, sat on bed, slapped the skill book like it owed me rent. Knowledge absorbed. Summon Shield Guard. Costs 50 mana. Gives me a level 1 bodyguard in wooden armor. Dies and needs 30 minutes to respawn. Standard Summoner Poverty Experience. Quick lore dump. Summon beasts have bloodline tiers from 1 to 10. Tier 1 is regular nobody. Tier 10 is basically a walking apocalypse called Holy Spirit. Monsters and dungeons use the same ranking. Humans can't rank up their blood, but we get class advancements instead. A 5 or 6 advancement human could throw hands with tier 7 or 8 creatures. Good to know. Anyway, I burned 50 mana, my summoning synergy talent made it instant cast, and poof, a 5 feet 7 inches dude in wooden armor materialized in my bedroom. His stats popped up and I nearly choked. 50 strength. 50. A normal level. 5-player dumping every single point into strength barely hits that. My tier, 1 summon at level 1 is already slapping above its weight class. I asked the system what's going on, and it casually replied, all of the host summons are the strongest of their tier. Oh, cool. Just the strongest. No big deal. But the stats weren't even the main event. Remember my god tier talent? Every summoned beast awakens an SSS rank talent. Well, it fired immediately. My shield guard god, Martial King, SSS rank. Effect 1. Can learn any combat skill. Skill mastery speed increased by 1000%. Effect 2. When mastery maxes out, skills can rank up. Cap is SSS. Effect 3. All combat skill damage boosted by 1000%. 10 times damage. On everything. Combat skills that upgrade themselves. And then, because my god tier talent also copies everything to me, Martial King activated on MY body. 10 years of training? The system scanned all of it. Every punch, every kick, every weapon drill. And it converted everything into passive skills. Shield mastery, sword mastery, bow mastery, fist mastery, staff mastery, hammer mastery, blade mastery. 7 passive skills. In 5 seconds. Each one equivalent to an S-rank talent. Then because I hit 5 weapon types, a bonus passive unlocked. Weapon master. I can swap weapons mid-combat with 0 delay, and I'm immune to disarming. I said a word so vulgar the Chinese language needed 4 different grass radicals to express it. 7 S-rank equivalent passives plus an SSS rank talent. Before I even stepped foot in a dungeon. Yesterday, I was the class joke. Today I have more talents than some people have brain cells. But I wasn't done. I looked at my shield guard with hungry eyes and whispered the magic words. Evolve. 100 evolution points gone. Red light swallowed him whole. When it faded, he was taller. 5 feet 11 inches, now, wearing rusty iron armor instead of wood. Meet the Black Iron Guardian, Tier 2. His stats doubled across the board. 1000 HP, 200 attack, 100 defense. Plus a new C-rank skill, Shield Bash. A regular level. One player has maybe 100-something HP and like 15 attack power. My boy here could one-shot 99% of them with a basic auto attack. I wanted to keep going. Tier 3. Baby, let's go. Tier 3 requires 500 evolution points. Insufficient. I had 400 left. Math said no. I asked how to earn more. System said, clear dungeons, kill bosses. Higher difficulty equals more points. But each dungeon only pays out once, except beginner mode. Beginner gives 50 points, and each difficulty tier doubles it. Nightmare level, 5-man dungeon, 1,600 points. 25-man raid. Multiply by 10. So the plan writes itself. Clear the beginner dungeon tomorrow, collect enough points to hit Tier 3, then push into Nightmare difficulty with a Tier 3 summon that hits like a freight train. And if my summon needs help, I'll jump in myself. I've got 7 weapon masteries and 10x combat damage. I'm not some fragile backline caster hiding behind my pet. I am the pet's scarier owner. I looked at my Black Iron Guardian standing at attention like a soldier waiting for orders. After evolving, his race changed to Dark Scion. Something about that name triggered a vision in my head. A figure with massive wings and a demon sword, radiating absolute destruction. I'll call you Ollie, I said, sizing him up and imagining the day he'd be carving through battlefields with that demon sword. I believe you'll become the Dark Scion Sovereign one day. Ollie had been standing perfectly still this whole time, silent as a statue. But when I said that, his eyes flashed crimson red behind his mask. Dark Scion Sovereign. He already was one. He just needed to remember. Woke up the next morning and my apartment was spotless. Spotless. I panicked. I've been robbed. Patted my pockets. 6,000 yuan still there. Okay, not robbed. But then who? I looked over and saw Ollie sitting in a chair like a butler waiting for instructions. I asked, "Did you do this?" Fully expecting silence because smart summons are supposedly super rare. He nodded. Then he walked to the bathroom and wiped down the sink I just splashed water on. My Tier 2 killing machine is a neat freak. My summon beast has cleaning lady stats. You know what? Great. When I move into that villa, I'm saving a fortune on housekeeping. Got to school. The dungeon plaza was packed. Luo Qingqing looked like a proper adventurer. Leather armor, short sword, for C-rank teammates, all girls. A full squad of death. Then there's Su Jie. Wooden armor, shield, one-handed axe, and every single one of his 4 teammates was decked out in gear. At current prices, one piece of beginner armor costs 10,000 yuan. A weapon? 20,000 plus. Full loadout. 200,000 minimum. Rich kid energy radiating off that squad like body heat. Me? I showed up with my fists and a summoner title that makes people change the subject. The principal gave us the safety speech. Dying in the beginner dungeon won't actually kill you, but the mental trauma is real. Every year some kids get so shaken they never enter a dungeon again. Encouraging stuff. Blue portal opened. Su Jie charged in first like he was starring in a recruitment ad. Luo Qingqing's squad followed right behind. They were clearly racing for the speed record. 5 minutes later, the plaza was almost empty. Every pre-made team had gone in. The only ones left were the F-rank talent rejects, and me. These leftovers looked at each other, shrugged, formed their own sad little 5-man squads, and shuffled through the portal. Not one person asked me to join, not even the F-ranks. They literally decided a useless F-rank warrior was better than a summoner. I was less desirable than the bottom of the barrel. I was the ground under the barrel. My teacher Chen sighed from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Class 2's teacher was already in the principal's ear. Remember your promise. If Su Jie breaks the dungeon record, he gets the villa spot. The principal told him to calm down, but didn't deny it. And there's a time limit. If I can't clear the normal difficulty dungeon within 2 weeks, I lose the villa for good. Then the principal noticed someone missing. Where's Sun Tzu? Right on cue. My boy came sprinting in wearing white priest robes and carrying a wooden staff like he just rolled out of a church supply closet. Sorry I'm late. Lin Ji. Then he turned to the remaining students and yelled, S-rank healer looking for 3 melee. Let's go. Some people actually perked up, but then they saw me standing next to him. Interest, deleted. A healer with no damage plus a summoner with no purpose? That equation equals death. Nobody bit. The principal started scolding our teacher. How did you let an S-rank healer end up without a team? Put him with Su Jie's group. They'd shatter every record. Before anyone could rearrange my best friend's life, I cut in. Stop yelling for people. Just us two. Sun Tzu's eyes lit up. How confident are you? Completely. Then let's go. He charged straight into the portal. I smiled and followed. Behind us, the remaining students lost their minds. 2 people? They went in with 2, a squishy healer and a garbage summoner. Who's tanking? The summoned beast? I bet 30 minutes before they both die and respawn out here crying. Sun Tzu is an idiot. S-rank healer, and he chose to pair with a trash summoner. Both of them are finished. Yeah? Keep talking. We'll see. Blue light swallowed me, and I landed in a sandy, collapsed mine full of ruins. The Gold Fong Ruins, beginner difficulty. Enemies are kobolds, levels 0 through 5. Final boss is a level 5 kobold overseer named Copper Fong. I took one look around the dusty wasteland and called out. Ollie, time to work. Snapped my fingers. Black Iron Guardian materialized instantly. 5 feet 11 inches of rusty armored menace, standing like a javelin rammed into the ground, radiating pure, I will end you, energy. Sun Tzu nearly jumped out of his robes. Elginji, that's your summon? He couldn't see Ali's stats, but he could feel it. That primal instinct that tells you something in front of you could fold you in half without trying. Whatever Sujia has. It ain't this. 2-man dungeon run. Let's see what Ollie can do. Ollie, go kill things. That's it. That's my entire battle strategy. I'm a tactical genius. We turned the first corner, and 4 kobold scavengers were just standing there. Level 1. 200 HP. 5 attack power. 0 defense. 0. These things were literally made of paper and sadness. Sun Tzu, bless his heart, was sweating. For monsters. This won't be easy. Before he finished that sentence, Ollie walked up and deleted them. 1 swing each. For swings. For corpses. The kobolds hit Ollie back and did absolutely nothing. Couldn't even scratch his paint. Full HP. He didn't even flinch. It was like watching someone step on ants except the ants try to fight back. Sun Tzu had attached himself to Ollie using his possession ability, so he could see Ollie's health bar. I heard him counting under his breath. 1s, 10s, 100s, 1,000. And then he almost broke his own voice screaming about how no level 1 summon should have 1,000 HP. Then he calmed down and got cocky. Even if your summon does low damage, with this HP pool and my healing, we can just slowly grind the boss too. Ollie threw his shield on the ground mid-sentence, pulled out his sword, and one-shot the next mob with a skill called Cleave. Minus 2,400 damage. Sun Tzu went silent. Brain, disconnected. I could practically see the loading wheel spinning behind his eyes. For reference, Sun Tzu has maybe 200 HP total. That single hit could kill him 12 times over. The secret? SSS rank, talent Martial King. 10 times combat damage. Ollie's base attack is 200. Cleave does 120% damage. Multiply by 10. And you get numbers that make kobolds question their life choices in the split second before they stop existing. And after just 1 use, the skill's mastery jumped from level 1 to level 5. Damage went from 120% to 125%. A few more swings and it'll max out. Then the Martial King's second effect kicks in. Max mastery skills can upgrade to a higher rank. This talent doesn't just hit hard. It evolves your skills while you're hitting hard. The kobolds dropped a rusty pickaxe. White tier garbage. 5 attack, 1 mining speed, 20 durability. A dog would look at this item and shake its head. But hey, some mining class worker might pay money for it. Into the bag it goes. Here's where I got annoyed though. Killing stuff took about 1 second per mob. Finding stuff took 30 minutes. The dungeon is massive and these kobolds are spread out like they're social distancing. At this rate, I'd clear the dungeon by next Tuesday. Then I noticed something. Kobold miners have a skill called Flee. When their HP drops below 20%, they run away screaming for help. Screaming. 4. Help. Light bulb moment. Ollie. See that miner? Hit it. But don't kill it. Ollie swung once. Minus 400 critical hit. Ali, stop. He nearly vaporized the thing. But the miner survived at exactly the threshold. Its flee skill triggered, and it took off running through the dungeon, shrieking like a fire alarm. Every kobold within earshot came charging toward us. 50-plus scavengers, a stampede of angry little dogmen kicking up a dust cloud like a tiny furry apocalypse. Any normal team would have soiled their armor. I looked at the horde and frowned. That's IT? This isn't even a proper wave. People are gonna think I can't afford to kill more. Ollie. Handle it. Shield. Thrown on the ground. At this point I think Ollie uses his shield more as a statement than equipment. Sword. Drawn. Slaughter. Commenced. Minus 2,400. Minus 200. Minus 200. Minus 200. Skills mixed with basic attacks. One swing, one kill. It was a conveyor belt of death. Then mid-massacre, Ollie's sword flashed with light. Martial King's second effect triggered early. Cleave, D rank, evolved into Sweeping Slash, C rank. New skill, 50 mana cost, hits 5 enemies at once for 150% attack damage. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. 5 kobolds per swing. The math went from efficient to war crime. Under 60 seconds, every single kobold was dead. 56 scavengers and 1 miner. The ground was littered with loot nobody wanted. Level up, level 2. Sun Tzu hadn't said a word in 3 minutes. He was still possessed inside Ollie, watching from the front row as his entire understanding of summoners burned to ashes. I put my hands in my pockets and kept walking. The dungeon record is 3 hours and 25 minutes. We're going to demolish it. Finally, level 2, half an hour for 1 level. Pathetic efficiency. But the stats? Beautiful. I dumped all 40 free points into strength, bringing it to 130. That's 260 physical attack. I could literally punch a kobold to death now. No weapon needed. Just fist meets face, face loses. Ollie at level 2 is even more ridiculous. 2,000 HP for 100 attack. Naked. No gear. He's running around in rusty armor, looking like a walking extinction event. Summons can equip gear too. By the way, Ollie has 2 equipment slots right now. More slots unlock as his bloodline tier goes up. At tier 10, he gets 10 slots, same as a player. Something to look forward to. We pushed deep into the dungeon and hit the center zone. Completely different vibe. Craters everywhere, smelled like gunpowder. The ground looked like someone tested explosives for fun. Which, as it turns out, is exactly what happened. Sun Tzu, my walking strategy guide, started reciting the dungeon walkthrough he memorized last night. The ground is full of buried landmines. 3-second fuse, 3-meter blast radius. If you step on one, run. I didn't read the guide. Not a single word. Why would I? I have Sun Tzu. He is the guide. Save me time. 2-kilometer path ahead. No monsters. Just mines. Only way to reach the final boss. Ollie, you go first. Listen, when you have a 2,000 HP tank, you don't waste time being careful. You send him walking through a minefield like it's a park. Ollie started walking. Beep, 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 beep. Mine triggered. Ollie dodged out of range instantly. Boom. Half-meter crater in the ground. That would have chunked most players for half their health bar. 5 minutes later, Ollie had walked across the entire area. 50 mines. Every single one triggered and detonated harmlessly. His agility was high enough to dodge them all. Any normal team would have been blown to pieces 17 times over. Nice work, Ollie. I was about to move forward when someone started screaming. Which brain-dead idiot triggered all my mines? A kobold riding a steam-powered motorcycle came roaring out of nowhere. Rami the Mine Layer, level 5 mini-boss. 5,000 HP, 120 attack, 50 defense. Skills include throwing 3 mines and shooting a big-bore flintlock pistol. Rami popped out guns blazing, threw 3 mines at Ollie, and immediately pulled out his cannon-sized gun for a double shot. Classic kobold move. Ambush first, ask questions never. 3 mines hit Ollie. Minus 100, minus 100, minus 100. The gun? Minus 0. Didn't even break defense. But it knocked Ollie back, which was annoying. I was furious. Did this dog just sneak attack us? Ollie. Destroy him. Ollie took 2 steps forward. Raised his sword. Sweeping slash. Minus 5,250. Boss HP. 5,000. The boss died before his motorcycle engine cooled down. 1 hit. Instant. Gone. Evaporated. He showed up, talked trash, and got absolutely annihilated in under 2 seconds. Sun Tzu had been charging up a healing spell. He didn't even get to cast it. He was standing there with his staff raised like a confused wizard at a party that ended before he arrived. His one moment to contribute, and the boss speedran its own death. 800 experience. Almost level 3 now. And the loot was decent. A D-rank skill book called Back Jump, basically a dodge move. A bronze tier helmet that gives 5 strength and 10 stamina, need level 3 though. And a black iron musket with 15 attack, but hilariously slow, 1 shot every 2 seconds. Garbage weapon, but I literally own 0 weapons, so congratulations musket, you're hired. Sun Tzu was muttering to himself. This doesn't make sense. The guide never mentioned a boss here. Then it clicked. Ollie triggered all 50 mines. That's the hidden condition. Clear every mine and the secret boss spawns. No team in history has ever done it because stepping on mines hurts, healing costs mana, and you still need mana for the real boss later. So everyone just carefully tiptoes through the minefield and ignores the secret trigger. We accidentally discovered a hidden boss by being too aggressive. And the boss design is actually nasty for normal teams. He ambushes the closest person the instant he appears. If that's your healer or DPS instead of a tank. Someone's dying on the spot, guaranteed. The devs really said, surprise, you're dead, and called it game design. But for us? Ollie tanked the ambush like it was a light breeze, then casually erased the boss from existence. Tragic. That kobold had a whole motorcycle and everything. Rest in pieces. Then Sun Tzu spotted something beautiful. The motorcycle. Just sitting there. Engine still running. Lin Ji. The boss's motorcycle. You said finding monsters is too slow, right? What if we drive around pulling mobs? I looked at the motorcycle. I looked at Sun Tzu. I sat on it. It works. I can ride it. Oh, this dungeon has no idea what's coming. I revved the motorcycle. That sound. Pure testosterone in audio form. Every man within a mile felt something awaken inside them. Picture this. Me on a steam-powered motorcycle, musket tucked in my belt, riding through a dungeon like some kind of discount ghost rider. I looked incredible. One word, cool. Bad news though, the bike can't leave the dungeon. Heartbreaking. But for now, it's mine. Sun Tzu, you and Ollie wait on that hill. I'm going fishing. Sun Tzu can't ride it. 1 hit from a kobold, and he's dead. Ollie has the HP for it, but doesn't know how to drive. So it's gotta be me. 1,800 HP, 180 defense. I'm basically a tank who can do tricks. Showtime. I floored it and vanished in a cloud of dust. Ollie watched me disappear, and I swear I saw longing in his eyes. He wanted to ride. My murder machine has hobbies. I tore through the dungeon at full speed, engine screaming, PLRRR poor PRRR, which in Chinese sounds exactly like broke, broke, broke. The kobolds took it personally. Perfect. A dozen miners came chasing me. Not enough. I kept driving, crested a hill, and spotted 6 kobold camps, 30+ kobolds each, all surrounding a central platform where the final boss was napping. The strategy guide says you're supposed to carefully lure small groups, grind to level 3, then fight the boss. I don't accept suggestions. I drove my motorcycle straight to the boss's platform, did a perfect drift stop right in front of his sleeping face, pulled out my musket, and shot him in the forehead. Minus 115. Hey, time to clock in. I blew the smoke off the barrel, holstered the gun, cranked the throttle to maximum, and peeled out. Rocks and pebbles sprayed all over the boss's face. Copper Fong, the final boss, woke up absolutely livid. Jumped off his platform screaming about his dignity. And when the boss moved, every single kobold from every single camp came pouring out behind him. I had kicked the hornet's nest. 150 kobolds and 1 very angry boss, all chasing 1 idiot on a motorcycle. I rode back to my team, hopped off the bike like an action hero, and said, done. How many did you pull? Not many. 100-something. 100? You pulled every camp. Oh, and the boss is coming too. Sun Tzu's soul briefly left his body. Do you not know that Copper Fong gets stronger with more kobolds nearby? Did not read that part. Let me check his stats real quick. Copper Fong. Level 5. Base HP, 6,000. Current HP, 22,000. Base attack, 150. Current attack, 310. Why? Because his passive gives him 100 HP and 1 attack for every kobold within range. I brought him 160 kobolds. I accidentally turned a manageable boss into a raid boss. Oops. But also 160 kobolds means 160 bags of experience points. I gave Sun Tzu a reassuring look and yelled the magic words. Ollie, go to work. Ollie threw his shield on the ground. He does this every fight now. It's becoming a ritual, and charged into the army alone. One sword versus 160 enemies. The energy was, come at me, all of you. The geography was perfect. I'd picked a spot with mountains on 3 sides. One narrow path. Funnel City. Ollie stood in the choke point like a blender, and the kobolds were the smoothie ingredients. Sweeping Slash. Minus 6,400. Minus 6,400. Basic attack. Minus 400. Minus 400. Kobolds were dying 5 at a time. Bodies stacking up like firewood. Then Copper Fong pushed through the crowd and hit Ollie with Fear Roar, a skill that stuns one target for 5 seconds. Ollie froze solid. Copper Fong started whipping him with a steel lash. Minus 110, minus 110, minus 110, 2 hits per second. Over 1,000 HP gone in 5 seconds. This is why I brought Sun Tzu. 230, 230, 230, heels rolling in like clockwork. Ollie's health bar barely dipped. Sun Tzu finally had a purpose. The man was thriving. The second Ollie snapped out of the stun, he was mad. Went straight for the boss. Sweeping Slash. Minus 4,800 on Copper Fong. Minus 6,400 on 4 nearby kobolds who ceased to exist. Those 4 kobold kills gave me exactly the 180 experience I needed. Level 3. And then, the beautiful notification. Sweeping Slash's mastery had been climbing all fight. Damage already at 160%. And now, mid-boss fight, the skill upgrade triggered. Sweeping Slash, C rank, evolved into Draw Slash, B rank. The boss still had 17,000 HP left and an attitude problem. Ollie had a brand new B rank skill and an even bigger attitude problem. This is about to get ugly. For Copper Fong, I mean. Draw Slash, B rank. 200% attack damage to everything within 5 meters. Ollie's attack at level 3? 600. Let me let you experience what happened next the way Sun Tzu experienced it. Sun Tzu was mid-heal, concentrating hard, being a responsible milk daddy. Then a flash of cold steel cut across his vision. Minus 20,000, critical hit. Minus 12,000, minus 12,000, minus 24,000, critical hit. Copper Fong. The boss who had 22,000 HP. The boss who was buffed by 160 kobolds. The boss who was screaming about his dignity 30 seconds ago. Got cut clean in half. Literally. 2 pieces. The entire army of kobolds surrounding him? Also dead. Every single one. One skill. One swing. Everything died. The world went silent. Like someone hit the mute button on reality. Ollie calmly picked up his shield, walked back to my side, and stood at attention like nothing happened. Ollie, beautiful work. I gave him a thumbs up. My notification log looked like someone was spamming me. Copper Fong killed. 1,000 EXP. 72 scavengers. 360. 63 miners. 1,260. 25 wanderers. 1,250. Level up to 4. Almost level 5 already. Sun Tzu's brain was broken. He was still staring at the spot where the boss used to exist. Damage over 10,000. Crits over 20,000. From a level 3 summon. Normal players at level 20 can't do this. His entire understanding of how this world works just got thrown in the garbage. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs. That was insane. I nearly dropped the loot. What is wrong with you? You almost gave me a heart attack. The boss dropped 2 bronze tier pieces, a shield with 300 HP and 20 defense, and a chest armor with 10 strength and 200 HP. I wore the chest piece. Gave Ollie the shield. Fun fact about Ollie. He throws his shield on the ground before every fight. I thought maybe the old one didn't fit right, so I gave him a nice new one. He took it, nodded politely. And he's absolutely going to throw this one on the ground too. He doesn't dislike his shield. He dislikes all shields. A shield guard who refuses to use shields. My summon has an identity crisis, and I respect it deeply. Sun Tzu checked the time. 45 minutes. The old-school record was 3 hours and 25 minutes. We didn't just break it. We demolished it. Cut it to less than a quarter. 2 people. 1 healer, 1 summoner. The 2 classes everyone said can't do anything. Then came the dungeon-wide announcement. 3 times. Because once apparently wasn't dramatic enough. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's party for breaking the Gold Fong ruins. Beginner, record. Time, 45 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's party for breaking the Gold Fong ruins. Beginner, record. Time, 45 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's party for breaking the Gold Fong ruins. Beginner, record. Time, 45 minutes. Every team still inside the dungeon heard it. Su Jie nearly bit his tongue off. He and Luo Qingqing's squads had just reached the minefield area. They weren't even halfway done. And the 2 people everyone called trash had already finished. When Sun Tzu and I walked out of the portal into the school plaza, every single person went quiet. Students, teachers, the principal. Complete silence. Mouths open, words stuck. The principal tried to say something, but couldn't figure out what to say. A summoner and a priest broke a 3-year record with a 2-man squad. How do you even process that? Dungeon rewards rolled in. 100 evolution points for each boss, 50 for first clear, 50 bonus for perfect clear, 0 kobolds left alive. 300 points total. Plus 1,500 bonus EXP. I jumped straight to level 5. Teacher Chen came over looking like he'd seen a ghost wearing a tuxedo and handed us our reward. C-rank skill books. The principal had prepared 5, expecting to give them to Luo Qingqing's or Su Jie's squad. Instead, only 2 walked out. Budget saved. Sun Tzu grabbed, quick heal, smart pick. I grabbed, charge, not for me though. For Ollie. See, with Martial King, Ollie can learn any combat skill. And with Summoner of the End, I copy everything Ollie learns. So Ollie learning a skill means I learn it free. The back jump skill from earlier? Already taught it to Ollie, already copied to me. I don't grind for skills. I just let Ollie study and steal his homework. White-collar summoning at its finest. Dumped all my free stat points into strength and checked my panel. Level 5. For 1,300 HP, 765 attack power, 430 defense, 375 strength. Across the board, every stat over 200. Meanwhile, my classmates are probably sitting at like 30 total stats, maybe 40 if they're lucky. 700 evolution points in the bank. Ollie needs 500 to hit tier 3. Tomorrow's going to be even more fun. So there I was, standing in the plaza like a celebrity nobody wanted to admit was famous. Every student who got teleported out after failing their dungeon run, first thing they did was stare at me. Especially those F-rank guys who rejected Sun Tzu's team invite. They were looking at me like I was the last bus they didn't get on, and it just drove off a cliff of regret. Those guys missed out on a record-breaking run and a free C-rank skill book. One of them looked like he was genuinely considering slapping himself. Honestly, I'd watch. The principal came over, trying to play it cool. So, Lin Yuan, could you share some details about your dungeon clear? If it's convenient, sure. My summon mutated and evolved to tier 2. His face relaxed instantly. Ah, tier 2. That explains it. In his head, a tier 2 shield guard plus an S-rank healer speed clearing a beginner dungeon was unusual but logical. He bought it completely. I love simple explanations that are technically true but miss about 97% of the actual story. Then Teacher Chin started laying out a plan for me. Very responsible, very practical. Find 3 DPS players, form a full squad, grind the normal difficulty dungeon, race to level 10 first, grab the prize money, then use that money to upgrade your summon's bloodline. The principal added the reality check. Evolving summon bloodlines costs at minimum 1 million yuan per tier. It's not guaranteed to work. Fail once and the summon gets weaker. Fail twice and it's practically useless. I knew a summoner who spent 10 million, failed 3 times in a row, his summon stats dropped to single digits, couldn't beat a level 1 slime, and he jumped off a building. Cool. Cool. Very encouraging story. Thank you for sharing that during my moment of triumph. But they didn't know my situation. My evolution is 100% success rate. Costs 0 yuan. I just spend evolution points. No gambling, no bankruptcy, no rooftop decisions. Their entire understanding of summoner economics doesn't apply to me. Teacher Chin's plan was solid for a normal person. Grind safe, earn money, pray your summon evolves. It was the best possible advice for someone without cheats. I have cheats. As I walked past Teacher Chun toward the dungeon entrance, I casually dropped, "Hey old Chun, you've been a homeroom teacher for years. Pretty tough work. Ever thought about becoming vice principal?" His brain short-circuited. Vice principal? Of course he wants that. But what kind of question is that in front of the actual principal? He thought I was trying to get him fired. "Stop worrying about nonsense and go grind your dungeon." He put on his angry teacher face. "Normal difficulty isn't a joke." "You got it, boss." I waved and walked into the portal. The principal actually started hinting to Teacher Chun about a promotion, year-level director, since we produced 3 S-rank students. Things were looking up for the old guy. Then the dungeon guard teacher came sprinting over. "Principal, bad news. Lin Yuan and Sun XU selected Nightmare difficulty." "What? Nightmare difficulty?" The principal's face went from "pleasant afternoon" to "someone canceled Christmas." I could feel his rage from inside the dungeon. Probably. Here's the thing about Nightmare difficulty that I maybe should have mentioned to people before selecting it. 1. It's considered the hardest tier that exists on Blue Star. Even the best professional squads in the entire world can't guarantee a clear. 2. Once you enter, you cannot leave for 30 minutes. 3. If you die in Nightmare mode, you die for real. Not like beginner mode where you respawn feeling sad. Actually dead. Game over. Funeral. So from the principal's perspective, 2 freshly awakened students, a summoner and a priest, both level 5, both 1 day into their careers, just voluntarily walked into a death sentence. On day 1, after he just finished telling me to play it safe. He was probably standing out there imagining the paperwork. 2 S-rank students died on the first day is not a headline any school wants. But here's what he doesn't know. Ollie is about to become tier 3. I have 700 evolution points and only need 500. My stats are already higher than most players 10 levels above me. And I'm not gambling. I know what I can do. Nightmare difficulty gives 1,600 evolution points for a 5-man dungeon clear. With just 2 of us taking all the EXP, we'll be swimming in power. The principal thinks I'm being reckless. I think I'm being efficient. Let's find out who's right. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the principal was apparently losing his entire mind. He sent someone to call the law enforcement squad because he thought 2 S-rank students were about to die on day 1. Teacher Chin's face melted off his skull. Forget the promotion. He was wondering if he'd still have a job by dinner. I knew none of this. I was vibing. First thing I did inside Nightmare mode, evolved Ollie. 500 evolution points. Gone. Red light. Transformation sequence. Ollie. Tier 3 Bronze Guardian. 10,000 HP, 2,000 attack, 1,000 defense, 1,000 strength, 1,000 agility. A skill list so long it needed its own paragraph. This man went from wooden armor hobo to certified war machine in 2 days. Level 5. 10,000 hit points. I wanted to stand on a mountain and scream. Who else? Sun Tzu did the screaming for me. What the? He was attached to Ollie and saw the health bar. Counted the digits. Got to 5. Nearly passed out. Lin Ji. 10,000 HP. Am I hallucinating? Chill. Stop yelling. Nightmare difficulty was no joke aesthetically. The whole place smelled like a gunpowder factory had a baby with a war zone. Ground looked like someone carpet bombed it. We spawned in a crater sitting on top of a massive iron ore deposit. Nearby, a kobold laborer was mining iron with a pickaxe. Level 5. 3,000 HP, 120 attack. In beginner mode, the final boss had 6,000 HP. Here, a random trash mob has half that. No wonder nobody clears Nightmare. Ollie. Go. Ollie activated charge, crossed 30 meters in a blink, stunned the kobold, then hit it twice. Minus 1,970. Minus 3,940, critical. Dead. 2 hits. A Nightmare mode monster that would take a normal team 15 seconds of careful fighting? 2 casual slaps. Coming out of the crater, kobold laborers were everywhere. Some were mining, some were driving little steam-powered transport trucks hauling ore. It was like a whole kobold industrial revolution down here. Sun Tzu spotted an empty truck and his eyes lit up. Lin Ji, there's a truck. You could drive it. and pull everything again. Do the one-wave thing, oh? Mister, I'd rather die than be a healer suddenly has big ideas. Come on, Ollie has that skill where he goes swoosh and everything dies. It'd be a waste not to pull everything. He mimed the draw/pose. He was genuinely excited. My healer was becoming a chaos gremlin. I'm so proud. I climbed into the transport truck. This thing was straight out of the Steam Age. Started up with a tut-tut-tut-tut sound, belched out a cloud of steam from the front, and handled like a shopping cart with anger issues. Grabbed the wheel, floored it, disappeared in a cloud of steam, pulled out my musket, and started shooting kobolds as I drove past. Minus 690. Didn't even need to hit them, just needed their attention. Miss. Doesn't matter. The sound was enough to make every kobold in a half-mile radius furious. The mining operation turned into total chaos. Kobolds dropped their pickaxes and started chasing me. Some of them jumped into their own transport trucks and tried to run me down. 5 trucks converging from different directions, all trying to T-bone me. You think you can catch me? Cute. I yanked the wheel hard, maxed out the engine, and threaded through all 5 trucks like I was playing Mario Kart. If anyone had been watching from above, they would have questioned reality. This was supposed to be nightmare difficulty, the most terrifying dungeon tier on the planet, and I turned it into a racing game. 2 minutes of vehicular mayhem later, I pulled up in front of Ollie with an entire army of furious kobolds behind me. Parked the truck. Jumped out with maximum style. Beep, 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 beep. First place, Ollie. Work time, clang. That was his shield hitting the ground. Battle mode, activated. I stared at the shield on the floor. Again. He did it again. I gave him a brand new bronze tier shield with 300 HP, and he still throws it on the ground like it's a candy wrapper. At this point, I'm not even confused anymore. My shield guard hates shields. It's his whole personality. He's not a shield guard. He's a sword guy who carries a shield out of politeness. Whatever. Ollie charged into the mob and hit draw/. Minus 39,870, minus 39,900, minus 39,890, minus 78,960. Critical, every single kobold. Atomized. 47 laborers and 1 mini-boss I didn't even notice was in the group. Some guy called Foreman Lawton. All deleted in one swing. Ollie casually flicked blood off his sword, strolled back, and picked up his shield like a gentleman putting on a coat after a dinner party. Sun Tzu could only whisper one word. Elegant. And honestly? Yeah. Ollie killed 50 things and made it look like a waltz. I checked the loot. The regular kobolds dropped literally nothing because they're broke. Even in death, they're poor. But the foreman dropped something juicy, a silver tier sword. No level requirement. Just needs 50 strength. 80 attack, 20 strength. For a normal level, 5 warrior, this weapon would be a game changer. With this, clearing normal difficulty dungeons becomes a joke. I handed it to Ollie. He swung it twice, shrugged, and basically said, "It's okay, I guess." His attack is 2,000. The sword adds 80. That's like giving a millionaire a coupon. We pushed forward, following the direction the transport trucks had been hauling iron ore. After about 15 minutes, we hit a cave entrance, 10 meters wide, with a dozen ore-loaded trucks parked outside. Sun Tzu got curious. What are all these kobolds mining for? Who knows? Maybe they love mining. Or maybe something else is forcing them to mine. Some kind of shady operation. Nobody builds a mine in the middle of nowhere for fun. Ollie shoved the parked trucks aside, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. No guide existed for nightmare difficulty Gold Fong ruins. Nobody in history has ever cleared it. Sun Tzu's walkthrough was useless here, so we drove in. I emptied one of the trucks, hopped in the driver's seat. Ollie sat in the back. Sun Tzu immediately possessed Ollie because, and I quote his logic, "If the truck flips, you and Ollie are tough enough to survive." I would simply die. Fair point. Smart survival instincts. The tunnel had rail tracks. Actual iron rails laid into the ground. Steam trucks, railways. This isn't kobold technology. Kobolds have the brain capacity of a wet napkin. They didn't invent this. Sun Tzu connected the dots. Lin Ji, if there are rails and steam engines, something intelligent built this. Are there human-type enemies in here? He was freaking out, and for good reason. Mindless mobs are predictable. I drive around honking, and they chase me like angry puppies. But intelligent enemies? They think. They plan. They set traps. If whatever's running this operation saw us wipe out the surface crew, they already know we're coming. Which means the tunnel might be one giant trap. So naturally, I floored the gas pedal. Hold on. Speeding up, the truck screamed down the tracks at maximum velocity. Engine roaring, tut through the darkness like an angry tea kettle on wheels. No caution, no scouting, just pure commitment to velocity. 5 minutes of pitch-black tunnel later, a blinding light appeared ahead. Sun Tzu yelled, "There's a train." Stop. It wasn't a spotlight. It was a train headlight. An actual locomotive sitting on the tracks, with kobolds shoveling fuel into its engine. And standing on top, wearing a green hard hat like a tiny construction foreman, was a kobold supervisor. The moment he saw us, he let out the most panicked screech I've ever heard from a dog person. "Start the train. Run them over. A train. They're sending a train at us. We're in a truck. On the same tracks. Playing chicken with a locomotive inside a nightmare dungeon. This is officially the greatest day of my life. You want to play chicken with me?" The kobold foreman was scrambling to start his train. Bad news for him. My truck was already at full speed. I aimed it right at the locomotive's cabin, waited until 30 meters out, then jumped. Ollie jumped right behind me. We both used back jump midair and landed clean. The truck? Pure physics, baby. It slammed into the train cabin and exploded. The foreman in his little green hard hat got launched several meters like a kobold cannonball. He stood up, straightened his safety helmet, because OSHA compliance matters even in a nightmare dungeon, and started screaming into a walkie-talkie. "Intruders. Activate security protocol. Kill them. Security team. Full deployment. Activate combat robot exterminator. 4,000. Exterminator. 4,000. This dungeon has a mecha." I checked his stats. Safety Technician Silver Fong. Tier 3 Elite. Level 8. 80,000 HP. And his kit? Absolutely disgusting. He's a mechanic boss, meaning you can't just punch him to death. His passive literally says he cannot die until Exterminator 4,000 is destroyed first. On top of that, he can call a train strike for 2,000 damage, summon a security army, and activate a murder robot. For any normal team, this fight would be a carefully choreographed nightmare lasting probably an hour. Survive the train, survive the guards, destroy the robot, then kill the boss, all while he's slapping you for 500 damage whenever you're not looking. For me? Let's speedrun this. First wave, 62 kobold security guards came marching in. Every one of them level 6, 6,000 HP, carrying iron batons, skill called Hit the Back of the Head, which is the most dishonorable move name I've ever seen. When 5 or more are together, they get a group beating bonus. These dogs literally have a passive called Gang Up, Shameless. They looked intimidating, I'll give them that. 60 angry dogmen with clubs staring me down like I owed them overtime pay. Silver Fong screamed, "Get them!" They rushed forward. Ollie used draw slash. Minus 41,340 minus 41,280 minus 40,980 minus 82,500. Critical. 90% of them died instantly. The survivors weren't tougher. They were just too slow to reach Ollie's range. He walked over and cleaned them up in 30 seconds. 62 guards. Gone. Like they never existed. I leveled up to 6, but I was annoyed because I was only 100 EXP short of level 7. 100. Couldn't they have sent 2 more guards? This is terrible customer service. Sun Tzu had been charging a heal spell. He quietly canceled it. Stood there in silence for a moment. Then apparently decided that since he can't contribute as a healer, he would contribute as a hype man. He stepped forward, pointed at Silver Fong, and started trash-talking in ancient Chinese warrior language. "Hear me, foul technician. My brother Lin has merely warmed up and already annihilated your pathetic security force. Bring forth your remaining tricks before it's too late." Then he beckoned Silver Fong with one finger and whispered, "Little trash." Sun Tzu didn't understand the first part. But he understood, little trash. Silver Fong went nuclear. The robot wasn't even fully activated yet, still needed 10 more minutes of boot-up time. But Silver Fong was too angry to wait. Activate destruction protocol. Now, the laboratory door behind him exploded open, and out walked a 2.5-meter tall steel robot. Combat Robot Exterminator, 4,000. Tier 3 Elite. Level 9. 90,000 HP, 2,500 attack, 0 defense, 0. It's a pure glass cannon made of murder. Its skill list reads like a horror movie. Iron Fist, 2,000 damage punch that stuns you if your stamina is under 200. Chainsaw Maniac, pulls out a chainsaw and slices you for 600 damage per second for 5 seconds. And the big one, Energy Overload, boosts attack by 2,000 for 2 minutes, but crashes into a shutdown afterward. So it hits for potentially 4,500 per attack during overload mode. Most level 10 players have maybe 2,000 HP total. This thing would one-shot entire teams. Sun Tzu's trash talk activated the boss fight early. My healer's greatest contribution to this dungeon isn't healing, it's psychological warfare. I looked at Exterminator for 1,000. It looked at me. Somewhere inside its metal skull, gears were turning. Ali's attack at level 6, 2,400. Withdraw slash at 200% damage and Martial King's 10x multiplier. That's 48,000 per hit. The robot has 90,000 HP and 0 defense. 2 swings. Maybe 3 if I'm unlucky. Ali, break the toy. Silver Fong was monologuing. He was doing the whole villain speech. You don't know what you're facing. This is my greatest creation. A war machine that can fight 100 men. Behold, Exterminator for 1,000. Any last words? Buddy, pal, my guy, you are a kobold with a hard hat. You're not a genius inventor. You're a dog person who should be giving foot massages, not playing Tony Stark in a cave. You talk too much, I said. If it weren't for your stupid mechanic immunity, you'd already be dead. Actually, forget it. You're not worth explaining this to. Ali. Ali didn't hesitate. Full sprint. 30 meters. Charge activated. The robot was immune to the stun. Fine. Whatever. Robots don't have brains to rattle. But the sword's still connected. Draw slash. Max mastery. 220% attack damage. Times 10 from Martial King. And the universe decided to bless us with a critical hit. Minus 116,160. 116,000 damage. In a single swing. Exterminator, 4,000. The mighty war machine, the pride of kobold engineering, the robot that was supposed to fight 100 men, didn't even get its fist up. Its eyes flickered red, went dark, and the whole thing split in half and crashed to the ground like a refrigerator falling off a building. Silver Fong watched his masterpiece get bisected. His brain visibly short-circuited. You could see the loading screen behind his eyes. He stood there thinking, wait, which one of us is the boss? Great question. Wrong answer. Ali, finish him. Without his mechanic immunity, Silver Fong was just a punching bag with opinions. Took less than 30 seconds. He screamed once and died. The end. No drama. No epic phase 2. Just a kobold who talked too much meeting a sword that didn't care. Level 7. The loot was beautiful. The robot dropped a gold tier belt, heavy protection belt, 500 HP, 20 stamina, and an active ability that gives a 1,000 point shield for 30 seconds. This one item is worth more than some people's entire equipment sets. 50 million yuan easy if I sold it. I strapped it on immediately. My HP broke 6,000. Silver Fong dropped 2 skill books, Double Strike, C rank, Physical Combat Skill, and Healing Overload, C rank, makes a target receive 50% extra healing for 30 minutes. Double Strike I kept for Ali. Healing Overload goes straight to Sun Tzu. With this skill, he'd be the most wanted healer on any team in the city. But when I tossed him the book, Sun Tzu got all guilty on me. Lin Ji, this is too valuable. I haven't even contributed anything. I don't deserve it. I squinted at him. Are you seriously pulling the humble act with me? Want me to loosen up your bones for you? No, I'm sorry, I'll stop being modest. Actually, I said, rubbing my chin, you're right. You can't just take it for free. Say something nice about me. Make me feel good. Sun Tzu's eyes lit up. This man was born for this moment. If he can't heal, he'll provide emotional support. He cleared his throat, struck a dramatic pose, and launched into a full ancient Chinese-style speech. In the legendary Tianfeng First High School, there lived an extraordinary man surnamed Lin, given name Yuan. From the moment of his awakening, he stood above all others. His talent shakes the heavens and stuns the ages. His summoned beast Ali descends like a war god, matchless in courage and might. He pointed 2 fingers at the robot wreckage on the ground. Behold, the Exterminator, 4,000, said to fight 100 warriors. Nothing but a clay chicken and a porcelain dog. One flash of the blade. Ashes and smoke. And that technician, barking like a mad mutt, taking his head was as easy as reaching into a pocket. Strategic brilliance in command. Fearless valor on the battlefield. Such a figure is truly the pride of Tianfeng First High. His future achievements. Limitless. He finished with a dramatic head bob and looked at me expectantly. I have never felt more seen in my entire life. My smile was climbing so hard it was harder to control than an AK-47's recoil. Is that really about me? Who else could it be? Sun Tzu slammed his fist down. Who else? Who is even worthy? I laughed so hard my chest hurt. The thing is, I know I'm incredible. But if I say it myself, that's bragging. When someone else says it, in classical Chinese warrior prose, with dramatic gestures, pointing at dead bosses for emphasis, that's just objective reporting. Sun Tzu found his role. He can't heal because nothing takes damage. So instead, he became my personal hype man, trash talk specialist, and battlefield poet. Honestly, best party member ever. Sun Tzu learned healing overload and felt zero guilt about it. He earned that skill book through professional flattery services. Honest work. Ali learned double strike, which fixed his one weakness. No follow-up damage after blowing his big cooldowns. Before, he'd one-shot the main threat, and then have to fist-fight the leftovers like a commoner. Embarrassing for a future dark Scion Sovereign. Also, turns out Ali's crit on the robot wasn't luck. During that charge, his charge skills secretly upgraded from C rank to B rank. Berserker charge. Next attack after charging gets 50% crit chance. So that 116,000 damage crit was basically guaranteed. My boy doesn't do luck. He does math. After looting, the cave entrance behind us collapsed. Sealed shut. Subtle. Then the lab door opened. Real subtle. Sun Tzu pointed at a big screen on the wall. A kobold in full armor was watching us through a camera feed like a Bond villain. Lin Ji, I think we've been spotted. No kidding. I have eyes. I looked at the screen. Hey, you're Gold Fong, right? Stop hiding. Come out and die. I'm in a hurry. 3 seconds of silence. Human, I admit you have courage. But this is where it ends. You will face the Gold Fong clan's most elite forces. If you wish to see me, I'm in the deepest part of. I punched the screen. Shattered it. I hate when people monologue at me. Silver Fong got a monologue because he had mechanic immunity and I physically couldn't skip him. But Gold Fong, you're not even in the room. You're on a TV screen trying to be dramatic from a safe distance. Absolutely not. Denied. Get that rehearsed villain speech out of my face. Ali, let's go. We kill this poser. We get the villa. Sun Tzu perked up instantly. Lin Ji, when you move into the villa district, bring me along. We can be neighbors. Can you cook? Obviously. My cooking is incredible. What's for dinner tonight? Vinegar pork slices, scallion stir-fried pork, smashed cucumber, and chilled crab salad. Deal. We planned our entire dinner menu while walking toward the final boss of a nightmare dungeon that nobody in history has ever cleared. Not a single ounce of concern. Failure? What's that? Never heard of her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, things were less relaxed. It had been over 30 minutes. The law enforcement squad had arrived. An investigator with a square jaw named Fong Han finished questioning Teacher Chun about how 2 S-rank freshmen ended up in a death dungeon. Everyone assumed we were already dead. They were basically waiting for confirmation before processing the paperwork. Teacher Chun was mentally writing his resignation letter. The principal had aged 10 years. Nobody, literally nobody, considered the possibility that we might actually clear the dungeon. Elsewhere, Su Jie's team was celebrating because they found a black iron shield. A black iron shield. 100 HP, 5 defense. Su Jie strapped it on like it was Excalibur. Let's clear this in 2 hours. Oh honey. Luo Qingqing's squad cleared beginner mode in 1 hour 32 minutes. She did 85% of the total damage herself. Impressive. Normally that would be huge news. But my 45-minute record made it irrelevant. She walked out to zero fanfare. Poor girl. To her credit, she didn't care about the record. She'd already asked her father, a level 43 second advancement windstorm swordsman, about summoners. His answer, no summoner has ever passed the level 20 class advancement quest. So she mentally filed me under, lucky guy, dead-end career, and moved on. Then she heard I'd entered nightmare difficulty and shook her head. Reckless fool. Mistaking luck for skill, she genuinely pitied Sun Tzu for dying alongside me for nothing. Everyone had written our obituary. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, I was standing at the entrance of a football field-sized arena with mechanical lights bolted to the walls. Very dramatic. Very final boss layer energy. 20 armored kobold soldiers marched out of the corners. The last area. Gold Fong's throne room. Time to collect that villa. 20 armored kobold elites lined up in a wall formation. Shields up, defense maxed. Each one had 12,000 HP, 500 defense, and a passive that stacks 50 defense for every elite nearby. 20 of them meant 1,000 bonus defense on top of their base. An impenetrable fortress of angry dogmen. Gold Fong's voice echoed from somewhere deep in the arena, doing his best dramatic warlord impression. These are the Gold Fong clan's mightiest warriors. Prepare to. I cut him off. I'd had enough villain speeches for one dungeon. Gold Fong, you're privately hoarding armor and training secret soldiers? You dare rebel against the crown? I'll execute you for treason. I snapped my fingers. Ollie charged. Berserker charge into draw slash. Minus 44,000, crit. Minus 44,000, crit. Minus 44,000, crit. 20 elites. 1 second. 20 thuds of armor hitting the floor. Not a single one survived long enough to use a skill. Ollie's sword mastery ignores 20% defense, so their whole stacking gimmick was basically decoration. Sun Tzu cupped his hands and screamed into the void. Some elites couldn't survive one swing. You call yourselves a clan? I call you the Broke Clan. Then he spat on the ground for emphasis. My hype man is getting more aggressive every fight. I love it. I kicked the corpses. Nothing dropped. Broke losers. Not even a single coin. Rename yourselves the Poverty Tribe. That apparently pushed Gold Fong over the edge because a platform rose from the center of the arena. And there he sat, the final boss himself. Kobold Chieftain Gold Fong. Tier 3 Elite. Level 12. 150,000 HP, 2,000 attack, 1,000 defense. But the real nightmare was his kit. Skill 1. Whirlwind Slash. 1,500 damage AoE. Skill 2. Fear Roar. 8-second fear in a 5-meter range. Skill 3. Demon Transformation. When he drops below 30% HP, he fully heals and gains 1,000 attack. Skill 4. Fire Claws. 3,000 magic damage. Only available in demon form. Sun Tzu gulped. 150,000 HP. Phase 2. And magic damage? This dungeon is designed to be impossible. He had a point. Imagine a normal team. They spend 20 minutes whittling Gold Fong down to 30% HP. Then he transforms, heals to full, and starts nuking everyone for 3,000 magic damage. At this level, nobody has magic resistance gear. That skill one-shots basically anyone. Even Ollie with 14,000 HP would only survive maybe 5 hits. Lin Ji, are you confident? Obviously. Add 2 more dishes tonight. We're drinking. Gold Fong opened his mouth to deliver his prepared villain monologue. Ollie was already in his face. 0 frames. No startup animation. Berserker charge, straight into draw slash. Minus 83,600. Critical. Minus 23,600 minus 22,800 minus 1,918 minus 1,921 draw slash. Double strike. 2 basic attacks. 1 second. 130,000 damage. Gold Fong went from full HP to barely alive before he finished sitting up from his throne. He snapped out of stun and looked at his health bar. His soul left his body. Impossible. Very possible, I said. That's what you get for monologuing. Learn your lesson. Oh wait, there is no next time. Ollie kept swinging. Gold Fong panicked, screamed something about being angry, and triggered demon transformation. A ring of fire exploded outward, pushing Ollie back. His HP refilled. His skin turned burnt red. 2 pathetic little 1-centimeter horns poked out of his forehead. You now face a demon from the depths of hell. I, Gold Fong, shall burn your souls with hellfire. I stared at this 5 feet 7 inches, hunchbacked kobold with barbecue-colored skin and bumps on his head that he was calling horns. You're not a demon. You're a dog that fell into a charcoal pit. Real hell demons would be embarrassed by you. Come here, mutt. I beckoned with 1 finger. Maximum disrespect. Gold Fong's last brain cell evaporated. He charged straight at me, claws burning with fire. Fire claws. Die. 3,000 magic damage aimed directly at my face. Ali's skills were on cooldown. The boss was coming for me personally. Time to find out if these 375 strength points were just for show. Gold Fong came flying at me with burning claws. 3,000 magic damage. Aimed at my face. I was actually about to fight back. I'd already picked up Ali's discarded shield, of course it was on the ground, and was ready to charge and swinging. But someone was faster. Ali appeared in front of me like a wall of steel and took the hit dead on. Minus 3,000. He didn't flinch. Didn't stagger. Just stood there radiating murder. Behind that iron mask, something shifted. I could feel the killing intent pouring off him like heat from a furnace. See, Ali isn't just a summon following orders. The moment I pulled him out of whatever dark void he was sleeping in, he decided I was his person, his master, his purpose. And Gold Fong just made the fatal mistake of attacking me in front of him. Unforgivable. Then the notification hit. Draw slash meets upgrade conditions evolved to A rank. Charge draw slash. I put down the shield. Never mind. Ali doesn't need my help anymore. Gold Fong needs a prayer. Charge draw slash. A rank 250% attack damage in an 8-meter radius. And if you charge it up first, it fires twice. Ali lowered his center of gravity. Sword arm tensed. Charging. Energy building. Then he did something unexpected. He turned and looked at me. I understood instantly. He needed a reset. I canceled his summon, then instantly re-summoned him right next to me. S-rank talent, summoning synergy, instant cast, 0 delay, seamless reposition. The talent everyone called garbage just enabled a combat teleport combo. No trash talents. Only trash players who don't know how to use them. Berserker charge. Ali rocketed into Gold Fong like a guided missile. Stun landed. Charge draw slash. Minus 95,000. Critical. Minus 47,500 minus 22,800 minus 22,800 minus 1,903. Gold Fong's health bar performed a magic trick called Disappearing Act. He died before the stun wore off. Didn't even get to use a single demon form skill. Transformed into a hellfire demon. Gave a big speech about burning our souls, and then got erased so fast his soul probably got lost on the way to the afterlife. Level 8. And finally, the loot was good. For pieces of equipment. 3 gold tier. 1 platinum. The platinum piece. Little demon staff. Level 10 requirement. 50 intelligence. 30 stamina. 500 mana. And a built-in skill. Firebolt. 500 magic damage every 5 seconds. The flavor text reads, "With this, you'll never worry about destroying evidence again." I'm keeping that forever. The 3 gold pieces were a matched set. Iron boots, iron shoulders, iron chestplate. All 15 strength, 15 stamina each. Individually? Mid. But wearing 3 of 5 set pieces triggered a set bonus. 1,000 HP, 100 defense. After equipping everything, my HP hit nearly 10,000 and my defense reached 800. I'm a summoner. In plate armor, with almost 5-digit health. If I told anyone my class, they'd call me a liar to my face. Any normal mage wearing plate armor would collapse from the weight, but my strength and stamina are so absurdly high I could probably wear a house. Sun Tzu didn't complain about loot distribution. He was level 8 too, just from tagging along. The man got carried to heaven and he knew it. Then the system asked me the most beautiful question. Nightmare difficulty. Gold Fong ruins cleared in 42 minutes. Hide your name from the announcement. Hide? Hide. Playing the mysterious low-key expert card? That stuff is so last season. If you don't show your strength, clowns keep popping up trying to test you. Besides, only 2 people entered nightmare mode. Hiding my name would be the dumbest disguise in history. No, congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's party for conquering nightmare difficulty. Gold Fong ruins. Time. 42 minutes, 3 times. Across the entire dungeon zone. Sun Tzu was beaming. Lin Ji, they're gonna lose their minds out there. And old Chen definitely gets that vice principal job now. That man, I sighed, stretching. So much trouble. Makes me worry about him. What I didn't know was that 5 minutes before this announcement, things outside had gone completely nuclear. The captain of the city's law enforcement squad showed up at school. Not to congratulate anyone. To deliver punishments. Because everyone assumed we were dead. In front of the entire school, the captain announced, "Teacher Chen Hongwei, for failing to prevent the death of two S-rank students in a nightmare dungeon. Reassigned to Hive Fortress 38 for 10 years of frontline combat duty. Hive Fortress 38. That's a war zone against an insect race. People die there constantly. They were basically sending my teacher to the bug trenches as punishment for MY decision. Principal Chen Qingshan. Removed from position as principal of First High. Two teachers who liked old Chen were furious. The students chose nightmare mode themselves. Chen told them 100 times not to. Why is he being punished? Valid point. But the system doesn't care about fairness. Two S-rank students died on day 1. Someone's head has to roll. Except, we weren't dead. And that announcement was about to hit the plaza in roughly 5, 4, 3. Outside the dungeon, Teacher Chun was about to be dragged to the bug war trenches. He'd already accepted his fate. No need to pack. Take me now. The man was ready to die fighting space insects because of MY career choices. The enforcement squad captain, Tianing, level 37, serious guy, gave him 1 hour to say his goodbyes. Chen just smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go." Then the announcement hit. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's party for conquering Nightmare Difficulty Gold Fong Ruins. Time, 42 minutes, across the entire plaza. 3 times. Maximum volume. Tiany's first thought. Well, this is going to be a headache for the higher-ups. Teacher Chen's first thought. I'm not going to the bug trenches. Everyone else's thought. How? Luo Qingqing and her team were standing there with their mouths in perfect O shapes. She'd assumed we were dead. She'd already mentally written Sun Tzu's obituary. Now she was doing math in her head, and the numbers weren't adding up. 2 people. 1 summoner. 1 priest. Nightmare difficulty. Cleared 3 minutes faster than our beginner run. She'd been told you need 5 SS rank talent holders to even attempt Nightmare. We did it with A, trash summoner, and A, useless healer. Then Sun Tzu and I walked out of the portal. Final rewards. 1,600 evolution points for Nightmare clear, 500 each for 3 elite bosses, 500 for perfect completion, 3,600 evolution points total, plus 10,000 bonus experience. I shot up to level 9 with only 600 EXP left until level 10. So close. That gap was physically annoying to look at. But then, bonus surprise, perfect clear triggered. Derivative dungeon Plains Iron Mine has been unlocked. A second portal appeared next to the dungeon entrance. Tiany's combat instincts kicked in immediately. Unknown dungeon. Evacuate all students. I waved him down. Relax. It's just a resource dungeon. No monsters. It's an iron mine. 200 million tons of iron ore. How much? 200 million tons. Tiany's brain buffered for 3 seconds. Then he sprinted to the portal entrance, confirmed it, and immediately called his boss. Sir, someone perfect cleared Nightmare Gold Fong Ruins at First High. A derivative resource dungeon appeared. Iron mine. 200 million tons. Yes, I'm serious. Why would I lie about this? After hanging up, Tianyi looked at me with completely different eyes. Suddenly, we were getting handshakes and formal introductions. I'm Tianyi, captain of the 3rd Squad, Tianfeng City Enforcement Division. A pleasure to meet you both. 5 minutes ago, he was here to process our death certificates. I asked him why the enforcement squad was even at a school. He gave me a look. Turns out, because we picked Nightmare without telling anyone, the entire school assumed we died. They called law enforcement. Teacher Chen got sentenced to 10 years of frontline duty at Hive Fortress 38, one of the most dangerous combat zones against insect monsters. The principal got fired. All because of us. I couldn't help but laugh. You were really going to ship old Chun to the bug wars over this? Tianyi glared at me. You think this is a joke? You could have at least told someone before picking Nightmare. Captain Tian, I said calmly. If I told the school I was picking Nightmare difficulty, would they have let me? Probably not. Definitely not. I'm a trash tier summoner paired with a 0-damage priest. No one on this planet would believe we could clear Nightmare. They'd have banned me from the dungeon entirely. So why bother asking permission? I didn't hide it to be sneaky. I just didn't see the point. Nightmare difficulty is a death sentence for other people. For me, it's like walking home. Do you call someone every time you walk home? Sun Tzu stepped up with the finishing blow. Other students picked normal difficulty because that's the best they can do. My brother Lin picked Nightmare because it was the highest option available. Captain Tian. You understand, right? Tian smiled politely while his inner monologue went absolutely feral. Understand? Understand? Walking into nightmare mode is like going home. He picked nightmare because there was nothing higher? These two brats are the most insufferable show-offs I've ever met in my entire career, and I'm furious that I could never come up with lines this cool when I was their age. Tian pulled up our files on his phone. Standard background check. Sun Tzu, S-rank talent, priest. Lin Yuan, S-rank talent, summoner. Nothing suspicious on paper. He didn't ask how he cleared nightmare. Smart man. He knew that question touches on a professional's deepest secrets, but I could see the gears turning behind his eyes. He looked at Sun Tzu, loud, excitable, clearly not the carry. Then he looked at me, a summoner who solo carried nightmare difficulty. I found out later what he wrote in my file. Suspected multiple summoned bloodline mutations. Suspected dual talent holder. Likes Teosho OFF. Recommend classification as SS rank cultivation seed. 3 out of 4 accurate. The showing off part is just confidence, but I'll let it slide. Tian officially canceled all punishments. Teacher Chen, not going to the bug trenches. Principal, not fired. The enforcement squad even apologized publicly for jumping to conclusions. Respect to them honestly. They admitted fault in front of the whole school without flinching. Teacher Chen walked up to me and slapped his own chest like his heart was still restarting. You little punk. You almost killed me. Come on, old Chun. Didn't I ask you about the vice principal job before I went in? That was your warning. Oh, so it's my fault for not decoding your cryptic nonsense? Should I write a 1,000-word self-reflection essay too? Skip the essay. Make it 1,000 yuan worth of barbecue instead, you little extortionist, he laughed. Come to my house tonight. I'll cook for you and Sun Tzu. A celebration. Normally I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Teacher Chin's been inviting me over for meals for years because he knew I was broke. That's how we became close. Less like teacher and student, more like brothers. It's also why he never gave up on me even after I picked summoner. But tonight, I lifted my chin slightly and said, loud enough for the principal to hear, not your house tonight. Come see my new villa. The principal was standing right there. Message received. Look, I don't take what isn't mine. But what is mine. I want every single coin of it. The deal was, clear normal difficulty dungeon, get the villa. I cleared nightmare. Perfectly. You owe me that house, and then some. Principal Chen didn't miss a beat. Lin Yuan, Villa District, Dragon Tripod Community, number 288. Move in any time. All expenses covered. Sun Tzu, number 289. Right next door. And regarding the B-rank skill book we still owe you. It'll be delivered this afternoon along with the nightmare completion rewards. Wonderful. Thank you, Principal. Sun Tzu and I got villas next to each other. My hype man is now my neighbor. This is the greatest timeline. Students kept trickling out of the dungeon. Most had failed. A few succeeded. Sujie's team cleared beginner mode in 2 hours and 10 minutes. In any previous year, that would have been impressive. This year, it was background noise. My record was 45 minutes. Luo Qingqing's was 1 hour 32. Sujie's time didn't even register. His whole squad stood at the dungeon entrance looking complicated. I didn't glance at them. Not once. Not out of spite. They just genuinely didn't exist in my field of vision anymore. The gap between us wasn't a hill. It was a canyon. Yesterday they laughed at me. Today they couldn't even make eye contact. Ants mocking a sleeping lion. Hilarious in retrospect. Teacher Chin got busy helping failed students, so I figured I'd go hit level 10. Just 600 EXP away. The gap was driving me insane, like having 99% on a loading bar. Level 10 unlocks my second summoning slot, which means a brand new summon, a brand new SSS rank talent copied to me, and I can finally equip the Platinum Demon Staff. I walked to the dungeon entrance. Selected Warrior difficulty. You have perfectly cleared Nightmare difficulty Gold Fong Ruins. Entry denied. What? I can't go back in. Tian was still hanging around and explained. Once you perfect clear Nightmare, the dungeon locks you out permanently. Nobody mentioned that in class. Your teacher never expected a student to clear Nightmare mode of a beginner dungeon. Fair point. This is like a school not teaching you what to do after winning the lottery. The scenario simply doesn't come up. 99.99% of teachers wouldn't even think of it. The other 0.01% probably mention it as a joke. So I'm level 9, 600 EXP short of the biggest power spike of my career. locked out of the only dungeon I have access to, standing in a school plaza with 3,600 evolution points burning a hole in my pocket and nowhere to spend them. This is the most frustrating victory I've ever experienced. So where else can I grind? I asked Tianing, because I was 600 EXP from level 10 and it was eating me alive. He listed 3 beginner dungeons in the whole city. Goldfong Ruins, locked out. Water Fairy Garden, a puzzle dungeon at the neighboring school. Max difficulty is adventure, and you don't even fight anything. With my personality? Pass. Skeleton Graveyard. Undead monsters, super dangerous. Aggro 1 and 50 more come running. Level cap 1 to 15. Nightmare boss, probably over level 15. I know you're going to pick Nightmare, Tianing said with the exhausted tone of a man who already knows how this conversation ends. At least do hard or adventure first, hit level 10, get silver gear, unlock your second summon, then try Nightmare. Great advice. Very logical. Very reasonable. I'm doing Nightmare tomorrow. I've got gold tier equipment. I need exactly a few kills to hit 10. And every dungeon only gives first clear evolution points once. Nightmare gives 1,600. Normal gives 100. Picking normal would cost me 1,500 points. That's like choosing to be poor on purpose. Tianing also mentioned I'd need a dungeon pass from the Professional Association. Apparently the country tracks who goes where to prevent idiots from dying in dungeons above their level. The pass is ranked by difficulty, normal through Nightmare, so people can quickly filter out weak teammates. So it's basically a system that filters out bad players before you even enter, I said. Essentially, yes, smart. I respect it. Tomorrow's plan. Wake up, get pass, go to Skeleton Graveyard, speedrun Nightmare. Then things got interesting. A silver-haired guy literally walked down from the sky, just stepping on air like it had stairs. He landed in front of us with a hair flip and a magazine cover smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Liao Chun, Chief Commander of Tianfeng City's Enforcement Squad, external consultant for the Demon Suppression Army, 3-time consecutive runner-up of the Tianfeng Martial Arts Tournament. Just a plain, unremarkable level 48 fist fighter. He said all of that about himself, out loud, to teenagers. Sun Tzu leaned over and whispered, Lin Ji, this guy's even more of a show-off than you, but he hasn't mastered the art. Who introduces their own titles? Amateur hour. The true technique is when someone else shouts your name dramatically, and then other people list your achievements while you stand there looking humble. That's how you do it. Invisible flex. Maximum lethality. Tianing heard every word and was physically struggling not to laugh. Liao Chen's face froze for a second. Then his eyes started sparkling. He was taking notes. He was literally learning showmanship tips from an 18-year-old. Next tournament. I'll try that. Tianing dragged his boss back to business. Liao Chun inspected the resource dungeon. Stable, productive, confirmed 200 million tons of iron ore. Then came the real question. Who owns it? Goldfong Ruins is a beginner dungeon belonging to the whole city. No single faction owns it. That means the Enforcement Squad, the Professional Association, and the Demon Suppression Army all have a claim. 200 million tons of iron is enough to start a war over. Liao Chun whispered to Tianing, can we just take the whole thing? Tianing looked at him like he'd suggested eating cement. Boss, that's 200 million tons. Association President Lin Yuan and General Meng Zhan would literally come here together and beat us up. Liao Chun sighed. Yeah, those two are annoying. He kicked it up to the vice mayor, a level 42 barrier master named Xinzhong, who basically keeps the entire city from being invaded. Xinzhong thought about it for approximately 5 seconds and came back with a split. Demon Suppression Army, 50%, because bug monsters are acting up at the frontier. Professional Association, 30%. Enforcement Squad, 10%. And me? 10%. 10% of 200 million tons. That's 20 million tons of iron ore. I don't even know what 20 million tons of anything looks like, but I'm pretty sure it looks like I'll never be broke again. From orphanage welfare kid to iron ore tycoon in 48 hours. Not bad for a trash tier summoner. Only 10%. I looked at the certificate. 20 million tons of iron sounded great 5 seconds ago, but now I was holding a piece of paper that basically said, congratulations, you own a mountain you can't dig. Tianing explained the split. The Demon Suppression Army gets 50% because they're fighting bug aliens on the frontier and need weapons. The Professional Association gets 30% because they need gear for all the adventurers defending against dungeon outbreaks. The Enforcement Squad gets 10% for city security. Then he hit me with the real talk. Your parents died in a Hive Fortress rebellion 15 years ago. You grew up on government welfare. None of that came from nowhere. If the Army and Association hadn't been protecting this country, you wouldn't be standing here today. He wasn't wrong. I'm not the type to get greedy over iron I can't even mine. No workers, no money, no equipment. What am I going to do? Carry rocks in my pockets. Can I sell my share? I wave the certificate. Sell it? I'd suggest the Professional Associa. Don't sell to the association. I'll take it. A 2-meter-tall wall of muscle-wearing sunglasses indoors marched up with an entire platoon of armored soldiers behind him. He pulled off his shades, flashed a grin that was trying really hard to be friendly, and introduced himself. I'm Ming Zhan, commander of the 27th Legion, Demon Suppression Army. I'll trade you an S-rank skill for your share. S-rank. Skill. Liao Chen's jaw dropped. Ming Zhan, you cheap bastard. Since when are you this generous? Give me an S-rank skill, and I'll sell you our share too. Tianing was physically grabbing Liao Chen's arm, trying to shut him up. Nearly slapped a hand over his mouth. But I was focused on the skill book Ming Zhan placed in front of me. Death Sentence Sword Chi, S-rank, summon exclusive. Costs 500 mana. Deals 10% of target's max HP as magic damage. Heals the user for 50% of damage dealt. 1 minute cooldown. Every kill reduces cooldown by 2 seconds. Percentage-based damage. Against bosses with hundreds of thousands of HP, this thing would shred. Plus it heals. Plus the cooldown resets on kills. In a big mob fight, Ollie could spam this every few seconds while keeping himself topped off. Liao Chen shook his head. It's S-rank, but summon only. Kind of niche. You should ask for an A rank you can use yourself. Deal. I threw the certificate at Ming Zhan before he could blink. Everyone thought this skill was niche because only summons can learn it. But they don't know about my god-tier talent. Everything Ollie learns, I learn too. This isn't a summon-only skill for me. It's an everything skill. And with Martial King's 10x damage boost and skill evolution, this S-rank could become SSS rank eventually. It was literally custom-made for Ollie. Damage, sustain, scaling, the whole package. Huh. I like you. Straightforward. Ming Zhan laughed and immediately started deploying soldiers to mine the ore. Then Principal Chun came running back from across town, sweating, clutching something to his chest. He'd apparently sprinted to the Professional Association and begged them for a Summoner B-rank skill book. When he arrived and saw the commander of the Enforcement Squad and a Demon Suppression Army general standing in his school courtyard, his brain crashed harder than Exterminator 4000. What? Why are these people? Ming Zhan casually told him the resource dungeon was being commandeered by the military. Chen almost fainted. Then someone told him it contained 200 million tons of iron ore, and his soul briefly ascended to heaven. He recovered, remembered why he'd been running, pulled out the skill book, and smiled so hard. Lin Yuan, look what I found. This B-rank summoner skill was hiding in our warehouse all along. And for your incredible achievement clearing nightmare difficulty, the school awards you 1 million yuan cash. He'd originally planned 500,000. Then he saw a military general and the city's top law enforcer visiting his school because of MY Dungeon Clear, did some quick math on how much glory I was bringing this institution, and doubled it on the spot. Smart man. The skill book was Summon with Spirit, B rank, level 20 requirement, summons a tier 3 support creature that can evolve up to tier 5. A healer/buffer type. Perfect. Ollie handles melee destruction. Skeleton Warrior, my level 10 unlock, will be melee too. A support summon rounds out the squad beautifully. Within minutes, the military had turned the school courtyard into a full military installation. Watchtowers, armored guards, supply lines. Students stumbling out of the beginner dungeon were greeted by an actual army and had absolutely no idea what happened. Why is the military here? Teachers patiently explained. Every single student turned and stared at me. The orphan who picked the trash class. The guy whose talent was, your pet can hang out outside. The summoner that dogs wouldn't choose. That guy just casually triggered a national resource level event, traded mining rights with a military general, and pocketed an S-rank skill and a 1,000,000 yuan before lunch. I put my hands in my pockets and walked toward my new villa. Lin Ji, look at their faces. Like abandoned wives at a divorce hearing. Sun Tzu was grinning ear to ear watching our classmates stare at us. Stop gloating. Let's go check out the villa. Tian offered us a ride since he lives in the same neighborhood. I hopped in without hesitation. You live in the villa district too, Captain Tian? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm S-rank too. Sun Tzu, with zero social awareness, leaned forward. Captain Tian, can you solo nightmare dungeons? Dead silence. I could see Tian's knuckles going white on the steering wheel. In his head, he was screaming. If I could do that, I'd be the chief commander. And oh, I'd be the damn mayor. Captain Tian? Why'd you go quiet? You don't like talking? Tian's temple vein was pulsing. Buckle up. I'm accelerating. He wanted to reach the villa district before he punched Sun Tzu through the windshield. Then Sun Tzu made him stop at a seafood shop. Then a vegetable market. The man turned a law enforcement captain into an Uber driver running errands. When we finally got out, Tian smiled. The kind of smile that means the opposite of happy. You two are taking the dungeon pass exam at the professional association tomorrow, right? Good luck. He floored the gas and vanished. That, good luck, had energy behind it. Threatening energy. Lin Ji, that guy's planning something. Sun Tzu picked his nose thoughtfully. Think the exam's gonna be rigged? This is your fault. You could choke a person to death with that mouth. I was protecting your reputation. Nobody gets to show off in front of Lin Ji. I will defend your title as the supreme king of flexing with my life. I kicked him in the butt. Go cook. I haven't eaten since this morning. 20 minutes later, 4 dishes, restaurant quality. The man is genuinely talented. If he doesn't make it as a priest, he's got a Michelin star career waiting. After dinner, I went to my villa. My villa. 3 stories. Private entrance. Nobody else's name on it. I lay on the bed and stretched out like a starfish. This is why we grind dungeons. This is the meaning of life. Comfort. Peace. A bed that doesn't smell like orphanage sadness. I snapped my fingers and summoned Ollie. Pick a room. This is home now. Home. Ollie stood there processing that word. He's a being born for war. Home wasn't in his vocabulary, but something shifted in those crimson eyes. He walked slowly through the house and stopped at a second-floor room with a piano in the corner and a violin standing nearby. He carefully removed his armor, revealing pale, slender fingers, and picked up the violin. As I drifted to sleep, I heard music. Clumsy at first. Then within minutes, a beautiful melody filled the house. My Tier 3 killing machine plays the violin. I'm not even surprised anymore. Next morning, Sun Tzu showed up with breakfast. We ate and headed to the professional association for the dungeon pass exam. The receptionist gave us forms. Basic info, team role, solo, or group exam. Sun Tzu wrote, healer/support, and picked group. Normal stuff. I wrote, summoner, role, all-rounder, and picked solo. The receptionist's smile froze. She looked at the form, then at me, then at the form. Sir, are you sure you want to take the solo exam? You may get injured. Would you like to reconsider? Just schedule it. I've got places to be. She processed it with the expression of someone watching a man walk into traffic on purpose. We got to the exam hall, a football field-sized training arena. 5 examiners standing in the center, all level 30 or above. And who did I see among them? Tian. His face was stone, not a flicker of emotion, pure professional composure. But I knew that behind those dead eyes was a man who got used as a taxi, made to stop at a fish market, and then got asked if he could solo nightmare dungeons. This man had been waiting for today. Good luck, he'd said last night. Now I understood. Sun Tzu whispered, we're dead. He's a judge. He's gonna get revenge. Your fault. Your mouth. Don't worry though, I added. He's not petty enough to sabotage us. Worst case, we take a few extra hits. Group exam went first. Sun Tzu joined a team of 2 warriors, an archer, and an assassin. They fought a combat robot. The team was mediocre. Sun Tzu basically solo carried them with his double-powered heals. Without him, they would have been eliminated in the first minute. Result: Sun Tzu got an adventure difficulty pass. His 4 teammates got normal difficulty passes. The healer gap was real. Then came the individual exam. 2 contestants total. Me and 1 other person. A summoner taking a solo combat exam against level 30 examiners. This should be educational. For them. The other solo examinee was some guy named Di Qing. Level 15 Swordsman, S-rank speed talent, 3 gold tier pieces, 1 A-rank skill. Apparently, he was a local celebrity, rising star of the Iron Sword Guild. People were whispering about him like he was a rock star walking into a convenience store. He went first, picked warrior difficulty, fought the exam robot with everything he had. Barely scraped through, nearly died doing it. The crowd went wild like he'd just performed a miracle. Then Diqing looked at me with this sympathetic expression. I could read his thoughts like subtitles. Sorry bro, my incredible performance must have shattered your confidence. Don't let my brilliance affect your test. It's okay to fail, buddy. My guy, you have no idea. Lin Yuan, what difficulty do you choose? Nightmare. The room went silent so fast I heard someone's brain short circuit. Nightmare? The robot has 1,000 physical defense and a 200,000 point shield. A level 9 summoner choosing Nightmare? Is this a joke? He saw Diqing's performance and lost his mind. Classic panic move. Can't pass normally, so he picks impossible difficulty to get attention. Diqing shook his head in pity. Pathetic. Instead of grinding dungeons honestly, he resorts to stunts. A summoner with no future. Sun Tzu was not having it. What is this? The year of the dog. Why are there so many people looking down on others with dog eyes? Several angry professionals started rolling up their sleeves. Before it escalated, Tianing snapped. Silence. Everyone shut up instantly. There are benefits to having a level 37 examiner who's already mad at you. Exam begins. The robot's eyes started glowing red. Ollie was already moving. Berserker charge. Draw slash. Double strike. 2 basics. Minus 135,000. Critical. Minus 67,500 minus 33,200 minus 33,200 minus 2,700 click. The robot's eyes lit up, then immediately went dark. Like a computer that turned on just to die, the 200,000 point shield? Gone. In one combo. The robot didn't even complete its boot up animation. It powered on, realized what was happening, and chose death. Silence. The kind where you can hear dust settling. Every professional in the room looked like they'd been slapped by reality. The examiner responsible for recording results rubbed his eyes, checked the robot, looked at Ollie, who was calmly picking up his shield from the ground, as always, and wrote 2 characters on the scorecard. Pass. When the nightmare difficulty pass landed in my hands, the room exploded. What? Someone just one-shot the nightmare exam robot? That's a summoner. Did he summon a boss? Diqing stood frozen. His incredible performance that he was so proud of? He barely passed warrior difficulty after a grueling fight. I deleted nightmare difficulty's robot in under 2 seconds. The gap between us wasn't a mountain. It was the distance between the Earth and whatever's past the universe. Sun Tzu stepped into the spotlight. Time for the hype man to work. Lin Ji, you were a bit slow today, he said it loudly. On purpose. Yesterday when we cleared the nightmare dungeon, you were faster than this. Was I slow? Didn't notice. I shrugged. It was still a one-shot. 0.1 seconds slower. Whatever. I wasn't even trying. And honestly, I wasn't. I hadn't even used the new S-rank skill death sentence, Sword Chi. Ollie won with his regular combo. The S-rank was just sitting in inventory collecting dust. Then Sun Tzu looked around the room, completely calm, and delivered the line. That guy Diqing chose warrior difficulty because that's the best he can handle, my brother Lin. Chose nightmare difficulty because there's nothing higher. Understand? Tianing was standing behind us, trying so hard not to react. Inside his head, these 2 little punks did it again. The same line. The same energy. And it works every single time. I hate that it's so cool, he announced loudly. Today's exam is over. He had to end it. If he let us stay 1 more minute, Sun Tzu would have started a TED talk about my greatness. After we left, Tianing pulled out his phone and called someone named Chung Feng. Teacher, I found a monster of a student. How strong? He solos nightmare dungeons for fun. Awakened yesterday. Cleared nightmare beginner dungeon. Then just one-shot the level 15 nightmare exam robot. You can't come right now? Don't blame me for not warning you. This kid's heading to Skeleton Graveyard next. He'll probably get the nightmare first clear there too. Get here before the other universities notice him. I'll wait at the dungeon entrance. Somewhere out there, a college recruiter was about to have a very interesting day. Tianing was apparently calling his old professor at Kyoto University. The most elite school in the country, minimum entry requirement S rank, trying to fast-track recruit me before anyone else noticed I existed. Nice to have fans in high places. Skeleton Graveyard was basically a flea market with a dungeon attached. Over 1,000 professionals crowded around the entrance, shouting like it was an auction house. Level 12 Warrior, 2,000 HP, looking for hard mode group. Normal mode team needs a healer, hop on. Level 15 Tank, will carry you through adventure mode. 50,000 yuan per person. Someone was selling hand-drawn ghost-repelling talismans. 100 yuan each. Hand-drawn. And people were buying them. Entrepreneurship at its finest. Sun Tzu spotted a team that needed a healer. 2 warriors, a mage, an archer. Average level 12. All female. I watched his eyes light up like a slot machine hitting jackpot. Lin Ji, that team needs a healer. I'll go check it out. The man didn't pick that team for their combat synergy. He picked it because it was for women. This absolute degenerate. When he flashed his S-rank talent, those girls grabbed him like he was the last designer handbag at a sale. Lin Ji, I'm heading out, he winked at me. Get out of my sight. I flipped him off. Brothers before. Nah, he was already gone. I joined the entry queue alone. It was long. Then some 5-person squad waltzed straight to the front and got waved through instantly. VIP treatment. Who are they? I asked. A knight dude in front of me turned around. First time here? That's the Dawn Sword Guild's raid team. Elite players. Last month, they got the Nightmare first clear on Goblin Forest. See that black pass in their hands? That's a Nightmare difficulty pass. You only get it by passing the association's hardest exam. With that, you skip every line at every dungeon. He looked at his own white normal difficulty pass with the eyes of a man staring at his bank account after rent. Hold on. Black pass skips lines. Nobody told me this. I walked out of the queue, marched straight to the front, and held up my pass. Hey, who's this kid cutting in? A level 14 warrior started to grab me. His teammates yanked him back so fast he nearly got whiplash. Because they saw it. The black card. Nightmare difficulty. Nightmare pass. That shout turned every head in a 200-meter radius. Necks craned. People stood on tiptoes. Sun Tzu, who was supposed to be with his girl squad, pointed at my pass from across the crowd. See that sword emblem on it? That means he passed the exam solo. No team. Just him. The crowd lost it. A solo nightmare pass? On a kid. I've seen everything now. Knife through the butt cheeks. My eyes are open. I'm telling my friends about this. Nobody will believe me. As I walked into the portal, Sun Tzu, ever the professional publicist, snapped a photo of me holding up the black pass. Only my side profile showing. Looking accidentally cinematic. He uploaded it to the professional forum with 2 posts. The strongest summoner in history. Fight me if you disagree. Man who solos nightmare dungeons like breakfast. His true identity will shock you. My hype man just became my social media manager. I didn't ask for this. I don't hate it. Inside the dungeon, things were different from Goldfong Ruins. This was a defense mission. Skeleton Knight Masa will attack in 5 minutes. Prepare for the undead army. Kill Masa within 1 hour, or he opens a portal to the undead plane and escapes. No searching for monsters. No driving trucks around. They just come to me. This is the dream dungeon. Sit down, wait, and let the enemies deliver themselves to my doorstep like pizza. Ollie. Work time. I cast the summon. Ollie appeared holding a violin. Not a violin. He was carrying the violin from the villa. He brought it into the dungeon. My killing machine wanted to practice music between murder sessions. He carefully put it away, drew his sword, and assumed battle stance. I swear this summon has more hobbies than I do. The countdown hit 0. 100 skeleton warriors came charging out of the darkness. Level 12, 6,000 HP each, 300 attack. Bottom of the undead food chain, but in these numbers? Most teams would be sweating. I cracked my knuckles. Most teams isn't really my category anymore. The skeleton warriors were slow. Like grandma going upstairs slow. Ollie literally stood there waiting for a full minute before they got close enough to hit. Then he did his thing. Berserker charge. Charge draw slash. Basics. Double strike. Minus 182,500 crit. Minus 91,250. Minus 3,650. Minus 3,650. Minus 43,800. Minus 43,800. 100 skeletons. 30 seconds. Math complete. Population, 0. And with that, level 10. The clouds parted. Angels sang. I equipped the little demon staff. My HP hit 12,000. Physical attack 1,500. Spell power 450. Stats that would make most level 30 professionals cry into their equipment. But the real prize? Second summoning slot. Unlocked. I cracked open the Skeleton Warrior skill book, learned it, and my new summon appeared. Tier 2 right out of the box. Top of tier stats, naturally. 20,000 HP, 2,000 attack, 1,000 defense. Built like an undead refrigerator. His SSS rank talent? All for 1. Effect 1. As long as any summon is alive, I cannot die. Lethal damage gets transferred to a nearby summon instead. Effect 2. Summon creatures have no quantity limit, except bound summon slots. Effect 3. Summoning skills can randomly produce higher tier creatures. I am now literally immortal as long as I have summons nearby. Let that sink in. You physically cannot kill me. You can try. The damage just bounces to someone else. I'm a cockroach with a cheat code. The no quantity limit thing was tricky though. My summoning slots are bound, so I can't personally spam infinite skeleton warriors. Bummer. Or so I thought. I spent 500 evolution points to push Skeleton Warrior to tier 3. He evolved into a Skeleton Mage. 40,000 HP, 4,000 attack, 2,000 defense. All stats doubled. And he got a shiny new S-rank skill. Undead Summoning. Costs 500 mana. Summons 100 undead creatures 2 tiers below the caster. The Skeleton Mage isn't bound by my slot limit. He can summon as many as he wants. And the SSS talent says no quantity limit on summons. So the mage just kept casting 100 skeletons, then another 100, and another, and another, until his mana bar was completely empty. 2,000 undead soldiers standing in formation in front of me. I scratch my head. Did I just become a necromancer? I am the Scourge. The skeleton mage, who I named Aguay, because he wouldn't stop going, J-I-J-I-J-I-J-I, like a horror movie soundtrack, cackled maniacally and commanded his army with bony finger waves. He was having the time of his own life. Wave 2 came. 80 skeleton archers, level 13, attacking from 4 directions. Aguay screeched. The undead army swarmed. 2,000 skeletons versus 80 archers. Each archer got mobbed by 25 angry bone boys. Fight lasted about as long as a sneeze. Wave 3, skeleton shield bearers, level 14. Drowned in bones. Wave 4, skeleton axemen, level 15. Also drowned in bones. Every wave spawned, existed for approximately 45 seconds, and then ceased to exist under a tidal wave of my undead minions. Level 11. At some point during this apocalyptic skeleton-on-skeleton warfare, Ollie quietly found a nice spot, sat down, pulled out his violin, and started playing. He just gave up fighting. Aguay's army was handling everything. Ollie decided this was concert time. My tier 3 Bronze Guardian, my first and strongest summon, the being who swore eternal loyalty to me, was sitting in the middle of a nightmare dungeon playing classical music for an audience of 2,000 skeletons. I stared at him. He didn't look up. You know what? Fine. At least it sounds nice. Much better than Aguay's constant J-I-J-I-J-I cackling. Note to self. Never summon Aguay in public. Walking down the street with a skeleton mage going, J-I-J-I-J-I. Behind you is how you get the police called. Then the ground started shaking. Boom, boom, boom. Something big was coming. A 5-meter-tall bone giant stepped out of the darkness. Skeletal giant. Tier 3 Elite. Level 16. 180,000 HP. 3,000 defense. Skills include a bone shield that cuts incoming damage in half, an execution axe swing that does 6,000 damage if you're standing in the sweet spot, and the nasty one, an aura that paralyzes all undead creatures within range every 20 seconds. Paralyzes all undead. My entire army is undead. This boss was specifically designed to counter exactly what I just built. Ollie stopped playing the violin. Looks like intermission is over. Aguay pointed his bony finger at the skeletal giant and screeched his battle cry. J-I-J-I-J-I-J-I. 2,000 undead soldiers charged. I sat behind my army watching this unfold and had a sudden realization. The roles were completely backwards. I was sitting on a throne of bones with an undead army in front of me like a final boss. The skeletal giant was the lone hero trying to fight through my forces to reach me. This dungeon script got flipped and nobody sent a memo. The hero giant froze for about 3 seconds. You could practically see the question mark floating above his skull. Wait, I'm the one being attacked. Unfortunately for Aguay's ego, his army was trash. Literally 1-star minions versus a 3-star elite. They couldn't even scratch the giant's 3,000 defense. And every 20 seconds, the giant's paralysis aura fired and 80% of the undead army just stopped. Frozen. Like a game of musical statues where everyone loses. The giant swung his building-sized axe once and scattered Aguay's troops like bowling pins. Aguay's triumphant, "Jie," died in his throat mid-cackle. He looked at his paralyzed army, looked at the giant casually strolling through, then turned around and ran behind Ollie, tugging on his sleeve for help. "Ga," I stared at him. "Aguay, you're immortal. Your talent literally says you can't die while your summons exist. Those skeletons are paralyzed, not dead. Just go fight him." He hid behind Ollie harder. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. My necromancer summon has the combat spirit of a wet tissue. Ollie sighed, I think, put down his violin, picked up his sword, and walked toward the giant like a disappointed older brother cleaning up his little sibling's mess. Berserker charge. Charge draw slash. Double strike. 2 basics. Minus 37,432, crit. Minus 18,743. Minus 8,763. Minus 15,643. Minus 1,532. Minus 1,523. Half the giant's HP gone. First time anything has survived Ollie's full combo. That 3,000 defense plus the bone shield cutting damage by 50% 3 times actually made a difference. He didn't die instantly, I muttered. If anyone heard me complain about only doing half a boss's health in one rotation, they'd throw me off a cliff. This thing has 180,000 HP and 3,000 defense, and I'm disappointed it survived one combo. I need perspective. I don't care. I want instant kills. The giant swung back. Minus 3,760 on Ollie. Scary for anyone else. For Ollie? A paper cut. Then Ollie raised his hand and fired death sentence sword chi for the first time. Minus 18,000. 10% of the giant's max HP, magic damage, ignoring all that defense. 3,760 healed. Full HP restored instantly. The giant's attack literally accomplished nothing. Ollie healed back every point of damage from one skill. 8 seconds later, Ollie's cooldowns were back. 3-hit combo. The giant's bones shattered into 1,000 pieces like a skeleton piñata. Double strike also evolved mid-fight into triple slash, B rank. 3 hits at 150% damage each. Ollie's combo game just got even more disgusting. The second the giant died, Aguay emerged from behind Ollie waving his arms and cackling like he won the fight. Ga, this duo has found their dynamic. Ollie kills everything in the front. Aguay cheers from the back. The Ga murder combo. Ollie handles the murder, Aguay handles the Ga. Look at Ollie. Now look at you. See the difference? I scolded Aguay. He scratched his skull. Jie. Waste of words. Absolutely waste. The giant dropped platinum and gold loot. A platinum necklace with mana regen, part of a set, worth at minimum 2 million yuan. And a gold greatsword with a bleed effect, 25 strength, 120 attack, 50 bleed damage per second for 10 seconds. I gave Ollie the sword. It's about 5 feet 3 inches long and weighs a ton, but Ollie swung it around like a toy. He was obsessed. Kept swinging it over and over, testing the weight. My guy found his weapon type, heavy greatswords. He's a connoisseur. Aguay watched Ollie get a new weapon and turned to me with the most pitiful skeleton puppy dog eyes I've ever seen. You want one too? Frantic skull nodding. Solo kill a boss first. Then we'll talk. Then a dungeon prompt appeared. Your strength has been acknowledged by Skeleton Knight Masa. He is considering sparing your life. Leave the dungeon. Oh, he's considering sparing me? How generous. How magnanimous of the Bone Man. No, spare my life? I wasn't planning on sparing yours. The undead energy in the air thickened. Next wave incoming. Masa's elite cavalry. Meanwhile, outside, that fancy Dawn Sword Guild team, 5 S-rank talents, full gold gear, 5 A-rank skills, the guys who cut in line earlier, stumbled out of the dungeon looking like they'd been through a car wash made of skeletons. Their healer was complaining about pressure. Their captain admitted they nearly wiped against the skeletal giant. The same giant that Ollie killed in roughly 15 seconds. They officially declared Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard impossible for any team at their level. We spent an entire month preparing for this. If we can't clear it, nobody can. Somewhere deep inside that dungeon, I was currently saying no to a boss offering me mercy, while my skeleton army reformed and my violin-playing murder machine tested a new greatsword. Nobody can clear it? Sure. Whatever you say, champ. Aguay developed PTSD from the skeletal giant fight. His takeaway? I lost because I didn't have enough skeletons, so while we waited between waves, every time his mana regenerated even slightly, he'd summon another 100 undead. 10 minutes later, 10,000 skeletons surrounding me. I literally could not walk. There was no ground visible. Just bones in every direction. Bone heads, bone feet, bone swords, bone everything. The only clear spot was around Ollie because apparently even mindless undead know not to crowd the guy who can delete their entire species. Agui. Stop summoning. There's nowhere to stand. Jie. I grabbed a skeleton soldier's spine bone and smacked Aguay on the skull with it. Ga. He lowered his hands, looking like a scolded puppy. A skeletal, cackling, terrifying scolded puppy. The cavalry wave showed up next. 50 skeleton horsemen, level 17, 40,000 HP each. Normally terrifying, but they spawned directly into my skeleton ocean. Their charge skill? Useless. There was literally no room to gallop. They were stuck in a traffic jam of bones. They managed one sweep attack that cleared about 1,000 undead, and then the remaining 9,000 swarmed them like angry ants on a dropped candy bar. 50 cavalry, deleted. 10,000 experience. And they dropped 2 skeleton horse reins. Mounts. Bronze tier, 60% movement speed, level 15 to ride. Skeleton war horses. In an auction house, people would literally fistfight over these. Even high-level veterans would bid just for the flex factor. Imagine everyone walking on foot, and you roll up on a skeletal horse made of actual bones. The drip would be astronomical. Can't use them yet though. Level 15 requirement. Patience. Then the system said the next wave would arrive in 5 minutes. Can we skip the wait? I have lunch plans. Would you like to trigger the final assault early? Skeleton Knight Masa will attack immediately. Warning, this is extremely dangerous. Yes, dangerous? I have 20,000 skeletons and a violin-playing war god. Define dangerous. The war fog lifted. The arena expanded tenfold. And there, a kilometer away, stood 300 heavy phantom cavalry in perfect formation. Level 18. 60,000 HP each. 750 attack. 500 effective defense. Skills include a phantom charge that creates 2 clones per rider, meaning 900 charging horsemen, plus magic resistance and immunity to slowing effects. Behind them, riding a bone elephant, sat Skeleton Knight Masa himself. The final boss, 3 meters tall, armored head to toe, soul fire burning in his skull. Phantom Legion, charge, 300 riders exploded forward. With phantoms, that's 900 total. The ground shook like an earthquake. It was like watching 900 SUVs driving at you in formation. A steel tsunami. Okay, I admitted, this might be a bit much. I lifted Aguay's summoning restriction immediately. Agui. Summon everything. Now. Jie. Aguay's bones rattled with excitement. Finally, unlimited power. He started spamming summons like his mana bar was an all-you-can-eat buffet. I joined in too, casting my own undead summons. Mine were basic, mostly small skeletons and skeleton warriors, occasional archer. Quantity over quality. The cavalry hit my front line like a freight train through a paper wall. Phantom charge activated. All 300 riders plus their clones. 900 impacts simultaneously. The damage was insane. 6,000 of my skeletons evaporated instantly. They carved a corridor 50 meters wide and 10 meters deep through my army like a hot knife through skeleton butter. Damn, that's actually impressive. But here's the thing about having 20,000 troops plus Aguay nonstop summoning reinforcements. You can't kill them all. You literally can't. For every 1,000 they destroyed, Aguay summoned another 1,000 behind them. The cavalry charge was devastating, yes. But a charge only works when you can break through. When the wall is infinitely deep, you just stop, and then you're surrounded by 20,000 very angry skeletons who don't feel pain, don't feel fear, and don't stop coming. The unstoppable force met the inexhaustible army. And somewhere behind all of this, Masa sat on his bone elephant watching his elite cavalry get slowly digested by an endless ocean of disposable undead, probably wondering where everything went wrong. Meanwhile, Ollie was stretching, warming up, getting ready for the main course. Masa, buddy, the cannon fodder was just the appetizer. I wiped the sweat off my brow. Thank God for Aguay's skeleton spam. Real talk. Without that bone army absorbing the cavalry charge, Ollie alone couldn't have handled 300 riders spread across a wide-open field. His burst damage is insane, but these guys were fast and spread out. Missed the one-shot window, and 900 phantom charges hit you simultaneously. Even Ollie would feel that. But Aguay's wall of expendable idiots? Perfect meat shield. Or bone shield? Whatever. My army swarmed the cavalry from all sides. Aguay and I took turns summoning. His intelligence lets him cast every 10 seconds, mine every 11 seconds. 200 fresh skeletons every 10 seconds, pouring in like an infinite clown car of death. Without room to charge, heavy cavalry is just expensive punching bags. 5 minutes later, all 300 phantom riders were dead. 75,000 experience. Level 12. Level 13. Level 14. 3 levels in one fight. I literally felt my soul ascend. Dumped all free points into strength. 1,100 strength. I could punch a cow to death. I could punch 2 cows. I could punch a cow into another cow. Then the earth started trembling. The final boss walked in. Skeleton Knight Masa, riding a bone elephant. 3 meters tall. Full black steel armor. Blue soul fire blazing in his skull sockets. Level 19. 250,000 HP. 4,000 attack. 2,500 defense. His skills were nasty. Destruction charge. 3,000 damage in a line. Stomp. 2,000 damage in 8 meters plus 2 second stun. Sweep. 2,000 damage with a bonus swing if he kills someone. And the real kicker, skill 4, Frenzy. If he's not dead in 10 minutes, his attack speed doubles and all skill cooldowns become 0. 10-minute enrage timer. After that, infinite skill spam. That would be problematic. Masa stopped on a hill 100 meters away and started his speech. Skeleton Mage, you have trespassed. This graveyard belongs to the Lich Lord Pierre. I am its guardian. Leave before I. Oh my god. Shut up. Come here, you little trash. When I'm done with you, I'm pulling your bones apart one by one and giving them to the neighborhood dogs as chew toys. You'll finally understand what it means to be a simp. Masa went quiet. Not because he accepted the insult. Because he was too angry to speak. He yanked the elephant's reins and charged. Boys, block him. I waved my arm like a general, and tens of thousands of undead surged forward. This time, Aguay didn't hide in the back. He charged to the front line. My cowardly skeleton mage finally found his courage. With the all-for-one talent making him literally unkillable as long as any summon exists, he was basically an immortal cockroach with a stick. Aguay used his staff as a club and started whacking Masa's elephant like a baseball bat. Minus 2,620. The rest of the undead army also attacked. Results, minus 35. Minus 16. Minus 8. One full round of attacks from 10,000 skeletons dealt less than 5,000 total damage. Out of 250,000 HP. That's 2%. In the time it took for that, Masa used sweep twice. Each swing clearing dozens of undead. Then stomp, which turned everything within 8 meters into bone confetti. Hundreds of my soldiers gone. But Aguay was still standing. Sweep hit him for 2,000. He had 800 HP left. Should be dead. Masa was confused. How? How are you alive? Somewhere 15 meters away, a random little skeleton who was just walking around suddenly shattered into dust for no visible reason. That's all for one, baby. Lethal damage transfers to a nearby summon. As long as one skeleton exists anywhere, Aguay cannot die. And I have 10,000 skeletons. Masa would have to kill every single one before touching Aguay. Aguay grinned his skeletal grin and kept swinging his stick, but I was watching the clock. Aguay's damage output was, let's call it, enthusiastic but ineffective. At this rate, we'd hit the 10-minute enrage timer, and Masa would go berserk with 0 cooldowns. Infinite stomps, infinite sweeps, infinite charges. Even my army couldn't survive that. Ollie, your turn. Clang. Shield hit the ground. Great sword on the shoulder. Ollie walked forward through the sea of skeletons, which parted for him like he was Moses and they were the Dead Sea. Which, technically, they were. Meanwhile, Aguay and Masa were having the world's most pathetic duel in the background. Aguay bonking with his staff, Masa slashing back, Aguay dying and not dying. Random skeletons exploding in the distance to absorb the fatal hits. It looked like two drunk uncles fighting with pool noodles at a barbecue. Ollie cracked his neck. Playtime's over, Bone Boy. Masa had about 210,000 HP left when Ollie stepped up. Berserker charge. Ollie dragged the bone greatsword along the ground one-handed, carving a trench into the earth from the sheer speed. Then, charge draw slash. No elegant flash of light this time. Just wind. Screaming wind. The sound of a massive sword cutting through air so fast the atmosphere filed a noise complaint. Minus 141,000. Critical. Minus 141,000. Critical. Both hits crit. 282,000 total damage. Masa had 210,000 HP. He didn't just die. He died with 70,000 points of overkill. He owed us health he didn't even have. The soul fire in Masa's eyes flickered, dimmed, and went out. His last moment alive was probably thinking, this feels exactly like the first time I died. Except last time, the god of death resurrected him as a skeleton knight. This time, nobody's calling back. His bone elephant collapsed and shattered beside him. Aguay was standing behind Masa with his staff raised mid-swing, frozen. He'd been about to bonk the boss again. His kill got stolen. His skeleton jaw hung open. He slowly turned to look at Ollie. Ollie casually lifted his greatsword and gave Aguay one cold glance. Problem? Aguay clenched his fist. Thumbs up. GA. Ollie G is incredible. No problems here. 0 complaints. None. Then the dungeon decided things were going too well for me. Your killing of Masa has attracted the attention of the Winter Lich Pierre. Pierre is awakening the Frost Sword Guard from deep within the graveyard. Due to premature awakening, the Frost Sword Guard has not fully absorbed the Bone Pearl's power. Bloodline, Tier 4. Level, 20. You have 60 seconds to escape. A blue portal appeared a kilometer away. Blue snowflakes started falling. Temperature dropped to 0 and kept plummeting. Blue frost patterns crawled across the ground. In 60 seconds, a lethal deep freeze would blanket the entire area. The countdown began. 59, 58, 57. Run, run. That's a Tier 4 boss. Commander class. Those drop Diamond Tier equipment or S-rank skills guaranteed. You can't buy encounters like this. People spend their entire careers never seeing one. I'm not leaving. I'm shopping. But first, rewards. I calmly triggered the dungeon completion settlement while snowflakes landed on my shoulders. Skeletal Giant kill, 500 evolution points. Masa kill, 500. Nightmare clear, 1,600. Speed bonus, under 40 minutes 1,000. Total, 3,600 evolution points. Plus 20,000 bonus EXP combined with what I had saved. Enough. Spend 5,000 evolution points. Evolve ALI. Golden light consumed Ollie's body. When it faded, he was wearing a suit of interlocking steel chainmail. Thousands of metal rings woven together, beautiful and deadly. He looked like a noble knight from a painting. Elegant. Powerful. The kind of character you'd see on a movie poster standing on a cliff at sunset. Ollie, Tier 4 Steel Guardian. HP, 52,000. Attack, 10,400. Defense, 5,200. Strength, 5,200. Agility, 5,200. 10,000 attack power. At level 13, his skill list was so long it needed paragraphs. Charge draw slash A. Berserker charge B. Death sentence sword chi S. Triple slash B. Sweep. Learned from Moss's drop. Shield wall A. Plus all his passives. Meanwhile, I looted Moss's corpse. Platinum bone ring. The second piece of a set. Combined with the necklace from the skeletal giant, the set bonus gave me a 2,000-point magic shield lasting 30 minutes. My HP hit 16,000 with the shield on top. I also got a B-rank sweep skill book, perfect for Ollie. The skill resets its cooldown every time it kills something. Combined with Ollie's 10,400 attack, he'd mow through armies without ever stopping. Human wave tactics are now officially a joke. And one more thing, a platinum bone elephant mount. Level 15 requirement, 80,000 HP, 80% movement speed. A bone elephant. As a mount. I can't ride it yet, but when I can, I'm showing up to every dungeon entrance on an undead elephant and daring someone to say something. The countdown was at 30 seconds. Frost was spreading across the ground. The temperature was approaching. Your bones literally freeze. Somewhere in the depths, a tier 4 Frost Sword Guard was waking up, angry and confused. I looked at Ollie in his gleaming chainmail, sword on his shoulder, 10,400 attack power humming through every fiber of his being. I looked at the approaching apocalyptic winter. I cracked my knuckles. Let's see who's stronger, a tier 4 Frost Sword Guard or a tier 4 Ollie. I already knew the answer, but it's polite to pretend there's suspense. I looked at my skill bar and realized something disturbing. Shield wall, shield block, shield bash, guardian. These are all tank skills. I'm a summoner with a tank's entire toolkit, a necromancer's army, and an immortality passive. Plus I can just summon 100 extra lives whenever I want. Am I becoming a final boss? I was genuinely starting to wonder if the dungeon monsters should be afraid of me. Clatter, clatter. I turned around. Aguay was running toward me carrying a chair. He'd ripped the spines out of a dozen tier 2 skeleton warriors and assembled them into a throne. Put it down in front of me. Gestured like a butler at a 5-star hotel. Please, master. Have a seat. I sat down. Rock solid. 10 spinal columns worth of structural integrity. Then Aguay pulled off his own cape and draped it over the seat as a cushion. Well done. Aguay danced with joy. Gaga. See, Aguay figured out the game. Ollie just evolved to tier 4 right in front of him. Aguay is still tier 3. The power gap between them went from big to Ollie could sneeze on me and I'd die. Aguay's survival strategy? Maximum bootlicking. Keep the master happy, get the next evolution. Simple skeleton economics. So there I sat, on a bone throne, in the middle of a nightmare dungeon, surrounded by tens of thousands of undead soldiers, getting a shoulder massage from my skeleton butler, looking like the final boss of a game that hasn't been released yet. If only I had some tea. The Frost Sword Guard apparently found this deeply offensive because the temperature dropped to -40. My breath was literally crystallizing. 3, 2, 1. Frost Sword Guard awakened. Portal closed. Invader, die. 50 meters away, the ground collapsed and a figure launched out like a missile. Before I could blink, a blue beam the width of a thumb shot straight at my face. -20,000. The number popped up above my head. 20,000 damage. From one shot. 15 meters behind me, a random skeleton archer spontaneously exploded into dust. All for one, saved my life. The lethal damage transferred to a nearby summon. If I hadn't had that talent, I would have been instantly deleted on the first attack. No warning. No cutscene. Just death. That coward just tried to snipe me. Ollie. Destroy him. Ollie was already moving. Sword drawn. Murder mode engaged. Someone attacked his master again. Last time it was Gold Fawn. This time it was a dead elf. The result would be the same. But this boss was different. Frost Sword Guard Leas. Tier 4 Commander. Level 20. 600,000 HP, 5,000 attack, 4,500 defense, 600,000 hit points. And the skill list was insane. Skill 1. Ice Beam. 20,000 magic damage, single target, 15-second cooldown. That's what almost killed me. Skill 2. Frost Slash. 6,000 magic AoE damage with slow effect. This is what hit Ollie and reduced his speed by 30%. Skill 3. Ice Armor. A 100,000 HP shield that freezes anyone nearby when broken. 3-second root. Skill 4. Shadow Dance. 80% evasion for 10 seconds. 80%. Skill 5. Bone Resurrection. Awakens 100,000 undead in the graveyard. Ollie charged in through the slow debuff. Berserker Charge. Charge Draw Slash. The bone greatsword screamed through the air, Leia's activated ice armor. Ollie's first hit shattered the shield for 50,000 damage, but the breaking ice froze him solid. The second swing of draw, slash went wide. Miss. First time. Ever. Something dodged Ollie's attack. Leia's had activated Shadow Dance the moment the ice broke. 80% evasion. He flickered sideways like a ghost. And Dark Scion, Leia's appeared several meters away, blue eyes glowing with surprise. I haven't seen a Dark Scion in 1,000 years. Ollie broke free from the ice and stared back. An elven shadow dancer. Oh, this just got interesting. Leia's was once an elf, specifically an elite shadow dancer. In elven society, you need to be level 60 minimum to qualify for that class. Master assassins, one-shot specialists, could take a general's head in the middle of an entire army. But there are no pushovers in direct combat either. When Shadow Dance activates, they can go toe-to-toe with orc berserkers. That dodge wasn't luck. It was 1,000 years of combat instinct packed into dead bones. Dark Scion versus Shadow Dancer. Both tier 4. Both built for combat. Both looking at each other with the kind of respect you only give to an opponent who might actually be dangerous. I leaned back in my bone throne. Aguay paused his shoulder massage. For the first time since I started playing this game, a fight that might actually be interesting. Ollie went in first. Triple slash. 2 basics. Sweep. Miss. 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 Every single attack whiffed. Shadow Dance is 80% evasion. Leia's was basically a hologram. Ollie was swinging a greatsword at smoke. Then Leia's casually fired back. Ice Beam, minus 20,000. Frost Slash incoming. But Ollie used back jump to dodge the slash. Then countered with Death Sentence Sword Chi. Minus 60,000. 26,000 healed. Death Sentence ignores evasion. It's magic percentage damage. You can dance all you want. 10% of your max HP is getting deleted regardless. And Ollie healed back to full instantly. This became the pattern for 2 straight minutes. Leia's would poke Ollie with ice beams. Ollie would eat the damage, wait for Death Sentence cooldown, and heal everything back. Meanwhile, whenever Ollie used Berserker Charge, Leia's would pop ice armor, freeze Ollie, then Shadow Dance away. It was the most careful, tactical fight I'd ever watched. But here's the funny part. The boss was the one playing defensive. Leia's was timing every skill around Ollie's cooldowns. Wouldn't use ice armor unless Ollie charged. Wouldn't use Shadow Dance unless Ollie swung. A tier, for a hidden boss of a nightmare dungeon, was scared of my summon. Who's the boss here exactly? 2 minutes in. Ollie's still full HP. Leia's down to 380,000. At this rate, 5 more minutes, and he's done. But Leia's was smart. Too smart. He had a plan. The fight started drifting toward me. Slowly. Subtly. I noticed immediately. Decapitation strategy. Kill the summoner. Summons disappear automatically. Classic. Oh? You're coming for me. I looked at my 8,000 undead bodyguards. My immortality passive. My 16,000 HP plus 2,000 shield. My full set of tank skills. You picked the wrong soft target, buddy. Here's what happened next. Ollie charged. Leia's triggered ice armor. Ollie's first hit shattered it. Freeze effect locked Ollie in place. Normally Leia's would follow up with Frost Slash on Ollie. Not this time. Leia's spun toward me and fired Ice Beam at my face. Minus 20,000. A skeleton behind me popped. All for One saved me again. I tilted my head and smiled. That all you got? Of course not. Frost Slash. Blue sword energy racing toward me. Minus 6,000. Ate my shield. HP dropped to 12,000. Leia's paused, visibly confused. A summoner with 18,000 effective HP? Full stamina build doesn't even reach that. What kind of mage has this much health? The kind that cheats, Bone Boy. While Leia's was buffering, I stood up from my throne. Picked up Ollie's shield from the ground. Yes, it was on the ground, obviously, and activated Berserker Charge. A summoner. Charging a tier 4 boss. With a shield. I slammed into Leia's at full speed. Shield uppercut straight to the jaw. Shield bash. Minus 500. Damage? Pathetic. But that wasn't the point. 2-second stun. Shield mastery passive. 30% defense when wielding a shield, 15% block chance, and double aggro generation. I was a fully functional tank now. A summoner cosplaying as a shield warrior, and doing it well. Ollie broke free from the freeze at that exact moment. I used Guardian to teleport next to him. Triple slash while Leia's was stunned. No shadow dance. No evasion. Can't dodge when you're unconscious. Minus 78,700. Minus 79,800. Minus 80,230. 240,000 damage. In one combo, Leia's dropped to 120,000 HP. Stun was about to wear off. I threw the shield away, opened my hand, and grabbed the boss's skull with my bare fingers. Skull Crusher, a martial arts technique from Fist Mastery passive. Unarmed attack forces a 2-second hard crowd control. Works on anything. 5-minute cooldown per target. I held this tier 4 boss's head in my palm like a basketball and squeezed. Move. Go ahead. Try. Thought you'd assassinate the summoner. Huh. Thought you were clever? Kneel. The second the stun wore off, I grabbed the shield again and smashed it into his forehead. Shield bash. Another 2-second stun. This boss was getting crowd-controlled more than a training dummy. Leia's was having an existential crisis. This is a summoner? Shield skills? Tank abilities? Bare-handed grappling techniques? What class is this person? While his brain was short-circuiting, Ollie and I both fired Death Sentence Sword Chi simultaneously. Minus 60,000. Minus 60,000. 120,000 HP, remaining equals 0. Account closed. Enough. Leia's exploded with energy, blasting both of us backwards. Above his head, a fist-sized, perfectly translucent white orb materialized. Bone Pearl, auxiliary item. Quality. Epic. My eyes nearly fell out of my skull. Epic. Tier. Item. I've seen white tier garbage. Black iron. Bronze. Silver. Gold. Platinum. But epic? That's 2 tiers below mythical. That's the kind of item that starts wars between guilds. I need that pearl. Leia's held the bone pearl above his head, raging. You ants have ruined Lord Pierre's perfect plan. Unforgivable. Sleeping dead of this graveyard, awaken. Crush everything before you. Skill 5 activated. 100,000 undead rising from the ground. He's summoning an army. I have an army. I looked at Aguay. Aguay looked at me. We both looked at the ground, which was starting to crack open with skeletal hands reaching out. Necromancer versus Necromancer. This is going to be disgusting, and I am here for it. The ground ripped open. Skeletons poured out like cockroaches when you turn the lights on. 10,000. Then more. And more. 100,000 undead soldiers crawling out of the earth, surrounding me from every direction. Leia's was floating above it all, smirking. Pathetic summoner. I'll rip your skin off and use it as a seat cushion. Dude. What is it with dungeon bosses and furniture-based threats? Gold Fong wanted to burn my soul. This guy wants to upholster with it. The farce is over. Bone Legion. Exterminate the invaders. Meanwhile, the Bone Pearl was healing him at 1% per second. 100,000 skeletons between us, and he's regenerating behind them like a coward hiding behind a crowd at a concert. I looked around. Skeleton eyes glowing blue everywhere. Empty eye sockets as far as I could see. 10 of these. Creepy. 100,000? The scariest thing I've ever witnessed. I cracked my wrists, sat back down on my bone throne, and crossed my legs. Ollie, handle it. See? Leia's made a critical miscalculation. Against Ollie one-on-one, he could dodge, kite, and play defense. That fight was annoying. But surrounding Ollie with 100,000 weak enemies? You just gave my greatsword-wielding murder machine unlimited sweep resets. Sweep. 100% attack damage to everything in front. Cooldown resets on kill. Ollie lifted the bone greatsword parallel to the ground. Stepped forward. Swung. Minus 85,000. Minus 86,400. Minus 159,800 crit. Everything in 2 meters. Vaporized. Cooldown reset. Step. Swing. Reset. Step. Swing. Reset. Ollie walked through 100,000 skeletons like a lawnmower through dandelions. Not running. Not rushing. Just walking. Casually. Each step left a vacuum of empty space where dozens of undead used to exist. 12 seconds. That's how long it took to reach Leia's through 100,000 bodies. Leia's was still regenerating. Got back up to 230,000 HP. Felt good about himself for maybe 1 second. Death Sentence Sword Chi. Minus 60,000. Ollie didn't even look. Swung sweep to the left. Killed more skeletons. Reset Death Sentence cooldown. Fired again. minus 60,000. Reset. Again. Minus 60,000. Reset. Minus 60,000. For death sentences in about 8 seconds. 240,000 damage. Leia's carefully regenerated health bar got emptied like a bathtub with no plug. Impossible. I am Lord Pierre's greatest servant. I am the strongest sword guard. Strongest? Ali's eyes flickered with contempt. The tone was unmistakable. I lost to Arthur of the Lionheart Blade at MY Peak. You think an elf who never even mastered the Massacre Waltz deserves to call herself the strongest? Frog in a well. Leia's died on his knees. Angry. Humiliated. Defeated by a summon who genuinely considered him below average. The bone pearl dropped. Every skeleton in the graveyard instantly collapsed into lifeless bones. Only got credit for 3,720 kills. The rest weren't worth experience since they died from losing the pearl's power, not from combat. Shame. That was potentially massive EXP. But whatever. Look at this loot. Leia's gave me 5,000 evolution points, and the boss dropped 3 items. First, the bone pearl itself. Epic tier auxiliary equipment. Requirement. Undead creature only. It absorbs undead life essence, and at 100% energy, it lets the wearer learn undead skills. Currently at 60%. What the? This is epic tier? The stats were weird. I can't even wear it. But Aguay can. Aguay. Lucky day. I tossed him the pearl. Learn magic skills. No melee. Ali's got enough swords for everyone. Aguay clutched the pearl like a child receiving his first Christmas present, nodding so hard his skull nearly flew off. Second drop. Frost Cloak. Platinum tier. 25 strength, 30 agility, 3% evasion, 8% movement speed. I threw it on immediately. Blue cape billowing behind me. I looked mysterious. I looked powerful. I looked like a protagonist. Did I care about the stats? Sure. But more importantly, I looked cool. Stats are temporary. Drip is forever. Third drop. Blizzard S rank. Mage exclusive. Level 30 requirement. Creates a massive 30 by 30 meter snowstorm for 6 seconds, dealing 2,200% magic damage per second with a chance to freeze targets. Frozen targets take double damage. 20-second cooldown. Worth 50 million yuan minimum on the auction market. Can't use it yet. Can't learn it until level 30, and it's mage only. I'll hold on to it. Maybe trade for something I need. If not, cash it out later. I chose not to hide my name on the completion announcement. Why would I? The nation rewards strength. If the leaders of this country couldn't recognize talent, they wouldn't have built the strongest civilization on the planet. Hey, trash tier summoner, just solo cleared a nightmare dungeon's hidden boss. Let them see. Outside, Tianing was chatting with a 50-year-old man, Professor Ching Feng from Kyoto University. Level 55. Class, Street Fighter. An actual college professor whose job title is Street Fighter. This world is insane. The professor was getting antsy. How long has it been? The kid's still in there? The 7th Regiment keeps calling me to go suppress a bug hive rebellion. He came all this way to recruit me, and I was in there taking my sweet time killing hidden bosses and trying on capes. Level 15 now. Frost Cloak equipped. Bone Throne energy. 2 summoned beasts. An army of undead. An epic tier item on my skeleton butler. Time to step outside and break some more brains. While I was inside having the time of my life, a whole drama was unfolding at the dungeon entrance. Professor Chung Feng, level 55 Street Fighter from Kyoto University, the most elite school in the country, was standing there getting impatient. Tianing had begged him to come recruit me, but 40 minutes in a nightmare dungeon with no results was testing the old man's patience. He had bug hive rebellions to suppress. A whole army regiment was calling him. Teacher, I know you're anxious, but please don't be anxious. It's only been 40 minutes. Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard has 8 attack waves. He probably hasn't even seen the boss yet. Then some guy in a green robe came speed-walking over. Professor Chung, it's really you. I'm Qin Ming, Vice President of Dawn Sword Guild. We met last year. The professor replied with the enthusiasm of someone being handed a parking ticket. 1 syllable. That's what you get when you're a level 55 Street Fighter who only respects the heads of top guilds. Everyone else is background noise. Qin Ming started his sales pitch immediately. He had 5 S-rank talents behind him, the same elite squad that just failed Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard. and he wanted all 5 of them admitted to Kyoto University on scholarship. This is Xiaobin. S rank offensive talent. 1A rank, 2B rank, for C rank skills. Full gold equipment. Xiaobin puffed up his chest like a rooster at a beauty pageant. He was thinking about how he heroically held off the skeletal giant for 10 whole seconds. How under his brilliant tactical command, the team killed it in 7 minutes. How if only his teammates weren't holding him back, he could have totally challenged Masa. 7 minutes to kill the skeletal giant. Ali killed it in 15 seconds. But nobody here knows that yet. The vice president kept going. They first cleared Nightmare Goblin Forest last month. They just killed the skeletal giant in Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard. 5 S-rank talents. 1,000-man roster couldn't match them. Each one received 10 million yuan in development funding. 10 million per person. 50 million total. On 5 teenagers with gold gear and big dreams. Tianing nodded politely. Impressive. No other guild has cleared a nightmare dungeon this year. Professor Chung glanced at the 5 prodigies, gave them a full 0.3 seconds of visual evaluation, and said, decent. 1 word. Decent. Not impressive. Not excellent. Decent. Chen Ming's face crumbled. Xiaobin's proud rooster energy deflated into wet chicken energy. His expression screamed, decent? S-rank talent. Gold gear. 7 combat skills. First nightmare clear in the city. And I get decent. He crossed his arms and stared at the dungeon entrance. Fine. Let's see who comes out of there that's better than me. These losers? Please. Beautiful. Thank you for setting this up, universe. Congratulations to Lin Yuan's party for conquering Nightmare Difficulty Skeleton Graveyard. Time, 43 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan's party for conquering Nightmare Difficulty Skeleton Graveyard. Time, 43 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan's party for conquering Nightmare Difficulty Skeleton Graveyard. Time, 43 minutes. I walked out of the portal. Then the bonus announcements hit. Perfect clear achieved. Derivative Dungeon, Bone Warhorse Training Ground has appeared. Congratulations on achieving 2 Nightmare Difficulty Perfect Clears. Title earned. Nightmare Conqueror. Nightmare Conqueror Lin Yuan has entered the area. Let US cheer for them. The system literally told 2,000 people to clap for me. That's not an announcement. That's a hype introduction. The dungeon became my personal MC. Dead silence. 2,000 professionals standing around the entrance. Not one sound. Not a breath. Not a whisper. Then the dam broke. What? 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 Someone SOL'd Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard. Who is this Lin Yuan? The night bro from earlier. The one who told me about black passes was losing his mind. That's the guy? The one with the solo nightmare pass. The mystery man. Xiaobin's arms slowly uncrossed. His proud expression dissolved like sugar in boiling water. He'd spent 10 million yuan, trained for months, and his elite squad barely survived the 5th wave before retreating. I cleared all 8 waves, killed the hidden boss, earned a title, and unlocked a derivative dungeon. Alone. In 43 minutes. While he was standing outside bragging about killing 1 mini-boss in 7 minutes. The vice president's sales pitch about his unmatched prodigies was still hanging in the air like a fart in an elevator. Professor Chung Feng's lips curved into a smile for the first time since arriving. Decent was for the 5-man S-rank squad. I wonder what word he has for me. Xiaobin's face when the announcement hit? I wish I had a screenshot. The guy was standing there with his arms crossed like a peacock at a talent show, mentally rehearsing his acceptance speech for Kyoto University. Then my name came blaring across the sky 3 times, and his entire identity collapsed. His vice president tried to comfort the squad. Don't compare yourselves to monsters. Some people are just born different. Then he herded his shell-shocked prodigies away like a sad field trip. Meanwhile, that night bro from the queue, the F-rank guy who just wanted to reach level 20 and become a security guard. He quietly took screenshots of every announcement and uploaded them to the professional forum under Sun Tzu's original post. The one titled, Strongest Summoner in History, Fight Me. The post that had 99% of commenters calling it fake. Photoshopped pass LOL. No summoner has ever passed level 20. Delete this. At Tianfeng City Association, someone's forging nightmare passes. OP is brain dead. Confirmed. Night Bro dropped the receipts without a word and went back to grinding normal difficulty. No drama. No bragging. Just facts. I respect that man deeply. Now, the important part. Professor Chung Feng, the level 55 street fighter who'd been standing around looking bored while a guild vice president begged him to notice 5 S-rank prodigies, vanished the instant my announcement played. 1 second he was there. Next second, gone. Teleported to me like I was a limited-time sale. You're Lin Yuan, and you are Chung Feng, professor at Kyoto University's Combat Department. Professor Chung, what an honor. Your reputation precedes you. I've heard so much about you. Complete lies. I'd never heard of this man in my life. 3 seconds ago, I asked who he was. But flattery is a universal language. I'm here to offer you direct admission to Kyoto University. Oh, I'll think about it. His face twitched. Nobody says, I'll think about it, to Kyoto University. It's the best school in the country. Top resources, top teachers, top dungeons. Saying, I'll think about it, to Kyoto is like saying, I'll think about it, to winning the lottery. He started listing benefits like a car salesman sensing a customer walking away. SS rank seed treatment. 60 million yuan annual scholarship. A second advancement professional as your personal mentor. 4 elite teammates assigned to you. You won't find this deal anywhere, night and day from how he treated the Dawn Sword Squad. For them, 1 syllable. For me, a full infomercial. That's very generous, I said, keeping my face neutral. But here's the thing. Professor Zhang from Magic City University and Professor Wang from Demon Suppression University already contacted me. They offered SSS rank seed treatment. I watched Chung Feng's expression go through 5 stages of grief in 2 seconds. Then he stopped, squinted, and started laughing. You little punk, I know every professor at both those universities. There is no Professor Zhang or Professor Wang who can offer SSS rank treatment. That authority requires vice principal level minimum. You just made them up. Busted. Completely busted. My beautiful bluff crumbled in 3 seconds flat. In my defense, I didn't expect him to personally know every professor at every rival school. Did I panic? No. I shrugged. Really? Oh no. Then I must have been scammed. Those terrible fraudsters. How dare they deceive an innocent student like me? I put on my most outraged face. Chung Feng stared at me with the expression of a man who simultaneously wanted to punch me and adopt me. If anyone else tried that on me, I'd have put my fist through their face. Fair. But I'm not anyone else. I'm the Nightmare Conqueror. The only person under level 60 with that title in the entire country. The other 2 holders are about to hit 3rd advancement. I'm level 15. He needed me way more than I needed him, and we both knew it. Look, he said, visibly restraining himself. Given your special circumstances, I can go back and ask the dean to bump your package even higher. Translation, I win. Negotiation successful. Prices going up. All I had to do was lie badly enough to get caught, and then play the victim. Oldest trick in the book. Works every time. Sorry, professor. Nothing personal. I grew up on welfare. Bargaining is in my blood. Let's talk somewhere private, Professor Chung said, trying to regain his dignity after I just lied to his face and got caught in 4 seconds. Tianing waved us toward his car. I waved back. No need. I have my own ride. I pulled out the bone elephant reins. 3 meters tall, 7 meters long. A skeletal elephant materialized out of thin air in the middle of a crowd of 2,000 professionals. I hopped on its back like mounting a bicycle. So, where are we going? Chung Feng, speechless. Tianing, speechless. 2,000 surrounding professionals, absolute pandemonium. People were shoving and climbing over each other to see the bone elephant up close. Someone almost started a stampede. The irony of an undead mount nearly causing human casualties was not lost on me. I had to dismiss it. Not because I wanted to, because public safety demanded it. Apparently, cool and responsible are sometimes mutually exclusive. We got in Tian's boring normal car. While riding, I pulled out my phone and started browsing the professional forum. It was already exploding with posts about me. Shocking. Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard soloed by a summoner. Epic tier mount spotted at Skeleton Graveyard. Photos inside. Strongest summoner in history. Can he break the level 20 curse? Then I found Sun Tzu's original post. Strongest summoner in history. Fight me. The comment section had 10,000 replies, 99% calling it fake. Photoshopped pass. Summoners can't even reach level 20. At association, please ban this fraud. Beautiful. But the Night Bro had quietly dropped his screenshots of my completion announcement and the Nightmare Conqueror title. No caption needed. Just facts meeting faces. I scrolled to the photo Sun Tzu posted, my side profile, holding up the black pass at the dungeon entrance. I looked incredible. The frost cloak billowing. The mysterious half-face angle. Pure cinema. I liked the post. Then wrote a comment. Wow, so handsome. This is the strongest summoner? Well deserved. I'm in love. Then I checked who posted it. Lin Ji's thigh accessory, Sun Tzu. That color-chasing traitor. But since everything he wrote was factually accurate, I'll forgive him. I put down my phone, not realizing Professor Chung had been watching me like my post from the back seat the entire time. His face said, "You are a demon in human skin," but it also gave him intelligence. He now knew exactly what I wanted. Lin Yuan. Join Kyoto University. All previous benefits stay. Plus, I'll make you the freshman representative. Freshman representative? Opening ceremony. Live broadcast. You walk on stage. Give a speech. 30 seconds. Say whatever you want. In front of the entire incoming class and national audience. He paused for effect. You can flex as hard as you want. Tian's knuckles went white on the steering wheel. He was thinking, this old man figured out Lin Yuan's weakness in under 5 minutes. He's offering a nationally televised platform for showing off. That's genius. That's evil. That's exactly what Lin Yuan wants. 30 seconds on a national stage. Saying whatever I want. With the title, Nightmare Conqueror, attached to my name. My mouth went dry. My heart rate spiked. This was the greatest bribe anyone had ever offered me. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? I was actually considering it when his phone rang. Chung Feng, where the hell are you? I'll burn your house down. It was some military general. Apparently Hive Fortresses 1 through 10 were all rioting simultaneously. Every single bug stronghold needed reinforcements. The professor was being deployed to the front lines immediately. He hung up. Face went serious instantly. Front line emergency. I have to go now. You have 2 months until the college entrance exam. Think about it. Tell Tian Yi when you decide. He turned to Tian Yi. Things are unstable. Protect him. Then he opened the car door and jumped out. While we were driving at highway speed. Just, door open, professor gone. He hit the ground, changed direction mid-stride, and vanished like a ninja with a tenure. He's always been like that, Tian Yi said calmly. Kind of impulsive. Kind of? Tian Yi dropped me off at my villa. As he was about to leave, I stopped him. Captain Tian, take this. I held out one of the skeleton horse reins. Amount. Worth millions at auction. I can't accept that. It's too valuable. Take it. If you hadn't called Professor Chung, he wouldn't have come. I owe you for that. And if you ever need help, just ask. He hesitated. I pushed harder. Those who carry firewood for others should not be left to freeze in the wilderness. If good deeds aren't rewarded, who will do good deeds? Then I casually shook the bone elephant reins in my other hand. Besides, I have a bone elephant. A skeleton horse is basically a downgrade for me. Accidental flex. Totally unintentional. Couldn't help it. The words just came out. Tian Yi laughed, shook his head, and took the reins. You little punk. 2 days ago, I was an orphan eating 23 yuan buffets with a student discount. Today I'm handing out platinum mounts like party favors and negotiating scholarship packages with nationally ranked professors. Life comes at you fast when you have cheats. Tian Yi warned me things might get sketchy in the city soon. Dark organizations, doomsday cults, power-hungry maniacs trying to build empires with professional slaves. Standard apocalypse stuff. He told me to stay safe, then left. I decided to explore my new neighborhood. Dragon Tripod Villa District is nice. Pristine landscaping, top-tier facilities, and a lake stocked with dozens of fish species and actual swans. Rich people really do live different. By the lake, a few guys were fishing and gossiping. I caught some of their conversation while walking past. Did you see the forum? Someone soloed Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard. Which guild's raid team? No guild. One person. A solo player. A young guy with bleached yellow hair nearly dropped his rod. Single player? My Soaring Dragon guild wants him. The middle-aged guy in blue shut him down instantly. Chui Xianglong. Your little guild can't handle the real dragon. Chung Feng from Kyoto University already got to him. Your guild is Tianfeng's #1. Sure, but compared to Kyoto University? Please. The yellow-haired dude, apparently Chui Xianglong, level 46 fighter and guild master of the top guild in Tianfeng City, sulked and cast his line into the lake dramatically. The blue-shirt guy? That was Lin Yuan, as in, the president of the professional association. The guy who controls 30% of my iron mine, just casually fishing at the lake in my neighborhood. These people are my neighbors. I live next to the city's most powerful people now. 2 days ago, my neighbors were cockroaches. Anyway, I spotted all those fish and swans in the lake and had an immediate thought: lunch. I went back to the villa, grabbed charcoal and barbecue supplies, then returned with Ollie and Aguay. Ollie, get me 2 fat ones. I pointed at the swans. Aguay, catch some fish. Ollie walked into the swan flock like death approaching a buffet, grabbed 2 of the fattest birds and brought them back without a word. Efficient, professional, terrifying. Then I looked at the swans and realized I have absolutely no idea how to cook these. I looked at Ollie. He crossed his arms and shook his head. He can kill anything that moves. He can play violin concertos. But cooking? Beneath him, his noble hands only touch swords and musical instruments. You pretentious, fine. I called Sun Tzu. Get to the lake by the villas. I got 2 big geese. We're grilling. Geese? I'm on my way. From his end of the phone, I heard him making excuses to his female teammates. Sorry, ladies, gotta go? My bro needs me. It's not that I can't last longer. I genuinely have stuff to do. Next time I'll go all day and make all 4 of you happy. This guy. Every sentence sounds like he's leaving a massage parlor. If you didn't know he was dungeon grinding with female teammates, you'd think he was running an escort service. 20 minutes later, Sun Tzu showed up with bags of spices and a portable stove with a full iron wok and kitchen utensils already packed inside. You came prepared. Cooking is my hobby. The second it becomes a job, the magic dies. Right now I cook what I want. If I became a professional chef class, I'd be cooking for other people. Where's the fun in that? Can't argue with that philosophy. He had 1 swan. I mean, goose that I definitely bought from a store, cleaned and chopped in minutes. Into the pot it went. The second one got prepped for roasting. 1 goose, 2 ways. Iron pot stew and roasted. The smell was so good I nearly ascended to heaven right there by the lake. Then I remembered, where's Aguay? I sent him to catch fish almost an hour ago. Buying fish at a market would have been faster. I looked around and spotted him, sitting between the fishermen, with a fishing rod. Fishing. My skeleton necromancer. My tier 3 undead mage. Commander of thousands. Was sitting on a bucket between the city's guild masters and association president, holding a tiny fishing rod, going J-I-J every 30 seconds. No wonder he hadn't caught anything. What fish is going to bite when there's a cackling skeleton sitting right there radiating death energy? I sent him for fast food and he joined a hobby group. Ollie plays violin. Aguay fishes. I'm starting to think my summoned beasts have better work-life balance than I do. While Aguay was fishing with the locals, those locals were having a very interesting conversation about me. Not that I knew at the time. The yellow-haired guy? Chui Xianglong. Level 46. Guild Master of the Soaring Dragon Guild. The #1 guild in Tianfeng City. The blue-shirt middle-aged dude? Lin Yuan. President of the Professional Association. The old man in a security guard uniform? Oh, just Mu Tianqing. Level 60 Holy Paladin. Guild Master of the Invincible Guild, the most powerful guild in the entire nation. 1 step away from becoming the first 3rd advancement professional on the planet. He looks like an old man because 3 months ago, while clearing a level 60 nightmare dungeon with 25 of the country's strongest fighters, the final boss, a tier 6 Lich Lord, cursed him with permanent aging right before dying. The Lich fused its soul container into Mu Tianqing's body. If Mu Tianqing breaks the curse, he becomes the world's first 3rd advancement professional. If he dies first, the Lich resurrects using his body. The fate of the planet is literally tied to this dude in a security guard costume sitting by My Lake catching fish. These 3 absolute titans were casually discussing whether to recruit me while watching my skeleton fish. That summoner who soloed Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard. It's the owner of this little skeleton here, Lin Yuan said, pointing at Aguay. Chui Xianglong shot to his feet. A summoner did that? I want him in my guild. Your guild can't handle a real dragon, Xianglong. Mu Tianqing said he'd need to meet me personally. Makes sense. The Invincible Guild holds national secrets. Can't just recruit anyone. Bad character means bad news. And that's when I came walking over. Sleeves rolled up. Zero idea who these people were. Agui, I sent you for fish. You've been sitting here for an hour. I crouched down and checked his bucket. Empty. Completely empty. You got skunked? Something about the word, skunked, visibly wounded Aguay's soul. His eye flames flickered like I'd slapped him. In that moment, he made a silent skeletal vow. Never again would he return empty-handed. This was his fishing origin story. 1 hour. 0 fish. You could have walked to a market and back 3 times. I sighed. Come on, stop bothering these gentlemen. Grandfathers. I called Mu Tianxing grandfather. He's 36. He just looks ancient because of the Lich curse. I basically called the strongest man in the country an old geezer to his face. We walked back to the cooking station. Behind us, Lin Yuan nudged Mu Tianxing. So? Thoughts? We barely exchanged 2 words. How would I know anything? Mu Tianxing grabbed his fish bucket. He wanted fish, right? I'll bring him some. Cui Xianglong grabbed his 2 fish and followed. They walked past the swan flock and Lin Yuan paused, frowning. The swans seem stressed today. Are they in mating season? No, sir. They're mourning the 2 fattest members of their community who were kidnapped by a suit of chainmail armor 30 minutes ago. But you don't need to know that. Back at camp, I was lamenting the fish situation. Aguay's useless. No fish today. Just goose. Sun Tzu had already prepped everything. Iron pot stew and a roast goose. The smell was so good it could have ended wars. When he lifted the lid, the aroma hit me like a physical force. I grabbed a drumstick. Bit down. The meat was firm, tender, perfectly seasoned. Even the bones tasted good after you cracked them open. Incredible. Then Cui Xianglong appeared, sniffing the air like a cartoon character floating toward a pie. Smells amazing. Mind if we join? I looked at the 3 strangers, a guy with yellow hair, a middle-aged dude, and a security guard grandpa. No idea they collectively controlled the city's top guild, the professional association, and the nation's strongest organization. Sure, the more the merrier. Grab some chopsticks. Mu Tianxing set down his fish. I heard you wanted fish. Here, take mine. Perfect. Sun Tzu's eyes lit up and he had them skewered and roasting within seconds. The goose disappeared fast with 6 people eating. Sun Tzu brought out the roast goose. Golden, crispy skin that crunched when you bit it. Everyone gave thumbs up. Lin Yuan ate half a roast goose by himself, burped with satisfaction, and asked the fatal question, where did you buy these geese? The flavor is excellent. I looked at the lake. I looked at the swans on the lake. I looked back at Lin Yuan. A store. Definitely a store. Very far away. You wouldn't know it. Somewhere on that lake, the remaining swans huddled closer together. Cui Xianglong popped the last goose wing into his mouth, chewed twice, then casually dropped a bomb. Hey Lin Yuan, doesn't this goose taste suspiciously like your pet swans? Lin Yuan's brain connected the dots. His face went white. My babies. He sprinted to the swan flock. Came back 2 minutes later. Sat down. Said nothing. Face. Dark enough to block sunlight. He wanted to explode. But he couldn't. Because he ate the most. Half a roast goose. His own beloved pet swan. Seasoned with secret spices and consumed with enthusiasm. Sun Tzu and I kept our heads down and focused extremely hard on our fish. We hadn't touched the goose since these 3 sat down. Plausible deniability, maximum. Mu Tianxing was laughing. You 2 didn't know those swans belonged to the association president. I looked up with the most innocent face I've ever produced. Sir, what swans? Those were geese. From a market. Very far away. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and HMPH'd so hard I felt the air pressure change. Fine. Geese then. Mu Tianxing chuckled. You little fox. Then he introduced everyone properly. Lin Yuan, association president. Cui Xianglong, soaring dragon guild master. Both on page 1 of the professional forums, Tianfeng City Power Rankings. Sun Tzu and I already knew. We're not blind. But I put on my best starstruck performance anyway. What? The legendary President Lin and Guild Master Cui. What an honor. Your reputations are like thunder in my ears, Sun Tzu added. Such handsome and talented gentlemen. All 3 men went silent. That compliment is supposed to flow downward, from elders to juniors. We said their lines. Now they had nothing to say back. Social checkmate. Then Mu Tianxing pointed at himself. I'm Tianqing, Guild Master of the Invincible Guild. He paused dramatically, waiting for gasps. Waiting for all. Waiting for. I cleaned my ear with my pinky. Invincible Guild? Never heard of it. This was genuine, by the way. Invincible Guild operates at such a high level that nobody at my school ever mentioned it. But from my perspective, an old man in a security guard uniform claiming to run a guild called Invincible is not convincing. Sun Tzu squinted at Tianqing's security guard outfit. Grandpa, is the Invincible Guild in the security guard industry? Tianqing nearly choked on his own spit. I'm in disguise. My safety is critical to the entire planet. Sure, Grandpa. Whatever you say. Then Lin Yuan explained the truth. Tianqing, level 60 Holy Paladin, strongest human on the planet. Aging curse from a tier 6 Lich Lord who fused its soul container into his body during a 25-man nightmare raid. If he breaks the curse, he becomes the world's first third advancement professional. If he dies, the Lich resurrects through his corpse. He's hiding in Tianfeng City because there's a dungeon here that slows the curse. The security guard Grandpa is literally the most important person on Earth. Sun Tzu and I stood up and bowed simultaneously. Greetings, Sir. Humph, he preened slightly. Before my curse, you two wouldn't even qualify to breathe in my direction. He glanced at Ollie standing behind me like a steel statue, and his eyes sharpened. 4-tier summon. Now he understood why Professor Chung offered SS rank treatment. With a tier 4 summon, the level 20 advancement quest is a joke. I might become the first summoner in history to clear it. Tianqing reached into his pocket and tossed me a bracelet engraved with the character Invincible, membership token for the Invincible Guild. Keep it until college entrance exams. If it's still on your wrist after the exam, you get an S-rank skill book and a full platinum equipment set. Why after the exam? Someone gonna steal it. Cui Xianglong explained with envy dripping from every word. Invincible means peerless under heaven. Every member must be the absolute peak of their generation. The college entrance exam is your proving ground. Take first place. Beat every professional on the entire planet in your age group. Earn the title, Peerless, he sighed. He and Tianqing were from the same generation. Back then, everyone lived under Tianqing's shadow. The man earned the name, Light of Heaven, the holy guardian who shatters darkness. And now this legend had just handed his guild token to a 2-day-old summoner. Peerless under heaven, I repeated, rolling the words around. I like it. I'll take first place. Consider it reserved. Not for the S-rank skill. Not for the platinum gear. I just want that title. Peerless under heaven. That's the kind of name that makes people shut up when you walk into a room. Confident, aren't you? Tianqing smiled. Fair warning, solo queue only. Perfect. I wasn't planning on bringing teammates anyway. Teammates? What for? Babysitting. Unless they can possess Ali's body like Sun Tzu, they're just liabilities. I heard someone in Mountain River City already hit level 18, Tianqing added. Might reach level 20 within a month. Could complete their first advancement before the exam. First advancement before the exam? Please. Give me a few more nightmare dungeons, and I'll be there in a week. The 3 legends stood up and left. Lin Yuan shot me one final death glare on the way out. Don't touch my swans. Safe travels, distinguished seniors. I waved with my most angelic smile. The second they were gone, Sun Tzu shoved his phone in my face. Elden G. Look, on screen, articles about Tianqing. Invincible Guild Master. Humanity's strongest holy paladin. Light of heaven. The sacred guardian who shatters darkness. Sun Tzu played a video clip. A golden-armored knight floating in the sky, radiating holy light. Opposite him, 30,000 gargoyles blackening the heavens like a living eclipse. Darkness consuming everything. The knight swung once. The entire sky cleared. 30,000 monsters. One hit. Gone. Sunlight returned. That old man in the security guard costume just gave me his guild's membership token. And I called him Grandpa and fed him his neighbor's pet swan. My life is getting weirder by the hour, and I am loving it. I spent my evolution points on Aguay, and wow. My little skeleton went from a skinny spellcaster to a full-on tier 4 bone knight. He got shiny glowing bones. A blue skeleton horse appeared out of nowhere, and he just climbed on it looking absolutely legendary. I was honestly impressed with myself. The only problem? His skills are kind of trash for what I need. He has Hellfire which boosts spell damage. Great idea, except Aguay has 0 attack spells. It's like giving a fish a bicycle. At least Death Grip can yank enemies over and stun them for 3 seconds, which is something. I told Aguay to go pick a room and please, for the love of everything, stop laughing at night. That creepy cackle would give anyone a heart attack. Then I found out Aguay picked his room based entirely on the fact that it had 3 fishing rods inside. This skeleton has his priorities straight. So at 8 p.m. this guy sneaks off to the lake alone to night fish. And starts cackling so loud he scared all the swans half to death. Mu Tianxing was on night duty watching dance videos when the horrible laughing nearly killed him too. He came over to drag Aguay away, touched his shoulder, and accidentally donated some of his cursed energy straight into Aguay's body. Then Aguay casually pulled out an epic tier white bone pearl like it was nothing. Mu Tianxing, who has been dungeon crawling for years and only owns 1 epic item, absolutely lost his mind looking at this 15-level skeleton. They made a deal. Mu Tianxing dumps his curse energy into Aguay, and Aguay gets unlimited fishing privileges. Aguay said, "Gaga," and shook his skull. Deal sealed. The energy hit 100% and my boy is about to learn a brand new undead skill. Best fishing trip ever. So last night, Mu Tianxing touched Aguay's shoulder and accidentally dumped 1/10 of his death curse energy into the white bone pearl. Just 1/10. That already filled it up 40%. When they disconnected, Mu Tianxing literally looked 7 to 8 years younger. The man was so happy he immediately called some woman named Luo Yushang and told her to drop everything and become mayor of Tianfeng City, just to babysit my skeleton. A vice guild master. As a babysitter. For my fishing skeleton. Incredible. Meanwhile, Aguay was just sitting there zoning out, but actually he was thinking hard about what cool spell to learn. I told him I wanted something magical and flashy, and this little genius delivered beyond my wildest dreams. White Bone Throne. A literal floating skeleton throne that blasts everything in range and can stack damage infinitely the longer it charges. Oh, and I can SIT on it. My boy got me a royal throne. I almost cried. Next morning, Sun Tzu showed up with breakfast and news that school wanted to hire a combat instructor. The moment I heard, instructor fee is not cheap, I called the principal immediately. Principal Chun, I know a master-level instructor. We'll work at senior-level prices. Trust me, Sun Tzu lost his mind when I summoned Ali, standing there in silver armor, holding his violin like an absolute painting come to life. Bro, he'll kill us in 1 hit, Sun Tzu said, sweating. Relax, I said. He'll control his strength. Worst case, just a few broken bones. Sun Tzu did not look comforted. We were walking to school, literally 1 kilometer away, when the sky suddenly went dark. A giant zombie statue dropped from the sky 100 meters in front of us. Its eyes lit up blood red, covering 5 kilometers in creepy light, making the most horrible grinding teeth sound I've ever heard. And then a purple portal just sucked us both in. No warning. No tutorial. Just gone. Back in the city, every alarm went off at once. Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Level 10 to 20. 25-person limit. 2 players already trapped inside. 2 hours to clear it before the monsters break free into the city. Those 2 players were obviously me and Sun Tzu. We really just wanted to go to school, man. Outside, everyone was panicking about me and Sun Tzu being sucked into a nightmare difficulty regional dungeon. Guild Master Lin Yuan was rushing over with 100 people. Deputy Mayor Xin Chong was setting up barriers. Everyone was saying, "Oh no, those poor kids won't survive." Meanwhile, I looked at the dungeon info screen and thought, perfect. I had been searching all last night for a good level 15 to 20 nightmare dungeon and couldn't find one. Every good one was either taken or didn't have nightmare mode. And now the universe just literally vacuum sucked me into exactly what I needed. I snapped my fingers to call Aguay. He appeared wearing a little yellow straw hat, holding a fishing rod. This skeleton went fishing at 6 a.m. before getting summoned into a life-or-death dungeon. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely unhinged. I love him. Put the rod away. We're working, Aguay cackled, put away his fishing gear, and summoned 5,000 undead creatures. 5,000. Just casually. Then he stopped, and I was like, why did you stop? Then he pulled out the white bone throne. A giant, glowing crystal skeleton throne materialized behind me. Aguay walked over, bowed deeply, and gestured, "My king. Please sit." I sat down. It was honestly really comfortable. My only concern was whether Aguay might accidentally blow me up when using it in combat. Valid concern. The throne floated into the air. Aguay rode his skeleton horse forward. 5,000 undead marched behind us. And then Ali, completely unprompted, started playing violin. He chose a holy-sounding Buddhist melody for an army of undead zombies. In a zombie dungeon, we looked more evil than the actual monsters inside. I cannot stress this enough. 5 minutes in, we met the first enemies, level 16 tier 3 elite jungle zombies. Tough stats, nasty poison bite, lots of HP. I leaned back on my throne, tilted my head slightly, and said, "Destroy them." Aguay screamed his battle cry, and the entire undead flood just swallowed those 8 zombies whole. Under 1 minute. Gone. For 1000 EXP. Regional dungeons give several times more experience than normal ones. I'm getting 2 to 3 levels from this trip easy. Best accidental field trip ever. The dungeon counter suddenly hit 25/25. The professional assault team had arrived. I had one thought. Those guys are not stealing my boss experience. Aguay. Faster. Aguay yanked his skeleton horse reins and waved his arm forward like a general leading a cavalry charge. 5,000 undead creatures went full send through the jungle, absolutely demolishing every zombie in sight like a plague of locusts. 42 jungle zombies. 15 minutes. All dead. All mine. We even got loot, some jungle boots, and a poison dagger. Pretty good stuff. I equipped the boots, lost my set bonus, gained 3% speed. Honestly fine. With Aguays, everyone for me. Talent keeping me alive through the undead army. Whether I have 1,000 more or less HP means literally nothing. I am functionally immortal as long as my skeleton army exists. Past the jungle we hit an abandoned military camp. New enemy unlocked. Disease zombies. Level 17. Giant bloated things waddling around leaking green poison gas that melts your defense. Oh, and when they die they explode and blast everything within 5 meters. Rude. Extremely rude. I leaned back on my throne and casually announced, "Ranged attacks only. Melee troops, don't get blown up." Aguay, who used to just mindlessly charge everything, actually organized the troops. Skeleton warriors formed a ring to hold the zombies in place. 3,000 skeleton archers lined up in formation and just rained arrows. Each archer does like 30 damage. But 3,000 of them firing together? 100,000 damage per volley. 3 volleys per zombie. Clean, efficient, beautiful. Boom. First zombie dies and explodes, blasting a few dozen skeleton warriors into bone fragments. Aguay immediately raised his hand and summoned 100 more soldiers. 10 minutes later, all 34 diseased zombies were dead. And somehow my army didn't shrink. It grew by 3,000. We're at 12,000 undead now. We came in with 5,000. The dungeon is accidentally feeding us. We got 3 identical golden accessories from the loot. Active HP recovery items. Absolutely premium gear. I gave one to Ollie. The other 2? I'll sell them later. Me personally using a save your life item is pointless when I cannot die. Deeper into the camp near the kitchen, a nearly 2-meter-tall zombie walked out carrying a giant horse-slaying sword. Zombie Centurion. Level 18. 500,000 HP. Skills. A double-slash combo that guarantees a critical hit, a bloodthirst charge that stuns, a rage mode below 30% HP, and an immunity to crowd control for 5 seconds. Nasty. Genuinely nasty. It spotted me floating on my throne immediately and locked eyes with me, then realized I was too far away to reach. So it turned around and looked at Ollie instead. Ollie, standing there in silver armor, holding his violin, completely calm. Poor Centurion. It had no idea what it just chose to fight. So the zombie Centurion completely ignored my entire army of 12,000 undead and decided Ollie was the biggest threat in the room. Honestly, correct assessment. Terrible life choice. It charged at Ollie with its giant horse-slaying sword. Aguay, absolutely offended at being ignored, yanked it back mid-charge with death grip like, "Excuse me, you're fighting me first." So Aguay and the Centurion started just hitting each other. A skeleton and a zombie going back and forth like 2 drunk guys in a parking lot. Aguay's defense was way better, so the Centurion was barely scratching him. Aguay was dealing okay damage back, but honestly, no attack skills. He was just bonking it with a stick. Then Ollie arrived. One shoulder charge. Stunned for 0.4 seconds. Centurion activated its unyielding immunity skill. Ollie didn't care. He had already been charging his sword slash the whole time. Minus 253,000 critical hit. Then another slash. Then a 3-combo sweep. Total damage, nearly 700,000. The Centurion had 500,000 HP. Ollie dealt 200,000 extra damage than the thing had health. The unyielding immunity hadn't even expired yet when it died. It never got to use its finishing move. Just absolutely, completely, embarrassingly deleted. I said, nice work, Ollie. Good job, Aguay, too. I was sitting on my floating bone throne the entire time watching. Everyone else has to walk on the ground. People literally have to look up at me. I love this dungeon. The loot dropped a skill book, a platinum sword, and a special dungeon key crystal. I gave Ollie both the sword and the skill book. The unyielding immunity is perfect for him against bossy, control-heavy enemies. He was very happy. Ollie being happy equals more things getting deleted equals good for me. First area cleared. 1 out of 4 done. 3 purple portals appeared. Poison Laboratory, General's Corridor, Scholar's Library. I had 1 hour 35 minutes left. One area took 25 minutes. For areas plus final boss. Math was tight. I picked the Scholar's Library. Magic-type monsters have low HP. Easier to kill. Smart choice. I am a genius. Meanwhile outside, Guild Master Lin Yuan and Deputy Mayor Shinchong were watching the dungeon map on the zombie statue and saw one area go dark, meaning cleared. They were both smiling proudly, patting each other on the back, assuming the 23-person assault team worked incredibly hard to clear it so fast. The assault team really came through. At this rate, they'll finish in time no problem. The assault team had just entered their second corridor. They hadn't cleared anything yet. That was me. Alone. With my skeleton army. Nobody outside knew. And somewhere in the assault team, a quiet guy with glasses pushed them up and muttered, "Idiots walking toward their deaths," which is either very suspicious or very dramatic. Probably both. I was busy clearing dungeons inside, completely unaware that outside, things were going absolutely insane. While Deputy Mayor Shinchong was casually complimenting how fast that Lin Yuan kid was moving through the dungeon, a massive dark shockwave came out of nowhere and one-shot the barrier that could absorb 500,000 damage. Just deleted it. First hit. Gone. A man in black robes floated down from the sky holding a spell book with a purple skull on the cover, looking maximally evil and extremely pleased with himself. Named Xiao Jun Dark Knights Guild, level 56 Dark Mage. Just showed up in the middle of the city like a final boss cutscene nobody ordered. Guild Master Lin Yuan immediately summoned his ice staff and went up to stall him. Froze the entire surrounding 100 meters into a winter wonderland. Xiao Jun yawned essentially, pointed one finger, and summoned a dark magic dragon that breathed on the entire ice world and just melted it. Lin Yuan survived only because he had 3 defensive skills active simultaneously. Still got badly hurt. Then Xiao Jun cast a mass imprisonment spell that froze everybody in purple magic bubbles. Guild Master, Deputy Mayor, everyone. Can't move. Can't act. Everyone except Liao Chun, the enforcement captain, who broke free with a wind technique and unleashed hundreds of punches in 3 seconds. Xiao Jun literally caught him with a demon hand that appeared behind him. Squeezed. Crack. Bone sounds. Liao Chun dropped to the ground. Status unknown. Weak. Also weak. Xiao Jun went full villain speech mode. The strong should rule everything. Then the real reveal dropped. Xiao Jun had deliberately moved this dungeon into the city. The whole thing was his plan. He wanted to use a sacrifice magic circle, using an entire city of humans as fuel, to temporarily summon a level 60 dark dragon from the demon world into the real world. In exchange, the dragon promised him its SSS-level dark magic talent. He even planted a spy inside the assault team to make sure nobody cleared the dungeon in time. He was standing there activating his sacrifice circle, everyone trapped, dungeon timer running down, and genuine despair spreading through the crowd, when suddenly the air went ice cold. A white figure came shooting across the dark sky like a meteor. White outfit. Light blue embroidery on the sleeves. A sword. One name came out of Xiao Jun's mouth, and he immediately, activated every single defensive skill he had all at once. Black dragon armor, demon skin, magic shield, dark transformation. All of them. No hesitation. Pure survival panic. Didn't matter. A white branch of sword light appeared in the sky, went straight through Xiao Jun's body, and bloomed into white flowers all around him, wrapping him like a snow lotus. Beautiful. Poetic. Absolutely devastating. The flower exploded. Xiao Jun, deceased. Every imprisonment spell broke instantly. Everyone was free. The woman landed lightly in front of the statue, back turned to everyone, and said in a cool, calm voice, "Where is Lin Yuan?" Not a question. A statement. And I was still inside the dungeon, completely oblivious, probably yelling at Aguay about fish. Outside, the new city mayor had arrived, Luo Yushang, vice president of the Wushuang Guild, the woman Mu Tianxing called last night. She showed up, flashed her badge, put the entire city on maximum alert, and then calmly asked one question. "Where is Lin Yuan?" Guildmaster Lin Yandong explained the situation. She listened, calculated internally that if I cleared to the third zone within 20 minutes, I'd rank top 10 in the national exam. If I killed the boss, top 3. If I solo killed the 25-person raid boss. She immediately dismissed that thought. Even SHE couldn't do that at level 20. Reasonable assumption. Completely incorrect. But reasonable. Back inside, I walked into the scholar's library and found exactly what I predicted. Fire-type magic zombies. High attack, low defense. Total glass cannons. Skeleton warriors charge in. Skeleton archers open fire. 1 volley per zombie. 35 fire corpses dead in under 5 minutes. I was picking up loot when I heard a very familiar voice yelling, "Lin Bro. Over here." I looked around. Nobody there. I'm here. On the skeleton warrior in front, Sun Tzu, possessing one of my skeleton soldiers. This absolute maniac had been hiding inside a monster's body for 30 straight minutes because the fire zombies were chasing him everywhere. He had no way to fight back, and in a moment of genius panic he just possessed one of them. Blended in perfectly. Survived. The problem was when my skeleton archers showed up and started killing all the fire zombies. They also killed the one Sun Tzu was hiding in. So he immediately jumped bodies and possessed one of my skeleton warriors instead. Then he waited, silently, inside my skeleton troop, until I was close enough to hear him. I told him this was actually a great strategy. If he can't beat a monster, just possess it and nag it to death from the inside. Sun Tzu took notes. Literally. Then he looked around at my 12,000 undead army, the floating bone throne, me sitting on it like a king, and Sun Tzu, this man, this absolute poet, cleared his throat and performed. Heroes of this age, watch Lin Yuan rise today, once a simple mortal, now summoner supreme, white bone throne erected, armies at his will, like a god descending, 10,000 kneel still. Aguay froze completely, then slowly began clapping his skeleton hands together. Even the undead skeleton was impressed. I was sitting on my throne trying very hard to look dignified and cool. I failed completely. I was laughing too hard. Ha ha, stop saying true things out loud. We pushed deeper into the library and immediately got hit by a wall of heat so intense it was hard to breathe. Classic fire dungeon design. Very uncomfortable. Zero effect on my undead army because skeletons don't breathe. 13 monsters total. 12 zombie students arranged around the room, each standing on a fire rune plate, all connected to a giant flame cage in the center where the boss was locked up dramatically. The boss opened his mouth. Distinguished guests have arrived. Welcome them. A normal team would need to carefully manage this fight. Control mana, watch positioning, coordinate heals, peel for the backline. I said, "Everyone attack," and walked forward on my throne. 2 minutes later, all 12 students were dead. I didn't even need to think about it. The fire cage dropped. Boss landed on the ground. Zombie Scholar, level 18, immediately started casting his big wipe the room spell with a 5-second cast time. Casting his ultimate first? No manners whatsoever. Aguay. Get him. Death grip activated. The scholar got yanked mid-cast across the room straight to Aguay's face. Spell cancelled. He smacked Aguay on the skull with his red staff. Minus 1,246 damage. Aguay hit him back with a stick. minus 5,870 damage. Aguay saw that number and started hitting more enthusiastically. Highest damage he'd ever done. Very proud of himself. I looked at Ollie. Ollie was already dragging his horse-slaying sword across the floor, leaving a deep groove, building up for his signature combo. The scholar was crowd-controlled. Couldn't dodge. Just had to watch. Minus 392,350 critical hit. First sword strike. Boss HP, 1 point remaining. 1 point. His passive shield activated. Immunity to control. Defense dropped to 0. Minus 324,300. Second strike. 3 combo sweep after that. Shield broke. And then Ollie calmly, silently, raised his sword and finished it with one final execution strike. Minus 30,000. Sword goes behind the back. Ollie turns around. Doesn't even look at the body. Sun Tzu immediately ran over and collected all the loot like an excited golden retriever and dumped everything in front of my throne. Scholar's Library total haul. 6 gold items. 3 platinum items. A belt that boosts fire magic damage. Gloves that increase spell power and casting speed. A bracelet that generates a free shield whenever you're out of combat. I equipped all 3 platinum pieces. Now my only non-platinum gear is my helmet, shoulders, pants, chest, and boots. I walked into this dungeon by accident on my way to school. Best morning ever. I tossed all my old gear to Sun Tzu. He caught it with both hands and immediately launched into a dramatic speech about serving his lord and master. I have wandered half my life searching for a worthy master. If you would have me, shut up and say thank you normally. Thanks, Lin bro. You're the best. Much better. I checked the timer. 1 hour, 18 minutes left. I'd cleared the library in under 20 minutes. Absolutely elite pace. 2 zones left. Poison Laboratory or General's Corridor. Sun Tzu pointed out the assault team was probably in one of those areas. I said I didn't mind sharing some experience points as long as they stayed out of my way. Very generous of me. I picked up the red crystal that activates the final boss, walked through the left portal into the Poison Laboratory, and didn't think about it twice. Outside, every time a zone went dark on the statue map, Lin Yuan pumped his fist and cheered. Xinqiang relaxed. Everyone congratulated the assault team on their incredible speed. Mayor Luo Yushang announced that everyone who cleared the dungeon would receive a platinum equipment reward. Professionals who couldn't get in immediately started crying about missing out. Nobody outside realized it was still just me doing all the clearing. Meanwhile, deep in the General's Corridor, the actual 23-person assault team had just barely finished their second hallway. They were resting, chatting excitedly about diamond-tier loot drops, completely happy and relaxed, when the quiet glasses guy in the corner, Zhao Yang, Xiao Jun's planted spy, saw everyone distracted in the same spot and thought, now. He stood up and ripped open a dark imprisonment scroll. Someone in the team spotted him and yelled, too late. Purple energy exploded outward. All 22 assault team members frozen solid. Can't move. Can't fight. Team Captain Zhao Xiong, completely locked in place, stared at Zhao Yang with pure rage. What are you doing? Zhao Yang took off his glasses slowly, smiled, and explained his whole villain motivation. Strong people should rule. Weak people deserve nothing. The Dark Knights Guild is right. The usual speech. Then he dropped the real news. After today, Tianfeng City will cease to exist. Darkness is coming to the real world. 22 elite professionals. Frozen. Trapped. No way out. And I was in the Poison Laboratory completely unaware, probably sitting on my throne while Aguay fished between combat encounters. Dungeon on a timer. Spy activated. City at risk. Everything was totally fine. Outside, Lin Yuan was staring at the dungeon map, confused about why Lin Yuan wasn't moving into the boss area after clearing the corridor. Everyone was theorizing, maybe cooldowns, maybe summoned creatures died, maybe waiting for backup. They were all watching the wrong zone entirely. I was in the Poison Laboratory. Nobody outside knew. The new enemies were poison gas zombies. Green, bloated, constantly leaking toxic fumes, uglier than the disease zombies from before, which I didn't think was physically possible. They looked like human-shaped toads. Sun Tzu pinched his nose just looking at them. These things are so gross, Lin bro, I deeply agreed. 0 notes. Aguay. Destroy them. Aguay, who has absolutely no concept of ugly, and just sees whatever Lin Yuan dislikes as an enemy, charged in immediately. too enthusiastically. 6 zombies simultaneously sprayed poison directly into his face and paralyzed him on the spot. He just stood there, getting sprayed, in the middle of the enemy formation. "Your summon is very brave," Sun Tzu said, in a tone that was definitely not a compliment. "Yep," I said proudly. "Aguay is extremely brave." Aguay stood there absorbing all the attention while my skeleton archers shot everything around him. "He cannot die. This is a valid strategy. I'm calling it the Aguay tank protocol." 34 poison zombies deleted. Level up to 17. Sun Tzu hit level 13 just from healing on the side. We got 4 level, 2 poison gemstones from the loot. Not the most exciting drop, but still worth something. We pushed into the actual laboratory building. Narrow corridors, so my throne couldn't fit. I had to walk like a regular person. Genuinely humiliating. Inside, a sign on the wall said, "Laboratory Center 500 meters. Sun Tzu immediately got suspicious. "Lin bro, which boss literally posts directions to their own lair? This is obviously a trap." Reasonable point. "Aguay, go check." Aguay trotted down the right corridor on his skeleton horse, completely unbothered. 2 minutes later we heard cackling from ahead. No screaming, no explosion. All clear. We walked to the center. The door opened on its own. "Adventurers, please come in." Inside sat the most skeletal living human I had ever seen. Sunken eyes, zero fat on his face, looked basically already dead. According to his nameplate, he was the chief alchemist of the Lizhan dynasty, Gavin. Level 20. Currently mid-zombie transformation. HP, 1 out of 550,000. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Skills, none. He was basically a cutscene. He weakly explained that if we'd arrived 15 minutes later, we would have found a fully transformed zombie boss instead of a dying old man. I sat down across from him, crossed my legs, and asked, "So is there any way to speed up your transformation?" Gavin stared at me. Sun Tzu stared at me. I was completely serious. Gavin stared at me for a few seconds after I asked him to speed up his own zombie transformation. "You're an interesting person," he said weakly. "You're a person who wastes time," I said. "Get to the point." Gavin explained his offer. "Kill him at the exact moment his transformation completes. The poison crystal in his chest becomes impure. The final boss Lizhan stays at tier 3 instead of reaching tier 4. Easier to kill. In return, platinum treasure chests." 2 silver glowing platinum chests appeared in front of me and Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was practically drooling. But he looked at me and waited. "Smart kid." I asked why Gavin wanted to betray his own emperor. Gavin basically said his emperor was an immortality-obsessed idiot who turned an entire kingdom into a zombie wasteland chasing eternal life. Fair enough, honestly. He gave me an official quest. Kill Lizhan. End the rotten dynasty. Reward. 1 more platinum chest plus 30,000 EXP. I slammed my hand on the armrest dramatically. Lizhan is a tyrant who sacrificed his people for personal gain. He deserves death. I'll do it. Sun Tzu accepted the quest before I even finished talking. But here's the thing nobody asked about. If the poison crystal becomes impure, Lizhan stays at tier 3, which means weaker loot. Possibly no diamond tier equipment. Possibly no S-rank skills. I want the platinum chests. Obviously. I also want Lizhan at full tier 4 power for maximum loot. I want everything. So my plan, kill Gavin at exactly the right moment. Keep the crystal as pure as possible. Get all the rewards simultaneously. I leaned back in my chair, tilted my head to one side, and said one word. Ollie. Ollie was already running. Horse slaying sword raised. Charging combo activated. Immune to all control. Unstoppable. Minus 346,570 critical hit. Minus 168,400. Then without even looking back, Ollie raised one hand and fired his execution strike. Minus 55,000. The zombie alchemist boss died before it could use a single skill. Didn't even get to see who hit it. Sun Tzu screamed, "Ollie, you legend." And then the notifications appeared. Ollie's berserk charge upgraded from B rank to A rank. Heroic charge. Now gives unstoppable body and guarantees next skill crits. His charge sword draw upgraded from A rank to S rank. One flash. Slash an entire 20-meter line. Then teleport behind the target for a bonus strike. S rank. Again. This is his second S rank skill. I started doing mental math on how long before all of Ali's skills reach S rank. The answer made me very happy. Ollie celebrated by playing violin. Completely normal Tuesday for us. The zombie alchemist dropped 2 platinum pieces, pants with HP regen, and a helmet with poison resistance. I equipped both immediately. Checked my total HP, 28,000. For reference, the assault team captain Zhao Xiong, level 20 tank, full endurance build, all gold gear, has barely 10,000 HP at max buffs. I'm level 17. Just saying. Picked up the poison crystal, stepped through the portal into General's corridor, and heard everyone outside celebrating another zone clearing. Mayor Luo Yusheng nodded approvingly, thinking the assault team was crushing it. 3 zones cleared. All me. Nobody outside knew. Walking through the corridor with Sun Tzu, he asked if Gavin the alchemist was a good person or bad person. Obviously good, I said immediately. He gave us a quest and dropped equipment. If he's not a good person, nobody is, Sun Tzu thought about it. Yeah, great guy actually. The first hallway had 0 zombies. Assault team cleared it already. Sun Tzu pointed out we hadn't seen the assault team yet, which meant they were probably stuck and definitely hadn't reached the boss. Should we let them fight the boss first if they get there? We're not stealing bosses, I said. That's bad manners. Besides, I already killed 3. Then we heard screaming from ahead. Not monster screaming. Human screaming. The entire assault team was frozen solid in purple imprisonment bubbles, yelling every insult imaginable at a guy named Zhao Yang, the spy Xiao Jun planted inside. He was standing there smiling while 22 professionals called him every name in existence. Completely unbothered. Time's almost up, Zhao Yang said calmly. You can't clear the dungeon. The city dies. And you won't even get to watch, Sun Tzu whispered. Lin bro. Traitor. I heard. I thought for a second. Regional dungeon appearing out of nowhere. Sacrifice magic circle outside. Spy inside. The real target was never the dungeon. It was the entire city. So what do we do? Sun Tzu asked. I smiled. We ruin their plan. I want to see who stops me from clearing this dungeon. Aguay rode around the corner on his skeleton horse. 10,000 undead followed behind him. Everyone, the frozen assault team and Zhao Yang, went completely silent. Zhao Yang was confused. Skeletons? Why are there skeletons here? The assault team was equally confused. They'd cleared all the monsters already. Where did these come from? Then I floated around the corner on my white bone throne, leaning sideways, looking absolutely unbothered. 10,000 undead below me. Ollie standing at my left holding his sword like a royal guard. Everyone stared. For a full moment, everyone genuinely wondered if I was the final boss of the dungeon. Captain Zhao Xiong snapped back to reality first, recognized I was human, and immediately went full desperation mode. We're the assault team. He's the traitor. Please capture him and free us. Very humble. Very desperate. Smart man. I looked at Zhao Yang, looked at the frozen assault team, then looked back at Zhao Xiong and said, you should actually be thanking him. What? If he hadn't locked you all here, you'd already be dead. Captain Zhao Xiong got a little offended when I implied they would have died. We pushed to the boss room in 40 minutes. We would have won if not for the traitor. I didn't bother arguing. Some people's brains just can't process information bigger than their experience. Sun Tzu had 0 patience for that, though. He stepped forward, hands on hips. You know why my Lin bro is here right now? Because there were 4 zones total. He already cleared the other 3. Solo. In under an hour. Killed 3 mini-bosses. This is the last one. Dead silence. Wait. 2 people cleared 3 zones while 23 of us barely got through 1 corridor? Correction, Sun Tzu said proudly. Not 2 people. Just Lin bro. Zhao Yang decided this was his moment to pull out another dark scroll and do something dramatic. Aguay grabbed him with death grip before he finished unrolling it. Yanked him across the room. Took the scroll right out of his hand. Tossed him into a wall. Skeleton soldiers pinned him to the floor. The whole thing took maybe 4 seconds. Aguay presented the scroll to me like a gift. It was a one-time magic scroll dealing 50,000 damage plus permanent defense reduction. I looked at it. Looked at Zhao Yang. You had this and chose to stand there smiling instead of using it immediately. Zhao Yang nearly coughed up blood from pure embarrassment. I pocketed the scroll. Thanks for the gift. He refused to explain how to remove the imprisonment spell, said only time would break it. I shrugged. Honestly, fine. Frozen teammates means no EXP sharing. Zhao Yang, still pinned on the floor with skeleton soldiers on top of him, Started laughing when he saw the mini-boss stats. Zombie Guard Commander. Level 20. 700,000 HP. For AoE skills. Short cooldowns. You'll all die, he cackled. Your trash skeletons can't survive one skill. The assault team looked at the stats and went pale. He wasn't wrong. That fourth skill alone could wipe the entire team. I looked at Zhao Yang. Looked at the boss. Looked back. Ollie. Aguay helpfully grabbed Zhao Yang and turned his face directly toward the boss so he couldn't look away. Watch carefully. Silver flash. Ollie moved so fast he left an afterimage. Heroic charge. Unstoppable. Immune to everything. Slammed into the boss, stunning it instantly. One flash activated. Sword tip glowing white. Pierced straight through. Minus 357,980 critical hit. Ollie teleported behind the boss before it could react. Second slash. Minus 359,880 critical hit. Ollie walked back toward everyone after the kill, sword on his back, footsteps slow and steady like a war drum. The entire assault team stood with their mouths open. Did that just happen? 700,000 HP. Level 20. Defense 8,000. Deleted by a level 17 summon in 2 hits. Someone pinch me. Actually no, someone splash water on me. Meanwhile Aguay still had Zhao Yang by the throat. Zhao Yang, seeing all of this, immediately switched from villain speech mode to begging mode. I was wrong. Please spare me. I can provide information. Aguay's hand accidentally applied a tiny bit of extra pressure. Crack. Zhao Yang went quiet. Outside, everyone saw the last zone clear and celebrated. Then saw the head count drop by 1 and got sad, worried it might be me. It was not me. I was fine. I was literally sitting on a floating throne. The mini-boss dropped 2 platinum items, a whetstone accessory that boosts first strike damage, and a shield with absolutely ridiculous defense stats. Captain Zhao Xiong stared at that shield like a man seeing water in a desert. He knew he wasn't getting it. I killed the boss alone. Loot is mine. I gave Ollie the whetstone. Kept the shield for selling later. Then I picked up the last magic crystal, gray, joining the red, green, and yellow ones I already had. For crystals total, I walked to the wall slots and inserted them one by one. The walls shook, rumbled, collapsed inward. A 3-meter-tall zombie emperor in bright yellow armor stepped out. Lin Yuan, ruler of the dynasty. Tier 4 commander. Level 22. 1,200,000 HP. 3 phases. The assault team collectively stopped breathing. Tier 4 commander boss, Zhao Xiong whispered. We can't fight that. We literally cannot fight that. Lin Yuan sat on his throne, looked down at everyone like they were insects, and spoke in a voice that rattled everyone's eardrums. Interesting. You dare challenge me at full power. Did that fool Gavin not tell you how to weaken me? I snapped my fingers. Aguay materialized my white bone throne behind me. I leaned back, floated up to eye level with Lin Yuan, and looked at him directly. Gavin told me exactly how to weaken you. I said, kill him at the moment of transformation. Keep the crystals impure. Stop you from reaching tier 4. Lin Yuan waited. I tilted my head sideways onto my hand. I didn't do it. I wanted to see what full power tier 4 you looks like. Specifically whether you're tough enough to survive one hit from Ollie. Lin Yuan laughed at my confidence. Big, dramatic emperor laugh. Then mid-laugh flipped to absolute rage and screamed, how dare you? Classic unstable ruler behavior. Gavin was right to betray him. He activated his crystals and summoned zombie phantoms to help. I told Ollie to go break his throne specifically. Not kill him. Break his throne. Ollie charged in, heroic charge, unstoppable, immune to everything, blew straight through the phantom's fire cage spell like it wasn't there, slammed into Lin Yuan, guaranteed crit activated, 1 flash. Minus 534,680 critical hit. Teleport behind. Second slash. Minus 427,430. The Emperor's throne cracked in half underneath him. Lin Yuan fell off it and hit the floor. A 3-meter zombie emperor. Collapsed. On the ground. Looking absolutely undignified. You broke my precious throne. He was so angry about the throne specifically that he skipped phase 2 entirely and went straight to phase 3. Swallowed all 4 crystals at once. Transformed into a 5-meter giant zombie. Roared about the power of demon gods. Ollie dodged his slow charge, turned around, and started his combo again. 3 slashes. Execution strike. Lies Han, 1 HP remaining. Ollie, still full health. Completely unbothered. Then Liashan's final skill activated. Immunity to death for 5 seconds. Attack speed tripled. He started hitting Ollie so fast, it was genuinely dangerous. 30,000 damage in under a second. I was not letting Ollie go into death recovery state. Aguay already knew. He raised his hand, cackled, and yanked Lies Han over with death grip. Hit me instead. Lies Han absolutely lost it on Aguay for 3 full seconds. Bones flying everywhere. It was genuinely violent. Death grip ended. Aguay still had 14,000 HP left. Lies Han, trying to die with dignity, activated his final sword skill to take Aguay down with him. Aguay bonked him with his stick. Minus 15,000. Minus 2,437. That second number appeared on Aguay's skull. He was completely fine. Some random skeleton archer 10 meters away got hit by the shockwave and exploded for no reason. Lies Han, 1 HP. Aguay bonked him again. Done. 40,000 EXP. 30,000 quest bonus. Level 18. Dungeon cleared. 1 hour 14 minutes. Perfect clear achieved. Summoned full power Lies Han and killed him anyway. Reward. A golden crystal ball. A dungeon installation crystal that creates a permanent portal to this dungeon. Plus 2 random bonus traits to add to the dungeon permanently. I spun and got. Divine Blessing. Die inside, and you can respawn after 30 minutes once per day. And basic magic resistance. 10% less magic damage inside. I stared at this crystal for a long moment. I think I just accidentally created something incredibly valuable. A full regional nightmare dungeon. Gold tier, loot minimum. Now with death forgiveness and magic resistance built in. Regular players can actually survive this now. I cleared it in 74 minutes with a skeleton army and a violin-playing warrior. Best school commute ever. Sun Tzu saw the glowing dungeon crystal and nearly lost his mind completely. My eyes. It's too bright. Is that a dungeon with bonus traits? Lin Bro is ascending. The entire frozen assault team stretched their necks trying to see what was happening. Still couldn't move. Just suffering over there. Then I checked the boss loot. 3 items dropped. 1 diamond. 2 platinum. Diamond tier, 2-handed greatsword. The glory of the entire Lies Han dynasty condensed into 1 weapon. I gave it to Ollie immediately. Obviously. He earned it by deleting a full power emperor in about 45 seconds. I kept the platinum chest armor for myself. Tossed the platinum healing staff to Sun Tzu. Consider it a going-away gift, I said. Sun Tzu understood what I meant. I'm level 18, he's level 14. The gap is only growing. Time for him to find a proper team. He grabbed the staff happily and announced he already made plans to party with 4 girls from before. Aren't you scared they'll wear you out? I joked. Sun Tzu puffed up his chest. Before I was scared. But now with this staff improving my endurance, 4 is nothing. 10 is fine. Please stop talking. The dungeon completion screen appeared. Personal contribution, 97%. Do you want to hide your name from the public announcement? I selected No without hesitating for even half a second. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for clearing the regional nightmare dungeon. Lies Han Dynasty Ruins. Let us celebrate. 3 times. Full announcement. Everyone in the area received it. I stepped through the portal back outside near school. It was 9:20 a.m. 1 hour 15 minutes since the dungeon appeared. Complete silence. Lin Yandong. Deputy Mayor Shinchong. Every guild leader. Mayor Luo Yushang. Reportedly the strongest swordsman around. All of them standing there processing that the announcement only said 1 name out of 25 people. 97% contribution. Basically solo. While also keeping 22 trapped professionals alive. I smiled and waved at Lin Yandong. Oh hey guildmaster. Have you eaten yet? Everyone. A beautiful woman in white walked up to me. Introduced herself, Luo Yushang. Level 60. Vice President of Wushuang Guild. New city mayor. Sent by Mu Tianxing to protect me. I'm Lin Yuan, I said. A completely ordinary summoner. Then I manually activated my Nightmare Conqueror title special effect. Nightmare Conqueror Lin Yuan has entered the area. Let US celebrate. Another announcement. To everyone present. Who just watched me walk out of the dungeon. Luo Yushang stared at me. I laughed and tossed her the dungeon installation crystal as a first meeting gift. She caught it. Looked at it. Her mouth opened slowly. This is A blessed dungeon. Deputy Mayor Shinchong heard those two words and immediately snapped to attention. When he read the traits, Divine Blessing Resurrection, Magic Resistance, he nearly dropped it. Luo Yushang looked at me with a complicated expression and quietly said, "This needs to go to Commander Qin, the supreme military commander of the entire country." Shinchong held the crystal with shaking hands. "Our city is going to become something incredible." Luo Yushang kept looking at me. "Yes," she said quietly. "It really is." Luo Yushang stood there holding the dungeon crystal, looking genuinely shaken. She'd come expecting to babysit a talented teenager and instead received a gift that could change the entire country's power balance. A blessed regional dungeon, available to ordinary players, death forgiveness included, in a world where such dungeons basically don't exist for normal people. She quietly called Mu Tianqing. I arrived, ran into Xiao Jun from the Dark Knights. Killed him. Lin Yuan is fine, but he caused quite a scene. He gave me a blessed dungeon installation crystal as a first meeting gift. I came too quickly and brought nothing to return the favor. That's your problem now. She hung up before he could respond, then turned to me with a much warmer expression and said Mu Tianqing was waiting for us. She pulled a tiny airplane model from her backpack, tossed it into the air, and it expanded into a full, unmanned passenger jet. Diamond tier vehicle. Got it from a Sky Fortress dungeon. I asked if it had laser cannons. "It's a civilian transport," she said. Disappointing, but cool. Before boarding, I finally checked my dungeon clear rewards. 43,000 evolution points. 50,000 EXP. 10 times the rewards of a normal dungeon. I need 50,000 points to upgrade Ollie to Tier 5. 2 more normal dungeons, and he's there. Tier 5 Battle General Summon. My class advancement exam doesn't stand a chance. Back at the residential compound, Mu Tianqing was lounging in a security guard uniform, looking noticeably younger and genuinely relaxed. I sat down next to him and mentioned the dungeon crystal. "Of course I gave it away," I said. "What am I going to do? Charge admission? Better to boost the whole country's strength. Besides, you sent Luo Yushang to protect me. I had to return the favor somehow. And it stayed within Wushuang Guild anyway. As long as I'm alive, dungeons with bonus traits? I can make as many as needed." Then I leaned back in the lounge chair and closed my eyes. I'm tired. Solo clearing a nightmare regional dungeon is exhausting. Mu Tianqing's eye twitched. He thought, "You didn't do anything. Your summons fought everything. You sat on a floating throne the whole time." He was correct, but could never prove it. He looked at me, looked at Luo Yushang. She shrugged helplessly and sat down elsewhere. Mu Tianqing sighed, reached deep into his bag, and pulled out a card. Job-specific skill card. Epic quality. Random skill matching your class. 90% chance S rank. 9% chance SS rank. 1% chance SSS rank. "This is for you," he said, then gave a whole speech about how protecting me was for the country's future. My dungeon contribution was for the country's future, representing Wushuang Guild deserves recognition. One thing doesn't cancel another. I was already sitting up straight staring at the card before he finished sentence 2. "Oh, Guildmaster, you really didn't have to." My hand took the card extremely naturally before my mouth finished the sentence. "But since you insist." Mu Tianqing was mid-sentence explaining how to find lucky items before using the card. Lucky seeds from a level 30 dungeon. Blessing emblems from a level 40 dungeon. Stack the probabilities first. I had already activated the card. Golden light fell from the sky. A sound like ocean waves crashed through the air. Summon, Naga Empress. SSS rank. Mu Tianqing's eyes nearly fell out of his head. Luo Yushang covered her mouth with both hands. SSS. Rank, a Tier 7 summon. 1 rank above a Tier 6 Lord class. Straight to King class. Usable at level 50. Mu Tianqing collected himself and said honestly, "When you hit level 50 and can actually summon her, even I probably won't be your match." Not probably. Definitely. But I didn't say that out loud. I looked at the skill book inside. A Naga Empress. I mean, it's okay, I guess. I actually wanted a dragon. For style reasons mainly. Also, Ollie as a dark rider on a dragon would just look incredible. Dragon Knight combo. Obviously superior aesthetically. Mu Tianqing and Luo Yushang stared at me in silence. The man got an SSS rank skill and called it. Okay, I guess. They decided I needed humbling immediately. Mu Tianqing mentioned a place called the Blood Ring Arena opening in 2 days. Minimum entry level 18. But every Guardian boss inside is level 20 minimum, all battle-hardened veterans. Completely different from dungeon monsters. Luo Yushang pointed out that a summoner could get deleted before even finishing the summoning animation. So basically, Mu Tianxing said, "Interested? Does it have nightmare difficulty?" I asked. "Yes, then I'm in. If it doesn't have nightmare difficulty, I'm not going." They looked at each other. Agreed. Said they hoped I wouldn't get too badly traumatized. I thought, traumatized by what exactly? I just want the evolution points. After lunch, I napped beautifully. Principal Chun called at 1 p.m. asking about the master-level combat instructor I promised to send. Yes, small issue this morning. I'll send him right now. Very reliable, don't worry." I hung up and yawned. "Ollie, go teach the students how to fight. Light hands, don't permanently injure anyone. Also collect the payment from the principal." Ollie nodded, picked up his two-handed sword, and walked out. Those poor students have no idea what's coming. Meanwhile, Aguay was at the lake fishing. Mu Tianxing was sitting beside him pouring tea like a butler, waiting to donate more curse energy. Aguay cackled, slapped his bone armor confidently, and basically said, "Fully charged, ready for next skill." Mu Tianxing put his hand on Aguay's shoulder. Energy transfer started immediately, 12%, 50%, 100%. Aguay had already decided exactly what skill he wanted to learn next. Mu Tianxing looked at his hands, almost no wrinkles left. Only 50% of the curse energy remaining. 2 more sessions, and I'm completely free. He clenched his fists with genuine emotion. First person to achieve 3rd advancement in history. I will make it happen. At 2 p.m. I walked outside and found Luo Yushang meditating by the door hugging her sword. I asked where to sell equipment fairly. She said, "If you have an appraiser friend, go to the black market, best prices. If not, go to the professional association trading area, safe, but standard rates." I had a lot of gold tier gear piling up from the dungeon. Time to turn skeletons into money. We headed to the professional association, and the place was absolutely packed. Hundreds of players under level 20 all lined up because news about the blessed dungeon spread instantly. Nobody wanted to miss a regional dungeon where you can't permanently die. Upstairs in the trading area, a cheerful receptionist scanned all my gold equipment and quoted me 26.5 million. The healing accessories alone were 4 million each. Luo Yushang leaned over and saw the numbers. "You're just selling these? Put them in auction and you'd get 20% more. Don't be greedy," I said wisely. Then I crossed out the accessories from the sell list. Sold everything else for 14.5 million. Pocketed the accessories. Luo Yushang was confused for about 30 seconds until she followed me downstairs to the dungeon entrance area and watched me set up a street stall on the floor. "Come look, come see. Nightmare Regional Dungeon Accessories. Essential gear for clearing lies on." Luo Yushang walked to the furthest corner she could find and pretended not to know me. Apparently, the vice president of the top guild cannot be seen running a street stall. Fair enough. I laid out 4 accessories, 2 healing stones, 2 mana stones. The crowd immediately lost their minds. 1500 HP and active healing? That's insane. Mana stone triples a mage's output. A level 19 shield warrior ran up first. I held up 5 fingers. 50,000? He screamed happily. His teammate yanked him back. "You can't even buy a silver accessory for 50,000. He means 500,000. The warrior's face collapsed. He left immediately. Healing stone, 500,000. Mana stone, 300,000, I announced. 15-minute sale price only. 99% of people walked away. But the ones with money moved fast. A level 20 mage in blue robes. "I'll take a mana stone, 300,000. Done." Then a girl with a very impressive figure came running up. "Mana stone for me too." Level 19 priest. I glanced briefly. Could probably heal an entire raid team by herself. Physically speaking, 2 mana stones sold in under 3 minutes. I thought to myself, mages and healers always have the most money. Physical classes are out here suffering financially. Life is unfair. A few minutes passed. I was starting to think the healing stones wouldn't sell when Assault Team Captain Zhao Xiong showed up, the guy I rescued from the frozen imprisonment earlier. "I'll take 1 accessory," then a younger voice beside him. "I want 1 too." The young guy beside Zhao Xiong paid up and then immediately stared me down with maximum teenage energy. "I'm Lu Qingfeng, level 18 warrior. From Shana City. Your nightmare clear time is 1 hour 15 minutes. I'll beat it within 3 days. I dug a finger in my ear waiting for him to finish. You done? You're blocking my business. He gave me one last intense look and walked into the dungeon with his crew. The crowd murmured that he was some rising star from Shanha City's top guild, surrounded by the best young talents from every major guild there. Here specifically to break dungeon records. Zhao Xiong quietly paid for his accessory, stood next to me, and thought about what he personally witnessed. Ali one-shotting the guard commander and sending Lizhan directly into Phase 3 with a single slash. He leaned close and whispered carefully. Lu Chengfeng is young and doesn't know what real power looks like. Please don't accidentally delete him. I looked at Zhao Xiong calmly. He immediately started sweating through his shirt. I would never tell you what to do. I just meant you could squash him like an ant. I'll personally ask Captain Liao Chen to keep these kids away from you. You're also in the enforcement squad? I asked, genuinely surprised. He explained he works both roles. I immediately wondered if I could join both organizations too. Obviously for the salary. Years of being broke makes a person creative about income streams. Speaking of income, new idea. I pulled out my phone and started writing a dungeon guide for Lizhan Dynasty Ruins. Monster stats, skills, boss mechanics, positioning tips, which phase needs burst damage, everything. Extremely detailed. More professional than actual professionals. Title: Complete Lizhan Speed Clear Guide. Free TO read. Very generous. Very public-spirited. I uploaded everything. Then I got to the final boss section. I wrote, the final boss Lizhan has 2 versions, easy mode and hard mode. Easy mode strategy. I stopped typing. Attached a locked file. Price to unlock, 500 yuan. The rest of the guide was completely free. I explained every single monster in the dungeon in perfect detail. Literally handheld players through every boss fight. Except the most important part that everyone actually needs. Luo Yushang watched this entire process from nearby. At first she was genuinely impressed, sharing dungeon knowledge freely, real leadership quality, great character. Then she watched me lock the final boss easy mode strategy behind a paywall. She stared at me for a long time. She couldn't decide if I had incredible character or absolutely zero character. The answer is both simultaneously. Luo Yushang crossed her arms and called me out immediately. The title says free. There's a paid attachment inside. That's not honest. With respect, I said, the post itself is free. Every player can read it. The attachment is a separate thing entirely. I wrote every single monster's stats, every boss skill, every positioning tip. The attachment is barely 1% of the total content. 500 yuan is basically symbolic. I did not mention that the 1% I locked away was the only part anyone actually needed. Luo Yushang stared at me for a long time trying to figure out if I was genius or shameless. Both. The answer is always both. She sighed and called Guild Master Lin Yuan to get the post pinned to the top of the forum. He looked at it, bought the attachment himself to verify, read it, and his internal reaction was reportedly, this little rat. But he pinned it and gave it the official, featured post label anyway, because the guide was genuinely incredible and players deserved access. Within 10 minutes, every player between level 15 and 20 in Tianfeng City was completely silent reading my guide. The previously chaotic first floor went completely quiet. Pin drop silent. One warrior named Zhang Yang read the whole free guide, hesitated at the paid attachment, then thought, why would someone this detailed hide anything unless it was genuinely important? He bought it. Read it. Immediately told his teammates in a hushed voice, buy the attachment. Don't ask questions. Buy it now and let's go. They bought it. Read it. Same reaction from everyone. This is worth so much more than 500 yuan. They speed-walked into the dungeon, trying to look casual. Captain Zhao Xiong bought the attachment the moment the post appeared. He personally watched me delete Lizhan and trusted me completely. His assault team entered on nightmare difficulty. Lu Qingfeng's crew entered without the guide. Faced full-power Lizhan. Got completely destroyed. Survived only because of the blessed resurrection trait. They stumbled back out bruised and embarrassed. Team Captain Lu Qingfeng trying to maintain dignity. We were unprepared. Tomorrow we come back. I've already learned Lieshan's attack patterns. We're Shanha City's elite. We cannot lose to a second-tier city's players. Then the announcement system started going off. Congratulations to Zhao Xiong and 24 others. Lizhan Ruins cleared on Nightmare difficulty. Time, 1 hour 58 minutes. Congratulations to Zhang Yang and 24 others. Lizhan Ruins cleared on Adventure difficulty. Time, 1 hour 59 minutes. Then another. And another. Multiple clears back to back. Lu Chengfeng stood there with his mouth open watching the notifications pile up. What? What is happening? How is everyone clearing this? The answer was 500 yuan and a very dishonest post title. Zhao Xiong's team walked out of the dungeon with their chests puffed up, platinum equipment freshly equipped, looking extremely pleased with themselves. Zheng'er, the guy who verbally destroyed Zhao Yang earlier, immediately started talking very loudly near Lu Chengfeng. That dungeon guide is absolutely incredible. Honestly, if you just follow the steps, basically anyone with a functioning brain can clear it, right? I don't know how anyone could fail with that guide available. Lu Chengfeng's eye twitched. Then Zhang Yang's ordinary team walked out too, also cleared, also grinning. Zhang Yang shook his head dramatically. Brothers, I feel like we let Lin Yuan down. We had the complete guide and still took 2 hours. He'd probably be disappointed. Lu Chengfeng pulled out his phone and searched for this guide. Sorry, you are not a registered Tianfeng City player. Access denied. Lin Yandong had locked the entire forum to outsiders. Lu Chengfeng stared at his screen, then threw his phone on the ground, then left. Quickly, with his entire team. No goodbye? They came in promising to break records. They left after a team wipe, while Tianfeng City locals cleared the dungeon continuously behind them. Meanwhile, I was sitting upstairs watching payment notifications roll in. Payment received. 500, payment received. 500, payment received. 500 every few seconds. For 2 hours straight, 12,000 players bought the attachment. I made 6 million yuan from a dungeon guide. From a guide titled, Free. Lin Yandong keeping the forum locked was actually smart. He wants Tianfeng City to build reputation first, attract players to move here, grow from second-tier city into something bigger. Using my dungeon as the anchor. Smart man. He invited me to his office to discuss joining the professional association officially. I sat across from him with my legs crossed. Luo Yushang beside me. Lin Yandong looking serious. Captain Liao Chun with bandages still wrapped around his head from earlier. I spoke first before he could begin his whole speech. Guildmaster Lin. I understand why you called me here. Joining the association isn't impossible in principle. Dramatic pause. But college entrance exams are in less than 2 months. I'm just an ordinary high school student with heavy academic responsibilities. Even if I wanted to join, I'm not sure I have the energy. All three of them rolled their eyes simultaneously. Ordinary high school student. The guy who solo cleared a nightmare regional dungeon this morning. The guy who deployed his summon as a paid combat instructor at school. The guy who made 6 million yuan selling a free guide. They all already knew about Ollie training the school students too. Apparently Ollie was genuinely excellent, identified every student's weakness, reorganized all the teams based on individual strengths, and improved their dungeon efficiency by 30%. The principal was overjoyed. Luo Yushang watched me perform my humble student act and thought, I cannot figure out if this person has incredible character or absolutely none. Probably both. Lin Yandong patiently began his prepared speech about how joining wouldn't interfere with studies. Practical experience complements academics. Learning through application. I held up one hand and stopped him. Guild Master, just tell me the monthly salary. Lin Yandong's prepared speech died instantly when I asked about salary. He stared at me for a second, then decided he respected it. 10 million per month. Just a name on the roster. No required attendance. If another regional dungeon situation happens, minimum 50 million per incident. I stood up and shook his hand immediately. Deal. Guildmaster Lin, you're truly a man who gets things done. Tianfeng City is lucky to have you. Lin Yandong laughed loudly and told me to call him Brother Lin from now on, then offered me unlimited swans whenever I wanted. Yesterday, he was heartbroken about losing 2 swans to my skeleton. Today, he's offering an unlimited swan supply. Money changes everything. Then Lin Yandong mentioned the upcoming college entrance exam and said I shouldn't bother accepting the SS rank student recruitment offer from earlier. At my growth rate, I'd have already completed my class advancement before the exam even started. Actually, he said, smiling, SSS rank student treatment is honestly below your level 2. I have a suggestion. Go on, I said. Become a professor at Capital University instead. I stopped. Thought about it. All those self-proclaimed geniuses taking the exam, sweating over their scores, desperately hoping Capital University accepts them, and I walk in as their teacher, responsible for admissions, grading them. Ha 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 ha. I laughed genuinely loud. Guildmaster, that is an excellent suggestion. I love it. Lin Yuan laughed just as loud. For anyone else, it would be a ridiculous dream. For you, it's simply accurate timing. Captain Liao Chen sat nearby with his bandaged head, listening to all of this with complicated feelings. Capital University students fight for spots their entire lives. This teenager is skipping straight to faculty. While Liao Chen was staring into the middle distance processing this, I turned to him. Captain Liao, I personally eliminated a Dark Knight spy in the dungeon earlier. Does the enforcement squad have a good citizen award? Cash prize acceptable. 1 or 2 million is fine. Done with the association. Time to invoice the enforcement squad. Liao Chen blinked. You're already making 10 million a month, and you want a good citizen bonus. Captain, you don't understand. I sighed deeply. Starting from nothing, raising 2 summons. Do you know how expensive that is? I have to split every coin in half. You sold 30 million worth of equipment this morning, Liao Chen said flatly. 12,000 people bought your guide attachment. That's another 6 million minimum. Plus your first month's salary just transferred. You're sitting on 50 million easily. I sighed again. Captain, building wealth is easy. Keeping wealth is hard. After years of poverty, anything under 100 million feels unstable. Lin Yuan. Luo Yushang. Liao Chen. Eventually, Liao Chen figured out what I was actually asking. You want to join the enforcement squad too? What are the benefits? 3 million monthly. Full insurance package. Dangerous missions, but better rewards the more dangerous they are. Dangerous. I thought about that for half a second. I physically cannot die as long as my undead army exists. Danger is not something I experience. I reached out and shook his hand warmly. The pay doesn't matter. I mainly just want to contribute to Tianfeng City. Walking home, Luo Yushang asked why I actually joined the enforcement squad. She knew I hate unnecessary work. Do you think I'm a genius? I asked. She sighed. Yes, an exceptional one, right. So enemy nations and Dark Knight's lunatics will definitely try to kill me eventually. They obviously can't succeed, but I can kill them. Then I bring their heads to the enforcement squad and collect mission rewards for things that were going to happen anyway. I paused. Also, if anyone gets in my face, I now have official authority to smack them. Luo Yushang's expression confirmed she knew immediately that the second reason was the real one. She explained the Blood Ring Arena. Location changes every time, probably appearing near Shanha City this round. All participants will be fully class advanced professionals, each with at least 1 S-rank skill. Very different from Lu Qingfeng types. Do I have to fight the other participants? I asked. What if I accidentally kill everyone? You fight arena gladiators only, she said. Though dueling other participants is optional. Losers survive at 1 HP and can't be touched until fully healed. Good system. Very considerate of the arena designers. Back at the compound, I spotted Aguay fishing quietly by the lake, Mu Tianxing lying nearby, both completely silent. I scratched my head. Aguay wasn't doing his signature cackle. Strange. Whatever. Fishing beats haunting the house at night. The moment I walked away, Mu Tianxing's head popped up like a meerkat checking for predators. He's gone. Let's continue, little skeleton, hand on Aguay's shoulder. Energy transfer. 21%, 36%, 95%. Mu Tianxing pulled away at 95%. Only 2% curse energy remaining. He looked at his hands. Looked at his reflection somewhere. 36 years old again. Handsome, calm, completely recovered. 90% of my power restored, he said quietly. Luo Yushang showing up here means the Dark Knights know I'm in this city. Wonder who they'll send next. He smiled at Aguay. Last bit of curse energy in 2 days, little skeleton. Aguay pointed at his fishing rod meaningfully. Diamond tier fishing rod. Tomorrow. Guaranteed. Aguay gave a thumbs up. Energy and premium fishing equipment. Excellent arrangement. Then a notification appeared above Aguay's skull. You have mastered basic fishing. Aguay waved his arms around, cackling with pure joy. Basic fishing mastered. Fishing grandmaster incoming. Nobody can stop this skeleton's journey. Next morning before sunrise, Ollie left the villa early for extra training sessions with the school students. He decided that if he's going to be an instructor, he's going to be the best instructor possible. Anything less would embarrass Lin Yuan. Sun Tzu spotted Ollie at the gate and jogged over. Ollie immediately said, "After your possession technique ends, there's a 0.5-second gap. An enemy with fast reactions would kill you there." Sun Tzu thought internally. "You think everyone has your inhuman reflexes? 0.5 seconds is my maximum possible." He said out loud, "Thank you for the guidance. How do I improve?" "Simple," Ollie said without expression. "Get hit more." Sun Tzu's face fell. He trudged behind Ollie toward school like a man walking to his own execution. At the school field, every student was already standing in perfect formation, because yesterday Ollie proved he was an excellent and completely merciless instructor, and nobody wanted to find out what happened to latecomers. Ollie stood before them nearly 2 meters tall in silver chainmail, radiating pure dark clan battle pressure that made the students struggle to breathe normally. "Good. Nobody late. Training continues." He pointed at one student. "Step forward." She did. "Your talent is excellent. Your execution is terrible. Your charge up takes over 1 second. Any boss with decent reflexes dodges it completely. Now, attack me." She charged. Ollie moved slightly. Attack missed completely. Too slow. Wind-up is too obvious. Skill has too much startup delay. Extra training. The student's soul left her body briefly. "I woke up at 10 a.m. after watching short videos until 3 a.m. No regrets." Luo Yushang was meditating outside with her sword, sensing sword intent or whatever. When she opened her eyes, there was a flash of pure power that made her look less like a person and more like a snow lotus blooming. One blooming flower. Absolutely accurate nickname. I started wondering what my nickname should be. Didn't get far before her phone rang. Blood Ring Arena appeared. Mu Tianxing was right. It's at the Ogre Ruins. She tossed her jet model into the sky. It expanded into a full passenger plane, and we were gone. The Ogre Ruins were 300 kilometers away and normally completely empty. Terrible dungeon, boring loot. Nobody goes there. Today it had 3,000 players minimum. 80% of them level 25, all elite representatives from major guilds across the entire southeast province. I spotted guild masters Lin Yandong and Chui Xianglong immediately. "You're here early," I said. Lin Yandong was here as the hosting city representative. Chui Xianglong was just there to watch. He explained the arena rules. Beat any gladiator inside. Everyone in your team gets a gold tier item. But if you PRA declare victories before starting, 3 wins. Complete 5-piece gold set for everyone. For wins, platinum equipment. 5 wins, 5-piece platinum set. Miss your declared target, and you get nothing at all. "Has anyone ever won 5 matches?" I asked. "Nobody has ever done it," Luo Yushang said. "Nobody even knows how many gladiators there are total. Mysterious." I liked it immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Dawn Sword Guild vice president was briefing his teams before departure. His main team was level 25, led by a mage with S-rank spell damage talent, basically built perfectly for this arena's level cap. His instructions included, "Do not lose to Flashlight Guild. Any guild can beat us except them." Then he added very seriously, "If you encounter a summoner named Lin Yuan, treat him exactly like you'd treat our own guild master. Anyone who can't control their mouth around him is no longer welcome in Dawnsword Guild." Apparently word had spread everywhere. The dungeon portal at the entrance slowly changed color, blue to red. "It's here." Blood Ring Arena. A green goblin in a tiny suit strutted out of the portal doing a little walk. "Welcome everyone to the Blood Ring Arena. I'm your host Ihao." The arena materialized from a ghost image into a completely solid structure and slammed down onto the ground, completely flattening the Ogre Ruins underneath it. Half the crowd freaked out thinking a dungeon had broken its dimensional barriers and entered the real world. "It's not a barrier break," Luo Yushang said calmly. "Someone temporarily moved the arena from its pocket dimension to the real world. When time's up it goes back." I watched the massive Colosseum sitting on the flattened ruins. 3,000 players staring at it. A goblin in a suit. Gladiators nobody has ever fully defeated waiting inside. I was already thinking about how many evolution points the bosses would drop. Luo Yushang suggested that powerful beings might be watching our battles for entertainment. I immediately said, "Then I'd better perform well." Maybe some powerful senior sees me and adopts me as a son-in-law. Save myself 10,000 years of effort. Luo Yushang stared at me with absolutely no idea how to respond. Most people see evidence of beings more powerful than themselves and feel humbled. I see a potential shortcut to retirement. A green goblin named Daihao strutted out of the arena doors holding a microphone, doing a little walk like he owned the place. Guards opened the massive gates. A dozen fully armored ogres marched out as security. Minimum level 50. All elite tier. The crowd went quiet immediately. Ticket prices, 1 million per challenger. 200,000 for observer seats. People complained about the price. An ogre guard took one step forward. Everyone immediately stopped complaining and paid. Only nightmare difficulty available. No other options. A significant portion of players looked at that and quietly decided to buy observer seats instead. I paid my million. Winced slightly. Made a silent promise to myself. I spent 1 million to get in here. I am leaving with something worth more than 1 million. Non-negotiable. Walking to the waiting area, I did quick math. About 1,800 challengers entered. That's 1.8 billion in ticket sales. Add observer seats, at least 2 billion total revenue. From one morning. I'm in the wrong business. 10 minutes later, doors closed. Daihao floated up on a rising platform in the center. 2 modes explained. Challenge mode. Fight gladiators with death protection. Win gold equipment. Death match mode. Fight ace gladiators. Actual death possible, but rewards are diamond tier equipment. The strong are forged in blood and fire. Could you be the next great warrior? One impulsive kid immediately stood up and yelled, "Death match. Let's go." His vice guild master smacked him on the head immediately. Sit down before you get everyone killed. My number was 324. Very far back in the order. I was completely fine with this. Going first means ending the whole show for everyone else. We all paid to be here. That would be rude. If the other players knew that was my reasoning, they would have said, "You're surprisingly considerate." They would not have meant it as a compliment. Number 1 was the Dawn Sword Guild's main team. Captain Zhao Feng with his level 25 squad, S-rank spell damage talent ready. Challenge mode, he said. The west gate opened. A 3-meter ogre walked out carrying a spiked club. Ogre warrior. Level 27. 900,000 HP, 12,000 attack. The crowd erupted. 900,000 HP, 12,000 attack? That's stronger than nightmare dungeon bosses. And this is just the regular gladiator. Not even the ace fighters. Everyone recalculated their life choices simultaneously. I recalculated how many evolution points this thing would drop. Very productive use of everyone's time. The first team, Zhao Feng's crew from Dawn Sword Guild, actually performed well. 3 wins in a row using his S-rank fire paralysis skill. Every near-combat boss just stood there twitching while they attacked freely. Honestly, watching it was like watching someone use a calculator to solve 1-1. Technically correct. Painfully slow. I spent most of it watching with one thought. Weak. Not weak as an insult. Just weak compared to what I've seen. Aliens fights in 2 hits. These guys took 3 minutes per round. I've been spoiled. Coming out of the arena, a guy with a lollipop in his mouth immediately blocked their exit. That's it. 3 wins and you quit? Is this what Tianfeng City players are like? Never seen gold equipment before. Didn't even make eye contact while insulting them. Very committed to the bit. This was Zheng Xiaolong from Flashlight Guild, Shanna City's most obnoxious representative. Zhao Feng fired back. Voices raised. The Dawn Sword Vice President had to physically intervene before it became a brawl. Lin Yuan explained the bigger picture quietly while the drama unfolded. Flashlight Guild wasn't just here to be annoying. Shanna City's professional association, under new director Zheng Yaodong, had been making moves to absorb Tianfeng City into their jurisdiction for over a year. Last year, they tried officially through the government. Military Commander Meng Zhan blocked it personally. So now they're trying indirectly. Send Flashlight Guild to provoke conflicts, steal dungeon first clears, irritate Tianfeng City guilds into fighting back. Then Shanha City uses the conflict as justification to declare a city challenge match. And if they win, Tianfeng City becomes Tianfeng County. Luo Yushang listened to all of this, picked up her phone, and called Shanha City's mayor directly. This is Luo Yushang, current mayor of Tianfeng City. I hear Shanha City is planning a city challenge match against us. Brief pause. No? Good. If there was one, though, I'd welcome the opportunity to meet personally. She hung up. While I'm here, Tianfeng City stands. Shanha City's mayor immediately called Zheng Yaodong after hanging up. Stop everything related to Tianfeng City. Cancel the challenge match preparations. Now, Zheng Yaodong protested. The plan was nearly half complete. Do you want to fight Luo Yushang personally? The mayor asked. Because I don't. Tell Flashlight Guild to calm down immediately. Zheng Yaodong left the office alone, confused about why Luo Yushang would become mayor of a second-tier city. Then it clicked. Mu Tianxing is in Tianfeng City. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a black skull-marked communication talisman. Wrote the information down. It burned away instantly. His eyes went cold. If Mu Tianxing dies, the Lich will be reborn using his body. Tianfeng City would be completely destroyed, and the ancient sealed ruins would descend on the real world again. He said it like it was good news. Meanwhile, I was sitting in the arena watching match number 2 and wondering how many more matches until it was my turn. 324 is a very high number. Flashlight Guild's team was genuinely skilled. Cleared the first 3 rounds in under 3 minutes each. 4th round nearly broke them. Lost 2 members to a troll hunter with a bear companion, but scraped through for 4 consecutive wins. Walking out, Zheng Xiaolong looked directly at Tianfeng City's players, raised his thumb, then slowly flipped it upside down. The Tianfeng City players silently fumed. Nobody had an answer. 4 wins is 4 wins. I was wearing earphones watching short videos and did not notice any of this. Chui Xianglong tapped my shoulder. I pulled one earbud out. Flashlight Guild got 4 consecutive wins, currently the highest in the whole event. If nobody beats them, they get MVP. On Tianfeng City's home turf. So, I put the earbud back in. Okay then, nobody else managed 4 wins after that. Then, number 324, please enter. No response. 324? Does team 324 forfeit? A spotlight fell on me. I looked up from my phone, saw my number vibrating, put my earphones away, and stood up. Just me. No teammates. Daihao the goblin blinked. 1 person? Where's your team? I don't have one, I said, stretching my neck. Zheng Xiaolong from his seat. Tianfeng City people always this desperate for attention? You just threw away 1,000,000 coins. That's several silver equipment pieces gone for nothing. His teammates piled on immediately. Level 18 summoner. How do you have the confidence to stand here? You're making your whole city look foolish. Your family worked hard for that 1,000,000. Then everyone heard it. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Cold ran down every spine simultaneously. Like something genuinely terrifying had arrived. Aguay materialized behind me. One casual wave of his hand. Boom. A white bone throne appeared floating in the air above the arena. Then bone walls started rising from the ground, forming a staircase upward. I walked up. Each step created another bone stair beneath my foot. 23 steps total, each one appearing right as I needed it. A glowing white staircase rising into the sky toward the floating throne. I sat down, snapped my fingers. Ali and Aguay appeared below me. I leaned forward slightly and looked down at Daihao. Begin. Daihao stood there with his mouth open for 3 full seconds. 3,000 players in the arena. Complete silence. Every single person frozen. Zheng Xiaolong's lollipop fell out of his mouth and landed on his own shirt. He didn't notice. He was drooling slightly. Luo Yushang in the observer section thought. What I asked that? That actually kind of impressive. Daihao recovered and announced. Let's welcome Challenger 324, who will face our gladiators. Alone. We wish him luck. Wait, I said. When did I say challenge mode? Daihao tilted his head. Give me death match. Dead silence. Then chaos. He chose death match? Why would anyone do that? He doesn't have to die today. He could just go home. Lin Yuan immediately turned to Luo Yushang in a panic. Stop him. He cannot choose death match. Luo Yushang watched me sitting on my floating bone thrown 20 meters in the air, completely calm, and quietly said, that I don't think he needs our concern. Luo Yushang shook her head. It's too late. His opponent is already coming out. Daihao recovered quickly, grabbed his microphone, and went full hype mode. A true warrior stands before us. One who places life and death aside. Whatever happens next, he has already proven himself worthy of greatness. Then the east gate opened. A 5-meter-tall, 2-headed ogre walked out. Ace Gladiator, Gal. Tier 4 Commander. Level 27. 2 million HP. AoE lightning storm. Spell interrupts. Slowing ice. Self-buffing berserk mode. The crowd immediately started calculating how fast I would die. Physical attack of 15,000 on a magic boss, group damage and interrupts and slowing and speed boost. How is anyone supposed to fight that? I tilted my head. Ollie crossed his arms, bent his knees slightly, then jumped, landing directly in front of the two-headed ogre. Then he threw his shield on the ground. Why did he drop his shield? Someone in the crowd yelled. Does he want to die faster? Begin, I told Daihao. Daihao rolled his eyes at my impatience, raised his microphone. Fight. Gal immediately activated berserk mode, grew to 7 meters tall, and started charging his lightning storm spell. Blue light gathering on both hands. 2.5 second cast time. Ollie was standing directly in front of him. Gal kept casting. Heroic charge. Ollie became a blur. Diamond sword dragging behind him, leaving a long afterimage. Closed the gap instantly. Gal stunned for 2 seconds. One flash. Minus 672,680 critical hit. White light through the chest. Ollie teleported behind. Second slash. Minus 551,340 critical hit. 3 combo sweep. Horizontal slash. Execution strike. Minus 232,480. Minus 249,870. Minus 124,150. Minus 95,890. Minus 200,000. The lightning spell dissipated. The light left Gal's eyes. 2 million HP, Ace Gladiator. Dead before the 2-second stun even expired. Ollie pulled his sword out, stabbed it in the ground, and produced his violin. Began playing a farewell melody. Alone. In the center of the arena. Completely unbothered. 3,000 players in the stands. Complete silence. Zheng Xiaolong sat with his legs frozen mid-cross, mouth wide open, eyes like coins. The ogre mage is dead. The ogre mage is dead, he asked, and answered himself. His face went completely white. His teammates looked like they wanted to find a hole in the ground and disappear into it. Daihao stared at Ollie from his platform with suddenly very hungry eyes. I smell a powerful soul. I looked at the kill result and was honestly slightly unsatisfied. Ollie barely hit the threshold. Without those 2 critical hits, it might not have been a one-shot. I pulled up the system interface. The ogre mage is dead. Can I get 5,000 evolution points in advance? Evolution points are calculated after dungeon completion. Rules are flexible, I said patiently. Give me 5,000 now. I evolve Ollie. Ollie kills things faster. I earn more evolution points total. It's literally better for both of us. Also, the 5,000 is already mine. I'm just collecting early. Nothing unreasonable about that. If you won't do this, go find someone else to be your summoner. Ogre mage killed. Evolution points 5,000. Perfect, I said. Let's make this the standard going forward. 1 boss killed, 1 payout. Stop waiting for final tallies. Very inefficient. Daihao announced the result with barely concealed shock. A truly unforgettable battle. Ace Gladiator Gal has been defeated by an 18-year-old human summoner. Continue or take your diamond equipment. Continue, I said immediately. Came all the way here, paid 1 million entry fee. I'm not leaving until this arena is completely cleared out. Daihao smiled in a way that suggested he thought he was being clever. He set my required win streak to the maximum, 5 consecutive wins. Rewards for 5 wins, 1 epic tier equipment, and 1 SS rank universal skill book. The observer stands exploded. Epic tier? I've never seen one in my life. SS rank skill usable by any class? Lin Yandong's face went pale again just as it had started to relax. Luo Yushang narrowed her eyes and analyzed the situation calmly. Ollie has incredible burst damage but limited sustained output. The smart play is sending a gladiator with strong defensive skills to absorb the first wave. If Ollie's opener gets blocked, he's half useless. She started calculating whether she could physically drag me out of the arena. Then the arena raised a level 80 protective barrier around itself. Luo Yushang immediately stopped calculating. A level 80 barrier. Every player on the planet combined couldn't break it. I raised an eyebrow at the barrier. Interesting. Setting a trap? Going to disappoint you, because Daihao setting 5 wins as the target was exactly what I wanted. 5 bosses. 5 evolution point payouts. Enough experience to hit level 20. Plus epic equipment and an SS rank skill book. Dial thought he was trapping me. He was gifting me everything I needed. Spend 50,000 evolution points. Evolve Ollie. Blood-colored energy swirled around Ollie mid-violin performance. I sent him to the summoning space before the transformation drew too much attention. A blood cocoon formed. Silver light burst outward. Ollie emerged in crimson armor with sharp, curved horns, blood-red eyes, completely expressionless. Tier 5, Blood Shadow Sword Guard. All stats doubled. 2 new S-rank skills acquired. One that temporarily boosts max HP by 50% and heals for the same amount. Another that guarantees perfect parry for 8 seconds with an automatic counterattack. Ollie can now literally stand still and absorb boss attacks without dying. I was very pleased. Dihal stared at the returned Ollie and went very quiet. 5. Tier Warrior. His confident expression collapsed completely. A Tier 4 Ollie had one-shot a boss 9 levels higher than himself. Tier 5 Ollie with doubled stats was a completely different category of problem. Dihal made a phone call upstairs to whoever runs this place. I need Samuro for the final round. He got approval. His face lit up immediately. Samuro, Tier 5 Bloodline. Ogre Orc Hybrid. Sword Saint of the Flame Blade Clan. Glory Ranked Gladiator. The strongest card in the deck. Dihal looked down at me smiling on my throne. Laugh while you can, he muttered. The harder you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later. I kept smiling. He had no idea I was doing math on how many evolution points Samuro would drop. I rested my head on my arm and looked at Dihal. Begin. Don't waste my time. Dihal smiled through visible irritation and announced the next gladiator. Mugri the Hill Gorin. 10 meters tall. Level 28. 2,400,000 HP. Defense 16,000. 30% magic resistance. Skills. Earth armor that boosts defense by 50%, giant rock throws, ground tremor that slows and eventually petrifies targets, and a last resort defensive stance at 30% HP that reduces all damage by 80% while regenerating health. Luo Yushang's expression went serious immediately. This is exactly what I was afraid of. A high defense tank type. With Ollie's burst damage countered, she didn't know Ollie had just evolved. Nobody in the stands did. They just thought his armor looked slightly darker. Because summoned creatures don't just randomly evolve mid-fight, so nobody even considered it. Aguay looked around the arena and decided something was missing. Crowd noise. He summoned 2,000 undead as a temporary audience. They immediately started banging their weapons together and screaming their horrible cackle while cheering for Ollie. The Blood Ring Arena became a death arena in approximately 15 seconds. Dihal's eyes lit up for completely different reasons. He started thinking about how valuable an undead summoner's soul would be to his master. The crowd debated whether I had any chance. Half said slim. Half said none. Ollie charged at the 10-meter giant. It looked like a fly attacking a mountain. Mugri activated earth armor immediately when stunned. Couldn't stop the stun, but could at least protect himself from a one-shot. Against the old Tier 4 Ollie, that would have worked. Against Tier 5 Blood Shadow Sword Guard Ollie with doubled stats. Minus 844,568 critical hit. Minus 714,280 critical hit. Dihal whispered. It's over, immediately upon seeing those numbers. Ollie followed up with Sweeping Slash and 3 combo. Mugri's HP dropped below 30%, triggering his final defensive skill. 80% damage reduction, health regeneration, can't act. Ollie stopped attacking. Stood there watching Mugri regenerate. Waited patiently for 8 seconds. The skill ended. Mugri stood back up roaring. Little one. Mugri will tear you apart. Ground tremor activated. 2,000 magic damage per second. Stacking slows. Petrification incoming after 5 seconds. Ollie didn't move. He stood in the tremor deliberately, waiting an extra 2 seconds for Mugri's earth armor cooldown to fully expire. Then, Unyielding will activate it. Control immunity for 5 seconds. No more petrification risk. Then Ollie looked at Mugri the way a person looks at a math problem they've already solved. Ollie's 3 combo skill quietly upgraded to consecutive flash, a rank, 4 rapid strikes at 180% attack damage each. The arena was about to see what, completely outclassed in your own specialty, looks like. Ollie waited patiently for Mugri's defensive stance to end. 8 seconds. Just stood there while the giant regenerated health and roared threats. Defensive stance expired. Consecutive flash. 4 rapid slashes in sequence. The sword moving so fast, it looked like Ollie was barely trying. Minus 384,480. Minus 397,584. Minus 376,527. Minus 394,890. Mugri's HP dropped to 6%. Ollie raised one hand. Execution strike. Minus 240,000. Sword away. Turn around. Walk back to the violin. Mugri collapsed behind him. Ollie didn't look. He picked up the violin and played a new song. The theme was essentially, being undefeatable is so lonely. Aguay's 2,000 undead erupted into absolute chaos cheering. The death arena atmosphere intensified significantly. The human audience was silent for about 3 seconds, then also exploded. That was the unbreakable defense specialist. And he just died like nothing. Lin Yuan pinched his own leg hard to confirm he was awake. Luo Yushang stared at Ollie carefully. 5 tier, she said quietly. Tier 5 battle general class. Only that bloodline can delete a tier 4 commander boss like it's casual. She was actually being conservative. Below level 40, there isn't a single player who could challenge Lin Yuan right now. His stat gains per level are 8 times higher than normal players. By level 20, the gap becomes even more extreme. Daihao stood on his platform looking increasingly desperate. Even the defense specialist Gorin clan couldn't survive. Who could possibly stop this? Then he remembered. The arena's basement had a dragon beast with dragon bloodline. Infected by demonic energy. Currently it's pseudo, tier, 5 power levels. Perfect. Send it out. If it loses, Samuro handles cleanup anyway. And if it dies, the demonic energy explosion might cause Ollie to go berserk and attack me instead. 2 birds. 1 stone. Genius plan. Daihao smiled his fake smile and started announcing dramatically. I waved my hand at him. Skip the speech. Just send them in. Daihao's smile twitched. He pointed at the east gate. Chains snapped. A deep roar shook the arena. Something crashed through the east gate entirely rather than waiting for it to open. Flame Drake Scar. Level 29. 2,800,000 HP. Attack 26,000. Skills included a Fear Roar affecting 50-meter range, Tail Sweep, Claw Strikes that reduce defense, a Fire Breath dealing 50,000 magic damage in a straight line, and a permanent Berserk state from Demonic Corruption doubling attack and speed while immune to all debuffs. The entire arena went silent. A dragon? They have a dragon. Everyone knows what dragons mean. 1 dragon can flatten a city. I looked at it, tilted my head. Thought that's it? I thought it was a pure-blooded dragon. It's just a mixed blood drake. The flame drake technically has dragon in its name, but is only distantly related to true dragons. Probably activated a tiny fragment of dragon bloodline somewhere in its ancestry and gained fire powers. For any normal player, this would be an impossible wall. For me, it was the 3rd gladiator in a row. The drake didn't wait for Daihao to announce the start. The moment it entered the arena, its blood-red vertical pupils locked directly onto Ollie. Ollie looked back. Neither of them moved for exactly 1 second. The drake roared and immediately fired its opening move. A massive flame breath straight at Ollie. Ollie carefully put his violin away first, then dodged. The drake's tail sweep hit Ollie during his charge. 8,000 damage. Didn't move him an inch. Heroic Charge's unstoppable body absorbed it completely. The drake's Fear Roar triggered. Ollie briefly entered Fear status. Unyielding Will. Instant removal. 1 flash. Ollie became a silver streak, appeared behind the drake. Minus 1,532,000 critical hit. Drake turned around slowly with its massive body. Ollie flashed back to original position. Minus 1,299,600 critical hit. 2,831,600 total damage. 1 skill. Drake dead. The crowd watched in complete silence as a level 29 flame dragon died in approximately 4 seconds. Then the drake's body dissolved and released a massive cloud of pure demonic energy that poured directly into Ollie's body through his mouth and nose. Ollie stood completely still. Eyes turned blood red. Absorbed pure demonic energy. Racial skill Dark Demon unlocked. Dark Demon. Transform into the Dark Clan's true demon form for 10 seconds. All stats doubled. Movement speed doubled. Lifesteal increased 50%. Cooldown 2 hours. I stared at the skill description for a moment. Dark Demon. This skill is incredible. Ali's burst damage was already absurd. With Dark Demon active, the numbers become genuinely unreasonable. I laughed out loud. Loudly. Daihao heard me laughing and thought internally, enjoy it while it lasts. The demonic energy corrupts any living thing's mind. Even the drake with its powerful life force eventually lost itself to the madness. A summoned creature absorbing that much should go berserk within a minute. 1 minute passed. Ali stood still, not moving, completely calm. Daihao waited, confused. 2 minutes. Nothing. I called out impatiently. Are you going to start the next round or not? Stop wasting my time. Daihao stood there genuinely puzzled. Normal beings go feral from even trace amounts of demonic energy. Ali absorbed a full dragon's worth and was apparently fine. Very strange. Extremely concerning. He announced the next gladiator anyway. A shadow slipped into the arena before he finished the introduction. Dark Elf Assassin Dory. Level 30. Stealth. Guaranteed crit on first strike from hiding. 30,000 damage backstab. Shadow step that teleports directly behind targets. And a death dance that chains 10 random hits after killing someone. This was the counterplay. Can't beat the summon? Go around it. Target the summoner directly. A level 19 summoner with average gear has maybe 10,000 HP max. One normal attack ends it. The Dark Elf went invisible and crept slowly toward me. Ali sensed an enemy nearby but couldn't locate the exact position. I watched the empty arena with a slight smile. This one can go invisible. Can't beat my summon, so it's targeting me instead. I was not worried. I was also not going to explain why yet. The Dark Elf Assassin crept carefully through my 10,000 undead soldiers, thinking numbers don't matter when you have skill. She had a point. She'd killed countless spellcasters before. Level 19 summoner with maybe 10,000 HP, one backstab ends it. She shadow stepped directly behind me. Backstab. Minus 57,000 critical hit. My shield absorbed some. The rest hit me directly. 57,000 damage on a target with 26,000 HP. I sat completely unmoved on my throne, tilted my head sideways, and looked at her. That's it? The assassin froze for half a second in pure confusion. I expected someone impressive. You're disappointing. She went from confused to furious immediately. Activated Death Dance. 10 rapid strikes in sequence, blades flashing everywhere. 10 of my skeleton soldiers collapsed. I stood up completely fine. I reached out and grabbed her by the head with my bare hand. Iron grip, 2-second stun on any target. I pulled her face to face with me, laughing. You thought you could kill me? Ha 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 ha. She dangled there, unable to move, eyes completely disbelieving. She was genuinely asking with her expression, why won't you die? Wanna know? I'm not telling you. You don't deserve to know. I tossed her off the throne. She flipped midair, landed perfectly on her feet. Impressive athleticism, honestly. Turned around. Ali was already standing directly behind her. Minus 1,857,600 critical hit. Done. Outside, everyone debated why I survived 57,000 damage on a 26,000 HP character. Lin Yuan noticed the skeleton soldiers dying at the exact moment I was attacked, and correctly deduced I have damage transfer, redirecting hits to my undead army instead. Brilliant passive protection, he said. Only question is the cooldown. Luo Yushang nodded and said after I get the 5-win rewards she'd recommend I pick an SS rank survival skill. Ali handles all the damage. I just need to stay alive long enough for him to do it. Level 20 hit. Third summon slot unlocked. Normally that requires class advancement first. The system message clarified. Divine Summoner System gives one summon slot every 10 levels automatically. I was about to check the epic reward when a golden portal opened in the sky above the arena. Through it, a pair of eyes filled with starlight. Blood, Lord Valrana. Level. Unknown entity. Lots of question marks. Definitely dangerous. Those eyes spotted me and immediately showed genuine interest. A hand reached toward the portal. The portal started cracking and squealing like it was about to shatter from the strain. The hand pulled back. The eyes sighed. I exhaled slowly. The arena owner trying to reach through dimensions to grab me personally. That's new. And slightly alarming. Was he trying to refuse paying the rewards? That's incredibly petty for an ancient being of unknown power. I was still processing this when a figure came shooting out of the portal like a falling meteor and slammed into the center of the arena. Flame Blade Sword Saint, Samuro. Tier 5 Battle General. The final gladiator had arrived. Flame Blade Sword Saint Samuro. Tier 5 Battle General. Level 32. 5 million HP. Skills including stealth with a 50,000 bonus hit on reveal. For mirror clones, a 3-hit stun combo. A 5-second spin attack that's magic immune. And the scary one. Invincible Slash. 18 consecutive strikes with 50% increased crit rate. 1,340 battles. 0 losses. Given the honorary title of Glory by the arena. The crowd went dead silent when his stats appeared, then immediately started screaming at Daihao. Black Curtain Operation. Shameless. Sending a level 32 Glory Gladiator against an unadvanced summoner? You're cheating. Daihao smiled warmly through the insults and announced the battle start like nothing was happening. Even Luo Yushang looked worried for the first time all day. This might actually be a loss. Invincible Slash alone could overwhelm even a tier 5 summon. I sat on my throne watching the arena and thought, if Samuro is smart, he goes straight for my back with Invincible Slash while invisible. Instant win. But Samuro has a pride problem. He won't do the smart thing. He'll perform first. Performing in front of Ollie is a mistake. Samuro vanished using Swift Step. Ollie waited. Before Ollie and Samuro could even talk to each other properly, Ollie had said one thing. The Flameblade clan has really fallen. Even half-breed mongrels can become sword saints now. Samuro, whose lifelong greatest rage trigger is being called a mongrel, immediately promised to cut both Ollie and me into 10,000 pieces. He's a sword saint, so he kept his composure. But his sword was literally on fire from emotion. Battle started. Samuro reappeared behind Ollie, minus 64,328. Ollie spun and swept. Samuro used Mirror Image. 4 identical clones surrounded Ollie instantly. Ollie jumped back without trying to identify the real one. One flash. Silver Streak cut through all 5 bodies simultaneously. Minus 561,600. Minus 1,684,800. Minus 1,713,457. Minus 1,679,645. Minus 1,658,933. The clones with 300% extra damage taken exploded. The real Samuro took the hit directly. Ollie looked at the one still standing. Found you. Samuro charged Ollie with his signature move, Blade Storm. 5 seconds of spinning magic immune damage. Ollie's HP dropped to half instantly. Samuro canceled it early, raised his sword, eyes burning with absolute confidence. Invincible Slash. 18 consecutive strikes. 50% increased crit rate. The move that ended 1,340 fights without a single loss. Ollie raised his two-handed sword slowly above his head. Said one thing. Listen. To silence and extinction. Dark demon wings erupted from his back. Blood red. Massive. Blocking out the light from above. Ollie floated upward, eyes looking down at Samuro with complete contempt. Trash. Come. Fight me. Samuro felt actual fear for the first time in his life. Then got angry at himself for feeling it. Gripped his sword. Activated Invincible Slash anyway because sword saints don't back down. Sword in hand active. A ring of blood-red sword blades surrounded Ollie, blocking every strike from the front. All 18 Invincible Slash hits deflected. 0 damage. 900,000 reflected damage back at Samuro instead. Impossible. My Invincible Slash was blocked. Samuro immediately got smart. Can't beat this form. Retreat. Wait for transformation to end. He activated his clones to cover his escape. Rapid step cooldown. 3 seconds remaining. Ollie looked at him. Trash. Why won't you fight? 1 flash, 2 stage. Minus 3,012,000 critical hit on Samuro. Minus 9,065,000 critical hit on clones. Clones exploded like bubbles. Samuro stopped moving. Ollie was standing directly in front of him. 555,000 HP remaining. 2 seconds until escape skill. Against any level 25 team in existence, surviving 2 seconds with 555,000 HP would be simple. Against Dark Demon Ollie with 60,000 attack power, consecutive flash. For strikes, minus 813,492, minus 813,679, minus 809,763, minus 812,458. Samuro died owing Ollie 2,700,000 extra HP. Ollie raised his sword above his head silently after. Said nothing, but said everything. Notifications flooded in simultaneously. 45,000 EXP, 50,000 evolution points. Arena cleared. Perfect clear bonus. Arena installation crystal obtained. Hide your name? No. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for perfect clearing the Blood Ring Arena on Nightmare difficulty. Death match mode. Let US celebrate. 3 times. Full broadcast. Everyone heard it. The crowd went absolutely wild. Players from other cities who didn't know me immediately started asking who Lin Yuan was. Tianfeng City players listed everything. Solo cleared Nightmare Beginner Dungeon. Instant killed the Nightmare Certification Robot. Solo cleared Nightmare Regional Dungeon. And now Solo Perfect cleared Nightmare Blood Ring Arena in Deathmatch mode. One person. All of these. No team. No support. Tianfeng City is going to rise. Another legendary monster has appeared in the country. He's going to break the record of summoners being unable to advance class. Watch. Daihal stood on his platform, staring blankly into nothing. He'd just noticed his connection to the Blood Lord had been severed. Then the entire arena compressed into a stream of light and flew into my hand. Blood Ring Arena Installation Crystal. Difficulty: Hard to Nightmare. Entry level 18 to 25. Note: when the Blood Ring Arena and the Order Arena combine, the Cosmic Arena opens to all players on the planet. I held this crystal and looked at it for a moment. I came here this morning to buy some equipment. I accidentally took ownership of an entire arena. The arena dissolved. 3,000 players dispersed. Flashlight Guild left very quietly with their heads down. They'd found out I was with Wushuang Guild, and that Luo Yushang was standing right there. Suddenly, their whole attitude problem disappeared completely. Amazing how fast arrogance evaporates near a level 60 Sword Saint who one-shots bosses. I check my rewards. SS rank Bloodlust skill book. Buffs all allies within 100 meters with 50% movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed for 25 seconds. More mana extends the range. Epic tier Flame Blade War Banner. 1000 strength, 1000 agility, 20% attack boost, 20% crit damage boost. I thought about who should get Bloodlust. It's a support skill, works for all classes, but the mana cost favors magic users. Aguay. Obviously. Aguay using it means I benefit from it automatically. I do nothing. Get SS rank army-wide buff for free. I handed it to Aguay without hesitation. Aguay cackled happily and immediately used it. A phantom war drum appeared. Beat once. Every person and undead creature within 100 meters lit up with red energy simultaneously. Lin Yandong raised his hand and stared at it. My casting speed just increased by half. Luo Yushang blinked away and reappeared. Drew her sword and tested the swing speed. Movement speed half. Attack speed half. Both. Cui Xianglong started shadow boxing the air. Imagine this during a boss raid. Lin Yandong went quiet thinking bigger. This range covers 100 meters minimum. In a city defense against the insect swarm. If 10,000 players all get this buff simultaneously, Cui Xianglong's eyes went wide. This is a Legion skill. The entire country only has 3 players with Legion scale buffs, and their combined effect doesn't match this one skill. Everyone got very excited very fast. I climbed down from my throne and greeted everyone. Brother Lin. Mayor Luo. Guild Master Cui. Lin Yandong jogged over immediately. Lin bro, you had me absolutely terrified the whole time. My heart was going up and down like a roller coaster. You need to work on your composure, I said, nodding toward Luo Yushang. Learn from her. Very calm. You're right, Lin Yandong said seriously. Then pulled out his phone and immediately transferred 50 million to me on the spot. Per our agreement. Regional crisis response fee. That's too much, I said, checking that the money arrived. Our deal was for unexpected situations. I came here voluntarily today with Mayor Luo. Doesn't count under the agreement. Lin Yandong waved his hand. You perfect cleared the Blood Ring Arena in deathmatch mode and made Flashlight Guild look like soggy vegetables. That's worth 50 million easily. I shrugged and accepted it. Then I told everyone that whoever decides to test me going forward should be prepared to get hit. I'm not gentle with people who perform arrogance in front of me. Luo Yushang crossed her arms. If anyone gives you trouble, handle it yourself. If you can't handle it, I'll step in. You have Wushuang Guild behind you. That was exactly what I needed to hear. Not the help, the attitude. I pulled out the Blood Ring Arena installation crystal and handed it to Luo Yushang. You deal with this one. Luo Yushang looked at the arena crystal in her hand, then passed it directly to Lin Yandong. The professional association needs to expand. Lin Yandong's eyes lit up. He cradled the crystal like it was a newborn baby. Absolutely expanding. Lin Bro keeps producing dungeons faster than we can install them. Chui Xianglong patted my shoulder. You're something else. Mu Tianxing didn't peak until after his class advancement. You peaked on day 1 and just keep getting more unreasonable. He mentioned I was now level 20 and should start thinking about the class advancement quest. Nobody had ever completed the summoner advancement before. Every summoner who tried came back with no information about what they faced. Complete mystery. Let's make a bet, I said. If I advance class, you buy me dinner. Done. Every swan in the lake if you want. Brother Lin's heart will break, I laughed. Lin Yandong punched Chui Xianglong in the chest. You all knew it was my swan, and nobody told me. I ate half a bird and couldn't even be angry about it. Then immediately offered to prepare a whole flock of geese just for me next time. The senior guild masters and city officials surrounded me talking completely as equals, not as adults to a teenager, just as peers. Nobody in the crowd watching thought that was strange. That's how this world works. Strong enough means you're everyone's equal automatically. At the edge of the crowd, Dawn Sword Guild's Xiao Bin watched me laughing with the city's top figures and felt something shift in his chest. Days ago, Lin Yuan was a freshly awakened summoner nobody believed in. Xiao Bin was the carefully cultivated rising star of his guild. Their worlds shouldn't have overlapped at all. The day at Skull Cemetery, he learned there's always someone stronger. Today, he couldn't even see Lin Yuan's shadow anymore. Not because Lin Yuan moved too fast, but because they were simply no longer in the same world. Lin Yuan was the moon in the night sky. Xiao Bin was a carp in the ocean. Vice President Chun Ming noticed Xiao Bin's expression, smacked his shoulder, and said, "Be grateful you were born in the same city as him. Without him, you'd never see a blessed dungeon at your level." He tossed a car model on the ground. It expanded into an SUV. Loaded everyone in. Memorized the Lieshan dungeon guide? Good. We're running it when we get back. Driving back, Chun Ming thought about his own younger days. This feeling Xiao Bin had. He'd felt it too once. Every talented person thinks they're a genius. But between geniuses there are uncrossable gaps. The ones on the other side of those gaps aren't called geniuses. They're called monsters. In front of monsters, being a genius just means you're qualified to see them from a distance. Back at the compound, I found Mu Tianxing lying in a lounge chair by the lake wearing a straw hat, looking about 25 years younger and completely at peace. Guild Master Mu, where did you get your spa treatment? You look 20 years younger. He sat up. Stop exaggerating. This is what I actually look like. I'm 36. Then he glanced at Luo Yushang. Luo Yushang is a year younger. 35. Luo Yushang's hand moved to her sword handle immediately. Nobody asked. I forgot. Mu Tianxing said quickly. Never mention a woman's actual age. Especially past 30. Mu Tianxing. I was wrong. Moving on, he quickly changed subjects. The Dark Knights Guild knows I'm in Tianfeng City. They'll be coming soon. Luo Yushang's expression turned serious. You want to use yourself as bait and catch them all at once. Yes. How confident? 100%. Your curse energy is completely removed? Not yet. But I can remove it anytime. He paused. I can't remove it completely before they arrive. The moment I finish my third advancement, they'll know and never show up. He smiled slowly. The trap was already set. He was just waiting for the Dark Knights to walk into it. Luo Yushang approved of Mu Tianxing's bait plan. I pointed out one problem. The Dark Knights wouldn't just send their best immediately. They'd send scouts first to confirm it wasn't a trap. I suggested a counterplay. Have the professional association publicly announce large purchases of forest essence from the Elven Forest Dungeon. Leak word to Shana City that Mu Tianxing is in Tianfeng City. Let them analyze the information themselves. Meanwhile, Mu Tianxing acts visibly old and weak. Let them think he's dying. If they believe he's near death, they'll send their ace players hoping to use his body as a vessel for the Lich's resurrection. Then at the crucial moment, trap springs, curse energy removed, third advancement complete. Mu Tianqing loved it. Started laughing about how good the dramatic reveal would be. Then I casually said, "By the way, Guild Master Mu, shouldn't you be paying for the curse removal service?" He went blank. "What curse removal? Don't play dumb. White Bone Pearl. Ring any bells?" His expression cracked immediately. I just figured it out. I'd been wondering why Aguay was learning skills so fast, 2 S-rank skills in just a few days. Then I heard Mu Tianqing mention his curse energy being removed, remembered all those times they were fishing together, alone by the lake, and connected the dots. Aguay had been running a private side business without telling me, absorbing Mu Tianqing's curse energy, which fueled skill learning, without informing the person who owns him. If Mu Tianqing hadn't accidentally mentioned it today, I'd have lost out on a massive payday. This is the first human to ever complete third advancement we're talking about. He definitely has good stuff. I held out my hand. "Pay up. Can't the SSS rank skill card I gave you last time count toward this?" Mu Tianqing tried. "That was a random skill card. I got SSS rank through my own luck. You don't get credit for probability. But without the card you couldn't have no Aguay visits anymore," I said, standing up. Mu Tianqing immediately blocked my path. "Wait, I'm just thinking about what's worthy of you. Wouldn't want to give you something that doesn't match your status." He rummaged through his bag for a while and pulled out a glowing tree branch. "Ancient tree heart. Epic material. Can be used for weapon crafting. Wood-type summons that absorb it inherit the ancient tree's racial skill." He looked genuinely pained giving it up. He'd gotten it by killing a level 55 corrupted war tree boss. Had been saving it for weapon crafting. I took it happily. Perfect timing. I was about to summon my wood elf. I called Aguay out and told him, "From now on, whenever Guild Master Mu needs you, make yourself available." Immediately, Aguay looked at me, looked at Mu Tianqing, understood everything had been discovered. He held both hands up open, gesture meaning, "I didn't leak this." Mu Tianqing covered his face. He'd done it to himself by talking too much. I walked back toward my villa laughing. Luo Yushang walked beside me with a small smile. Behind us, alone by the lake, Aguay immediately turned to Mu Tianqing and made a gesture. "The diamond fishing rod you promised. Where is it?" Mu Tianqing pulled it out of his bag with a twitching expression and handed it over. "You really are Lin Yuan summon." Aguay patted his chest and cackled proudly. Back home, I found Ollie had already left again. He'd only taught half his morning class before I summoned him to the arena, so he went back to finish the afternoon session. I sat on the sofa and pulled out the Wood Elf Summoning Skill book. Level 20 requirement. 3-tier bloodline, upgradable to 5. I learned it immediately. Third summon slot ready. Wood Elf? I said to myself with genuine curiosity. Support type probably. Hopefully magic-based. I've always wanted to experience being a mage. I raised my hand and activated the summon. A 1.5-meter female elf appeared in front of me. She looked around at the world with wide, curious eyes. First impression, adorably clueless. I checked her stats and immediately had questions. Wood Elf. Support type. Should have high intelligence, healing skills, ranged abilities, skills, heavy strike. Whiplash. Root. Where's the support? I said out loud to nobody. Her SSS rank talent was called Endless Vitality. Never gets tired. Transformation skills have no cooldown. Immune to mind control. Regenerates 10% HP and MP every second. Good news. I now have healing. Bad news. It only works on herself. I literally cannot die. She heals herself infinitely. Neither of us needs this. I sighed and gave her the ancient tree heart anyway. She took it from my hand and immediately swallowed it whole on the spot. I stared at her for a moment. Right. Let's just evolve you directly. I opened the panel expecting to spend 5,000 points for Tier 4. It drained 55,000 points and skipped straight to Tier 5. Green energy exploded around her like a forest coming to life. Warm, gentle, like spring breeze. Actually kind of nice. When it cleared, a 1.65-meter elegant elf stood in front of me. Master, voice like clear water. Expression completely pure and blank. Like a brand new notebook. I'll call you Alan, I said. Orchid heart, delicate spirit. I opened her stats. Ancient tree elf. Tier 5 battle general. 160,000 HP, 160,000 MP attack, 32,000. Skills: S rank Great Earth Tremor, S rank War Stomp, A rank Crushing Strike, A rank Fatal Whiplash, A rank Ground Spike. Racial skill: War Horn, transform into a War Ancient Tree, attack up 100%, HP up 500% for 20 seconds. 6 skills: 5 physical damage skills. 1 root. I wanted a mage. I got a tree that turns into a bigger tree for combat. I sighed deeply, looked at the ceiling, accepted my fate. At least at level 50, I get the Naga Empress. Ocean Controller. Surely not a melee fighter. Surely. Alan, pick yourself a room. Avoid the piano room and the fishing room. Yes, master. Should I arrange your bedding? Or anything else? I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. She nodded gracefully and went upstairs like a proper aristocrat. Next morning, Aguay returned from an all-night fishing session with his new diamond fishing rod. 5 full buckets of fish behind him carried by undead servants. His fishing skill had upgraded from basic to intermediate. He was dancing with pure joy. No more going home empty-handed. Ever. I came downstairs, saw the 5 buckets, and said, "Nice catch." Aguay grinned and held up the diamond rod proudly. Then Alan came downstairs. The moment she saw Aguay, she went completely cold. Undead, natural elves and undead creatures are natural enemies. Her arm turned to wood instantly. A vine as thick as 3 arms materialized and whipped Aguay across the room. He flew backward and shattered the front door of the villa on his way out. Alan, stop. Her arm was already fully wooden. 1 more second, and she'd transform into a full War Ancient Tree and destroy the entire building. Alan, Aguay is on our side. Aguay stood up from the rubble. Several chest bones cracked. He turned around slowly, blue soul fire burning in his eye sockets, and looked directly at me. His expression said one thing clearly. Why is she tier 5? I introduced Alan to Aguay and casually mentioned his evolution would happen next time, due to a small accident. Aguay's fishing rod fell out of his hand. He stared at me with the expression of someone who just learned they missed out on 100 million yuan. Alan looked at the fish buckets brightly. Master, you haven't eaten yet. Let me make breakfast. Consider it an apology to Aguay. Ollie returned from morning training, saw the shattered front door, and immediately reached for his sword. Misunderstanding. Come eat. We sat in the dining room. 10 minutes later, Alan walked out carrying a large basin. For small black fish were swimming around inside it. Still alive, occasionally doing little flips. Aguay stared at the basin for exactly 2 seconds, then instinctively pulled out his fishing rod and cast into it. A fish bit immediately. Aguay looked at me triumphantly. Alan smacked him on the skull so hard the bone cracked. No playing with food. Sit down. Aguay immediately sat perfectly straight and closed his mouth. 5-tier ancient tree elf apparently outranks his confidence completely. Alan turned back to me with her gentle expression fully restored. Master, why aren't you eating? Fresh fish tastes best. I don't eat raw seafood. You eat it cooked? I stood up and went to the kitchen myself. 5 minutes later, tomato and egg stir-fry. Genuinely looked pretty good, honestly. Ollie picked up his chopsticks first. I felt proud. Even Ollie couldn't resist. He carefully picked 3 different sized eggshell pieces out of the dish, set down his chopsticks elegantly, said nothing. I slammed Aguay's skull before he could make a sound. Laughing at the table. We ended up going to a breakfast shop nearby instead. Alan came along. Sitting down, my phone buzzed. Enforcement Squad emergency broadcast. 3 leaping lice insects have infiltrated Tianfeng City. Locate and eliminate within 30 minutes. Leaping lice, half-meter insect creatures, roughly dog-sized, came from the Insect Fortress dungeon. Something had apparently gone wrong at the western wall last night, and some burrowing insects escaped into the city. I was eating a steamed bun thinking about this when Alan frowned slightly. Disgusting insects. Her arms started glowing green. Don't transform in the city. I grabbed her arm before she could become a War Ancient Tree and flattened 6 city blocks. Where are they? I asked instead. Alan lightly tapped her foot on the ground. 30 meters away, the ground cracked open. 3 ground spikes, each 20 centimeters thick and 10 meters long, shot upward. 1 leaping louse skewered on each spike. Huh, those actually were the insects, I said. The commotion attracted a crowd. I pulled out my enforcement squad credentials. Official business. Clear the area. Everyone immediately scattered. T and I from the squad arrived 5 minutes later, looked at the 3 insects skewered like kebabs, and said, "The alert went out less than 2 minutes ago. Lucky timing," I said. He explained the fortress situation. Western wall underground collapsed last night. Insects launched a surprise attack. The military held them back with heavy weapons. 33 burrowing insects had been found and killed. These 3 were the last ones missing. His teammates examined the clean single-strike kills and whispered to each other, 1 hit each. Incredible ground spikes. Wait, isn't Lin Yuan a summoner? His summons are the sword guy and the creepy skeleton. Who uses ground spikes? T and I looked at me questioningly. This is Alan, I said simply. Ancient tree elf. My 3rd companion. Alan heard the word, companion, crossed her hands together, and smiled with her whole face. T and I did a double take at Alan. 3rd summon? Did you complete your class advancement? Not yet. Still need 140,000 more experience. He transferred 300,000 yuan to my account, 100,000 per leaping louse. Apparently insects that escaped the fortress into the real world are worth serious money. Inside the fortress they're worth basically nothing. I immediately started calculating. 100 insects equals 10 million. 10,000 insects equals. Don't even think about it, T and I said, reading my expression perfectly. They're only worth that much because they escaped containment. Inside the fortress they'd be worth 100 yuan total. My get-rich-quick scheme collapsed instantly. Before leaving, T and I mentioned that Fortress 37 might be heading toward a full uprising. All players level 20 to 30 would be conscripted. Watch your phones. I froze slightly at those words. 18 years ago, Tianfeng City's insect fortress had its last major uprising. That's the event that made me an orphan. I'd never thought much about it before. But hearing it now, one thought crystallized immediately. I'm going to destroy that fortress. Both our phones lit up simultaneously with emergency messages. Enforcement squad calling all level 20 to 30 members to headquarters immediately. T and I drove me to the professional association first since Lin Yuan had also sent an urgent message. Lin Yuan was already waiting at the door. He immediately pulled me onto Luo Yushang's jet. I'll explain on the way. The situation: a Tier 5 insect creature had been born inside the fortress. Previous uprisings never produced anything above Tier 4. This was new. Dangerous new. The military was prepared. What they needed from me specifically was bloodlust. Cast it on the military forces during combat. Reduce casualties to minimum. Lin Yuan would pay 50 million. Military Commander Meng Zhan would add equivalent equipment or skill books on top. I wouldn't need to fight. Just buff and observe. Deal, I said immediately. Though if it doesn't interfere with the military's operation, I'll have my summons participate too. Lin Yuan agreed, but warned me. The insects come in numbers measured in tens of thousands. Even strong summons could get overwhelmed. I said nothing out loud. Internally, you think your insect numbers are impressive? I have Alan's endless vitality talent giving me 10% mana regeneration per second. I am literally a perpetual motion machine for undead summoning. However many insects show up, I can match them in undead soldiers. The jet landed. We entered the fortress. Inside was organized chaos. Injured players being treated in medical areas. 500 fully armed soldiers on alert around a massive square. Cannons and crossbow fortifications everywhere. At the far end of the square, a blue crack in the air. 10 meters long. 6 meters tall. Luo Yushang looked at it. That rift is the portal to the actual insect nest. Everything beyond it is the real fortress. I looked at it. Thought about my parents. Thought about 18 years ago. And felt something settle very quietly in my chest. Military Commander Meng Zhan walked over and got straight to business. No small talk. My kind of person. He introduced his deputy, Ling Yi, level 30 Ice Mage, Fortress Combat Commander. Serious looking. Lots of killing intent. The moment I heard Ice Mage, I pulled out my S-rank Blizzard skill book. I happen to have something that might suit your deputy very well. Ling Yi was not interested initially. He already had 4 A-rank skills and 1 S-rank. Didn't need anything. Then he saw the description. S-rank Blizzard. His eyes went huge. The insect fortress is shaped like AU. If he stands in the middle and casts Blizzard, he can slow the entire insect swarm simultaneously. Maximum area control. Perfect fit. Meng Zhan pulled out 2 items from his dimensional bag without hesitation. Conqueror's Contract. 50% chance to make any monster within 10 levels of you become your summon, leveling up to match you. Requires a summon slot. Usable at level 30. Awakening contract. Bind a skill book. Learn skills up to 10 levels above your current cap. Usable at level 40. I stared at these for a moment. Conqueror's contract means I can try to recruit a dragon if I find one. If it refuses, I'll make it understand what wishing for death but unable to die feels like. Few creatures would turn down the alternative. Awakening contract means I can use it with the Naga Empress skill at level 40 instead of waiting for level 50. Tier 7 King class summon at level 40. These are perfect, I said. Ling Yi learned Blizzard immediately. Said their defensive capability just increased by another 10%. Meng Zhan then gave me a briefing on why just attack through the rift doesn't work. Years ago, another city organized 5,000 players to push through their insect rift and eliminate the nest permanently. The insects responded by producing 5 Tier 6 creatures. 4,000 players died. The fortress was destroyed. Tens of millions of insects poured into the city. Over 1 million civilians killed. Nobody has attempted an offensive push since. The current fortress maximum is 100 players. Any more, and the insects escalate beyond control. The insects come in tens of thousands, Meng Zhan said. Individual strength is low, but the numbers are overwhelming. And if the fortress goes into full uprising mode, the rift's color changed. Blue shifted to purple. Fortress, 37. Difficulty, Nightmare. Level range, 20 to 30. Capacity, 100. Everyone went silent. Meng Zhan looked at it. It started. Meng Zhan immediately went into command mode. Ling Yi got the troops organized and moving through the rift in orderly formation. I followed them through. Inside the fortress was completely different from anything I'd seen. 5 guards stationed at the rift exit to prevent any insects from sneaking through to the real world. Walls already repaired from last night's breach. 100 players in position, all level 30, many of them veterans who'd been here multiple times. 2 guys near the left wall were chatting while one of them smoked. Hey Lao Hu, if there's a tier 5 insect today, think it'll drop a tier 5 perfect essence. The smoking one, who's Sanming, level 30 archer, explained. Tier 5 perfect essence adds 500 to all stats. Worth hundreds of millions. Extremely rare. Even if it dropped, regular soldiers wouldn't have enough contribution points to claim it. Just focus on farming tier 1 and 2 essences, he said. Lucky Day gets us a tier 3. That's a full gold equipment set right there. Ling Yi explained the system to me. Normal insects drop attribute crystals with 1 in 1,000 odds. 10 crystals combine into an essence. For different attribute essences combine into a perfect essence. Scale goes from tier 1 giving 10 all stats up to tier 5 giving 500 all stats. Then Ling Yi asked me, what's the range on your bloodlust? He was planning to adjust formation density based on my answer. Standard army buff skills usually cover 50 to 100 meters. I checked my mana. Actually too low to cast it myself. But Aguay has 40,000 mana. Using all of it, the range extends to, I held up 3 fingers. 30 meters, Ling Yi said, already calculating. Dense formation, we can cover most. 300 meters, Ling Yi stopped. How many meters did you say? 300. He stood there completely silent for 3 full seconds, rethinking his entire battle plan. 300 meters covers the entire fortress. All 100 players. Simultaneously. Plus his blizzard to slow the insects. Plus everyone attacking at 150% speed. This is a legion skill, he said quietly, mostly to himself. This is terrifying. Insect army approaching. 5 minutes to contact. Prepare for battle. Everyone moved to position. 5 minutes later, the horde appeared on the horizon. First wave, 30 tank insects. Each one 4 meters tall, roughly the size of a truck, yellow armored shell, shaped like a walking rectangle. Tier 3 elite. Level 25. 250,000 HP. Skills. Heavy carapace. 50% defense boost. And self-destruct. 10,000 magic damage in 20-meter radius on death. Tank insects in the first wave, someone on the wall yelled. Ling Yi showed brief surprise, but recovered instantly. Priority target, tank insects. Do not let them reach the wall. I looked at 30 truck-sized insects lumbering toward us, and thought one thing. Aguay. It's time. First wave went smoothly. 30 tank insects deleted before reaching the wall. Then 5,000 leaping lice ran into Ling Yi's freshly learned blizzard and basically ceased to exist within 6 seconds. Everyone started discussing the S-rank spell. Ling Yi kept a straight face, but his eyes were clearly very pleased with himself. 10-minute break to collect loot. Attribute crystals scattered everywhere. Everyone rushing around collecting. My contribution score, 0. I did nothing. I asked Ling Yi how many waves total. 9 waves based on previous patterns. A boss appears every 3 waves. He turned to look at me with the expression of someone delivering a gentle reality check. This is different from a regular dungeon. You can solo a regional nightmare dungeon, but here, individual strength doesn't matter against insect numbers. Even you would struggle against a single wave. You're right. It's different, I said, smiling without elaborating. Because what I was thinking was, in a regular dungeon, there are terrain limits. Here there are no limits. I can summon undead indefinitely, with Alan's endless vitality giving me 10% mana regeneration per second. I am literally a perpetual undead machine. Given enough time, I could field a million skeleton army, but currently there's no reason. Regular insects give no experience. Low-tier attribute crystals block you from using perfect essence later. I want the best version or nothing. Wave 2 approaching. Prepare for combat. 3 times the previous numbers. 100 tank insects. 10,000 leaping lice. Alan tugged my sleeve quietly. Master, I hate insects. Can I kill all of them? Her eyes were glowing green. If I said yes, she'd jump off the wall immediately and transform into a war-ancient tree in the middle of 10,000 insects. Not yet, I said. You're the ace. Let the regular players handle the small stuff. You come in when things get critical. Alan immediately brightened completely. Master, are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. She started massaging my shoulders on the fortress wall. Every nearby player turned and stared with pure envy. Who is this guy? You don't know? That's Lin Yuan. Solo cleared the regional dungeon. Wrote the dungeon guide. Got the Blood Ring Arena installation crystal. Wait, the guy who solo death match cleared 5 consecutive rounds, including a glory gladiator. That's him. Someone asked the obvious question. He's only level 20 though. Hasn't even done his class advancement. What's he actually here for? Right on cue, the tank insects entered attack range. The players opened fire. 3 times the previous numbers. Too many to eliminate before wall contact. The defense line started straining. I raised my hand and called Aguay. Bloodlust. Full coverage. Aguay cackled and burned 40,000 mana in 1 second. Red light washed over all 100 players simultaneously. Movement speed, attack speed, casting speed, all up 50%. Immediately, every single player felt it instantly. The tank insects that were about to reach the wall started getting eliminated twice as fast. The guy who asked what I was here forgot his answer about 4 seconds later. When Bloodlust hit, everyone simultaneously, the entire fortress lost their minds. What is happening to me? Am I possessed by a god? With 50% increased speed across the board, the mages became spell-casting machine guns. 100 tank insects eliminated in under 10 seconds. 10,000 leaping lice came charging and lost half their numbers before reaching the 50-meter mark. Total cleanup in about a minute. When Bloodlust expired, everyone got the same dejected expression simultaneously, like someone had just taken away their favorite toy. Then every head turned toward me. That was Lin Yuan. Now I understand why he's here. One person just doubled the output of the entire fortress. Ling Yi quietly gave me a thumbs up. With Bloodlust active, he'd personally killed nearly 5,000 insects. His contribution score, 2,380. Mine, 1,600. From one cast of a buff spell, while standing still getting a shoulder massage. Wave 3 begins in 15 minutes. Tier 5 Dragon Insect Queen will appear. Every player went dead silent. Wait, the boss is Tier 5? Wave 3? Isn't the boss supposed to appear at Wave 9? Ling Yi's face went pale. Tier 5 Dragon Insect Queen. If it's a queen, she produces more insects continuously. Endlessly. As long as she has energy, she keeps spawning Tier 5 Dragon Insects. Everyone understood immediately what that meant. Ling Yi turned to me with complete urgency. Lin Yuan, leave through the rift now. Tell Commander Meng Zhan what's happening. Tell him we will hold until the last person falls and not let a single insect through. He'd already mentally written everyone off. But his orders were clear. Everyone can die except Lin Yuan. I didn't move. I was doing math. One tier 5 dragon insect equals 50,000 evolution points. 10 of them equals 500,000 points. That's enough to evolve Ollie, Aguay, and Alan to tier 6. A queen that continuously produces tier 5 insects indefinitely. This wasn't a disaster. This was a farm. Actually, I said slowly, you can send someone else with the message. I think I'll stay and see what this queen situation is about. Ling Yi went from calm to desperate immediately. Started talking about national treasure, Qingtinzhiju. Can't waste your potential. I stopped listening. He gave everyone else 3 minutes to evacuate if they wanted. Nobody left. The military veterans didn't move an inch. They knew their mission. The professional association support players hesitated briefly, then stayed too. On the east wall, veteran archer Hu Sanming lit another cigarette. His 4 teammates immediately produced cigarettes too. Didn't expect you lot to be there when I die, Hu Sanming said. Youngest teammate, shut up, you're all married with families. I don't even have a girlfriend. This is deeply unfair. Everyone laughed. Completely relaxed. Their attitude spread through the walls like a wave. Other players started competing over who would get the highest kill count on the incoming boss. I haven't even used my new B-rank skill yet. My gold greatsword hasn't been unsheathed once. Whoever does least damage has to call everyone else Big Brother. I stood on the wall with my arms crossed, looking at all of them. Betting on who's the best? Kind of childish. Little brothers. Wave 3 arrived with a completely different energy. 300 tank insects. 50,000 leaping lice. And 1 tier 5 dragon insect hovering in the air, doing absolutely nothing, just watching. Waiting for the smaller insects to drain everyone's stamina before striking. Classic predator behavior. Annoying, but understandable. The big difference from previous waves. This time the insects had coordination. Instead of tank insects charging first as usual, the small dogs ran ahead as shields for the tanks. Within minutes, some tanks had reached the 50-meter wall zone, dangerously close to self-destruct range. Obviously, the flying dragon above was directing them. Insects with leadership versus insects without leadership are completely different problems. I snapped my fingers. Agaway's mana had fully regenerated. Bloodlust activated instantly. The entire fortress lit up red again. Bloodlust is back, let's go. 1 second 5 shots, baby. Players pushed the insect line back beyond 50 meters almost immediately. The dragon insect saw this, decided enough waiting, and came screaming toward the fortress. Wings buzzing so loud you could feel it in your chest. Closed the distance in under 10 seconds. It was fast. Ling Yi kept trying to land slow effects, but the dragon dodged or used its speed burst skill to shake them off immediately. Every time he lined up a control spell, it had already moved. It slammed into a warrior on the wall. Guy survived only because he burned a survival skill in time. Half a second slower, and he'd be dead. Ling Yi was running out of options. I walked up behind him. You handle the ground insects. I'll deal with the dragon. Can you actually hold it? He asked, genuinely uncertain. Hold it. I shook my head with a slight smile. Ollie. From that moment, the question wasn't whether I could hold the dragon. The question was how many pieces it would be cut into. Ollie stood with his sword in one hand, the epic flame blade war banner on his back, eyes tracking the dragon's flight path, calculating timing. Aguay watched for about 2 seconds, then thought, why are we waiting? He raised his hand. Death grip launched. Thick death energy wrapped around the dragon mid-flight. Come here. The dragon got yanked directly in front of Aguay. Aguay bonked it on the head with his stick. Minus 14,600. New personal damage record for Aguay. Against a tier 5 target. He was very pleased. Ling Yi was about to shout. Everyone focus fire on the dragon. Silverlight. Gone. Minus 2,239,200 critical hit. Ling Yi's mouth stopped working. The word, dragon, got stuck in his throat. Second flash. Ollie teleported behind it. Minus 2,198,700 critical hit. Tier 5 dragon insect killed. Tier 5 agility essence X1. Evolution points 50,000. Dragon dead. Without coordination from above, the tank insects and small dogs immediately became disorganized chaos again. Hey, I called to Ling Yi. Focus. Keep fighting. Right. He snapped back to reality and resumed commanding. His eyes stayed shocked for the next several minutes. Those two flashes of light kept replaying in his head. 10 minutes later, the last small dog died, and everyone looked at me again. Did anyone else see that? The dragon got one shot. 2 hits. 200 million damage each. I was standing right there. That's impossible. Captain Ling Yi was literally next to it. Ask him, Ling Yi confirmed. Still staring into the middle distance, processing what he'd witnessed. He'd also just figured out why I asked about the queen earlier. I wasn't worried about surviving the encounter. I wanted to farm it. A notification appeared. Only I could see it. Dragon insect eliminated in under 1 minute. Extermination mode available. Activate. I asked Ling Yi what extermination mode was. Blank stare. I've never heard of that. This fortress has always been defense mode since it appeared, right? Because nobody in history had ever killed an invasion boss in under a minute. The option had never triggered before. I thought about it. Extermination mode probably meant push forward and permanently close the rift. No more fortress defense rotations. No more insect uprisings terrorizing Tianfeng City. Possibly create a permanent large-scale dungeon. Risk, everything comes at once. Could be ugly for the 99 other players. I stood up. Aguay materialized my white bone throne. I walked up the bone staircase and sat down, looking at everyone from above. I'm activating extermination mode. Anyone who wants to stay, stay. Anyone who wants to leave, go now. 10 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Nobody moved. After watching Ollie one-shot a tier 5 creature with casual elegance, these players would follow me anywhere. Husaming crushed his cigarette butt and grinned. Boys, time to become heroes of Tianfeng City. Everyone follow my instructions exactly, I said. Whatever I tell you to do, do it. Clear, clear, 100 voices simultaneously. Including Ling Yi, who had completely forgotten he was supposed to be the commander here. Activate extermination mode. The war fog around the fortress lifted instantly. A miniature map appeared in my hand showing the entire insect nest. White dots, over 500,000 tier 1 leaping lice. Gray dots, over 300,000 tier 2 spine snakes. Yellow dots, 100,000 tier 3 tank insects. Brown dots, 3 total tier 5 dragon insects including the queen. Extermination mode active. Kill tier 5 dragon queen, Marabi, and close the rift within 6 hours. Failure results in the rift upgrading 1 level. The rift behind us slammed shut. Outside, Mengzhan watched the rift close and immediately went pale. What just happened? Then Luo Yushang pointed at the map that had appeared where the rift used to be. A glowing light display showing the entire interior of the nest. 100 green dots in one corner. White, gray, and yellow covering 99% of everything else. Lin Yandong's eyes lit up. Lin Yuan triggered some kind of mechanism. Defense mode flipped to attack mode. They need to push through to the final boss, kill it. And if they succeed, he looked at the skull marker at the map's end. They might actually permanently close Fortress 37. Outside, Luo Yushang and Lin Yandong both said simultaneously that failure wasn't possible. Mengzhan didn't understand their confidence and filed a report to his superior anyway. His superior, Eastern Province Commander Li Yingchuan, replied with one word. Wait. He happened to be meeting with Mu Tianqing at that moment. Showed him the report. Mu Tianqing read it and smiled. The more dramatic it is, the better my eye for talent looks. Back inside, everyone was studying the map, trying to figure out the best route. Left path, 500,000 tier 1 leaping lice. Middle path, 300,000 tier 2 spine snakes. Right path, 100,000 tier 3 tank insects. All paths lead to the Dragon Queen at the skull marker. While everyone else analyzed routes, I pulled Aguay aside. Your turn. Aguay had been waiting for this moment since Alan evolved before him. He was cackling before I even finished the sentence. 50,000 evolution points consumed. Aguay advances from tier 4 Bone Knight to tier 5 Soul Knight. Death energy poured into him. His soul fire blazed brighter. He emerged wrapped in white bone rings he'd formed into full body armor using his bone armor skill. Cool looking. Extremely defensive. New skills acquired. Soul Harvest, racial. Kills collect souls. Each soul adding 10 skill damage. Stacks indefinitely for 24 hours. Gate of the Undead, SS rank. Open a portal to the Undead realm, summoning 1,000 undead creatures per second of any type below 2 tiers of his own. Costs 1000 mana per second. No cooldown. I laughed very loudly when I read that. The insects think their strength is numbers. I have 2 gates of the undead. Open the gates. Both of them. 2 massive blue portals appeared 50 meters in front of the fortress, each one 20 meters tall and 30 meters wide. Thousands of undead marched out every second. Mostly tier 3, some tier 4 mixed in. 10 seconds, 20,000 undead assembled. My endless vitality talent gives me 10% mana regeneration per second. My mana recovers 1070 per second. The gate costs 1000 per second. I literally regenerate faster than I spend. Aguay's 8000 intelligence gives him 800 mana per second plus his mana stone. Also sustainable indefinitely. 2 permanent gates. Endless undead. The number kept climbing. 30 seconds, 50,000. A minute, 100,000. Players stared with their mouths open as the undead army grew past any number they'd imagined. I dropped the map, pointed forward. Kill everything. Leave nothing alive. The undead army moved as one. I looked at Aguay, now wearing a black robe, holding a bone staff, cackling with his whole body. It's called extermination mode for a reason. So let's exterminate everything. Right, Aguay? Cackle, cackle, cackle. My king is absolutely correct. All who stand before us shall kneel. I laughed like I hadn't laughed in a long time. This was what an undead calamity looked like. The undead army poured out of the portals and immediately crashed into the insect swarm like 2 oceans colliding. Every second, thousands of insects dying, thousands of undead dying, thousands more undead replacing them instantly through the open gates. Husanming accidentally swallowed his cigarette, but staring at the portal. I'm level 30, and I've never seen anything like this. His teammate. I heard he's only got a few hundred summons max. Husanming. Try a few 100,000. And the portals are still open. Within minutes, the undead outnumbered the insects. The entire insect swarm, hundreds of thousands of them, received some kind of collective signal and began retreating toward the Dragon Queen's location. Lin Yuan looked at his map with pure joy. Over half the insects are gone. They're all pulling back to the queen. I was already moving. Aguay. We march. My throne floated forward. Husanming on the wall immediately yelled down. Lin Yuan SIR. Wait for US. There's too much loot for one person to collect. We'll help carry everything. Practical. Honest. I respected it. Approved. 99 players jumped off the wall and fell in behind me. They collected every attribute crystal dropped along the path without pocketing a single one. Nobody tried to steal anything. The reward for being associated with this operation was worth infinitely more than a few crystals. Lin Yuan organized the collected crystals and handed them to Aguay. Aguay handed them to me. 630 crystals total. I combined them into 3 perfect attribute essences, tier 1, 2, and 3. Crushed all 3. 160 all stats. For context, a normal player needs to level up 16 times to gain that much. I did it by walking through a hallway. 10 minutes from the queen's location. No insects in sight. All massed at the destination waiting for a final showdown. I was already planning how to handle the Dragon Queen. Step 1. Don't kill her immediately. Let her keep producing tier 5 dragons for evolution points. Maximum farming efficiency. Step 2. Kill her when she runs dry. Ruthless. Efficient. Accurate description of my personality. Alan walked up beside my throne and started massaging my shoulders again. Master, you promised I could fight. You lied to me. I'd completely forgotten. After spending time with all 3 of them, I'd formed some accurate character assessments. Ollie, elegant, refined, claims to be a musician, plays violin over the bodies of his defeated enemies. Genuinely unhinged, but in a cultured way. Aguay cackles constantly, night fishes for entire nights, and has apparently decided to dress like a skeleton mage instead of a soul knight. Walks around looking like a fragile spellcaster. Enemy closes in expecting easy prey. Aguay opens his robe, full bone armor underneath. Cannot be damaged. Opponents completely scammed. Absolutely diabolical. Alan, perfectly polite and gentle in normal circumstances, will transform into a war ancient tree and stomp everything flat if insects appear or combat triggers her instincts. 2 completely different personalities. At least she's not the dangerous type when relaxed. I patted her hand. Soon. The final battle. You're the main force. No restrictions. Do whatever you want. Alan's face lit up immediately. Finally, Master is the best. I looked ahead with genuine curiosity. Honestly, I wanted to see it too. What does a war ancient tree actually look like in full combat? Outside, Mengjian stared at the map, watching black dots spread across nearly 2/3 of the insect nest. What are all those black dots? There are almost 1,000,000 of them, Luo Yushang and Lin Yuan said simultaneously. Undead. They'd seen maybe 10,000 at the Blood Ring Arena and thought that was impressive. This was 100 times that. Every undead mage on the planet combined couldn't match what Lin Yuan was producing alone. Lin Yandong was practically glowing. 1,000,000 undead, Commander. Fortress 37 is about to become history, and Tianfeng City gains a permanent 100-person rift dungeon. He was already calculating how many new players would move to the city. Luo Yushang quietly added Lin Yuan to the inner guild chat. Messages from guild members rolled in. Mu Tianxing was already hyping him up, telling everyone to make friends now before he got too powerful to ask for favors. Inside, I reached the final area. Dragon Queen visible ahead. 500,000 insects massed around her. 2 freshly hatched Tier 5 dragons flanking her. She'd just finished producing them right as I arrived. I counted all the Tier 5 dragons present. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus the queen makes 5. Perfect. Keep hatching. I have all the time in the world. 50,000 evolution points each. More babies means more upgrades. The queen apparently understood the thread in my words. She let out a piercing shriek. 500,000 insects activated Swarm Berserk, tripled in size, doubled attack power, 50% faster in every way. 3 minutes before they all die from the self-destruct effect, they launched a death charge straight at my undead army. For Tier 5 dragons flying overhead, 500,000 berserk insects on the ground. The pressure was intense enough that the professional players behind me were struggling to breathe normally. Interesting, I said. I snapped my fingers. Aguay burned every point of his mana in one burst. Bloodlust. 700 meters of coverage. Every single undead in the entire army lit up red simultaneously. Aguay cackled. The undead roared back at the insect charge. 100 voices, 1,000 voices, 1,000,000 voices combined into a sound that shook the air. The insect's berserk momentum visibly faltered. I pointed at the Dragon Queen. Alan, see that queen over there? That one I want alive. Everything else, kill them all. Alan had been waiting for this exact sentence since we entered the rift. She leaped from beside my throne. Her body erupted in brilliant green light. Release your fury. Warhorn. Alan transformed mid-leap. A 50-meter-tall war ancient tree slammed down onto the battlefield. Her first move, War Stomp. 50-meter radius. Everything in range. Insects and undead crushed instantly. Disgusting insects. Disgusting undead. All of you die. She was laughing maniacally while doing it. I put my hand over my face. Knew it. Aguay cackled nervously and immediately reorganized the undead formation. Alan had zero concept of friendly fire. She just stomped approximately 10,000 of our own skeletons into dust. Ollie reached for his sword to go fight the Tier 5 dragons. I waved him off. Let Alan handle it. Ollie paused. Thought about it. Had Aguay build him a bone wall to sit behind. Pulled out a piano. He started playing Chopin or something while the battlefield raged 50 meters away. Everyone in the vicinity stared at him. Ling Yi opened his mouth. Closed it. No words existed for this situation. Alan stomped and shook and smashed her way through half the insect swarm. Her great earth tremor hit 94,000 damage per second across a 50-meter radius. Each stomp triggered minor earthquakes. The 4 Tier 5 dragons tried attacking her from different directions. Minus 6,800. Minus 1,324. Minus 1,236. Alan's war ancient tree form has 900,000 HP and 16,000 defense. Plus endless vitality regen. The 4 dragons combined dealt maybe 20,000 damage per second. Alan regenerated more than that every second. She didn't even notice them hitting her. The dragons couldn't hurt Alan. Alan couldn't hit the dragons. They were too fast, dodging every slow lumbering attack before it landed. Annoying flies, Alan muttered. She turned and looked at the Dragon Queen instead. The queen was lying on the ground, unable to move, belly swollen. actively hatching more dragons while eating corpses and bone fragments for energy. Alan, I said, capture the queen. Keep it alive. Alan's eyes lit up. First real mission. Absolutely must succeed. 3 massive strides crossed 100 meters instantly. Anything that tried to block the path got stomped into silence. Alan reached the queen and raised a fist the size of a 2-story building. Crushing strike. Minus 300,000 damage. The dragon queen screamed. Her head nearly split open. The 4 escort dragons screeched and dove at Alan simultaneously, their bond to the queen overriding any self-preservation. Alan ignored every hit. Kept punching. The queen's 5 million HP dropped below 2 million. Meanwhile, Ollie was playing piano. Behind a bone wall. On an active battlefield. Nobody said anything about it, because nothing about today was normal. The queen finished hatching 2 more tier 5 dragons mid-beating. Her belly cracked open, producing them even while taking massive damage. Alan ignored the new arrivals and kept hitting. Queen's HP, below 1 million. The queen finally regained mobility, dragging her shattered body into the air. Looked at the battlefield. 500,000 insects reduced to under 100,000. Undead everywhere. Escape impossible. Fighting impossible. One option left. She bit down on a football-sized green orb that had appeared in her mouth. Devouring seed. Epic item. Activates insect absorption gene. Consume allies to gain extreme power temporarily. Death in 30 minutes. The queen was going all in. The queen swallowed the devouring seed. A second mouth grew from her tail and immediately ate one of her own dragon children. I lost my composure instantly. Stop her. Those are my evolution points. All 3 summons moved simultaneously. Ollie, Alan, and Aguay all understood perfectly. Fewer dragons means later evolution for all of them. Completely unacceptable. Ollie activated heroic charge, vaulted up Alan's arm, landed on her shoulder. Throw me. Alan threw him. The dragon queen saw Ollie coming and screamed. She'd felt her first child die to those exact 2 flashes of light. She knew what was coming. She opened the tail mouth to maximum width and called her remaining children home immediately. Ollie's 1 flash caught the slowest one mid-flight. Minus 2,329,200. Minus 2,147,890. 1 dragon cut into 4 pieces. The other 5 made it into the queen's tail before the second slash landed. 50,000 evolution points. 1 tier, 5 strength essence. I slammed my armrest. My 250,000 evolution points. The queen absorbed all 5 children plus the remaining insects who sacrificed themselves willingly. She transformed. Mutated Dragon Queen. Level 39. 12 million HP. Attack 90,000. New skills. Wing Strike, dealing 100,000 physical damage. Split into 2 bodies at 30% HP. And Death Berserk, tripling size and doubling everything for 3 minutes before exploding. She activated Death Berserk immediately. At this point, 30 minutes or 3 minutes made no difference. She was already dying. Might as well go all in. Her eyes locked on me. Some instinct told her, kill the weak human in the center, and the army collapses. She moved at near teleport speed directly toward my throne. Ollie stood in her path. Dark demon wings spread. Blood-red eyes. Listen. To extinction and silence. Alan stood beside him. 50-meter war ancient tree. Arms raised. My fury is beyond your comprehension. Aguay had built a complete white bone great wall behind them both. Cackle, cackle, cackle. To reach our king, you must first walk over our corpses. 3 summons. 3 walls. Each one harder than the last. The professional players behind me were quietly praying for us and suggesting I move to safety. Lin Yuan, the queen will self-destruct in 3 minutes anyway. Just wait it out from a safe distance. 3 summons can definitely hold for 3 minutes. I looked at the queen charging toward us. Tilted my head. Smiled slightly. Dying struggle, I thought. That's exactly what this is. Ollie. Alan. Aguay, stand down. I stood up from the throne. Right hand spread wide. A 10-meter white bone hand materialized in the air, the white bone throne reshaping itself into whatever form I imagined. I added hellfire, blue flames coating every surface of the bone hand. Then I checked soul harvest's accumulated count. 921,870 souls. 920,000 insects killed. Each soul adds 10 to skill damage. I fed every single soul into the flaming bone hand simultaneously. 920,000 souls poured in at once. The air around the hand erupted into a soul storm. The sound of 920,000 dying voices merged into something that wasn't quite sound anymore. Everyone on the battlefield went completely still. The mutated queen moved at near teleport speed. Too fast for Ali's slashes to connect. Too fast for Alan's massive arms to grab. Even Aguay's death grip couldn't hold something moving that quick for long. So I told all three of them to step back. The professional players behind me started panicking. Why is he sending them away? He's going to fight it alone. The queen was equally confused. The weak human dismissed his three powerful warriors voluntarily. That made no sense. She decided it didn't matter and launched directly at me. Wing strike. Minus 100,000 damage. My undead army absorbed it. I didn't flinch. My turn, I said quietly. Right hand pressed down. Left hand activated death grip. Black death energy wrapped around the queen, forcing her to attack only me for 3 seconds, unable to flee. The 10-meter white bone hand descended from above and slammed her head, pushing her back. I turned to Alan, who had returned to her gentle, normal form. Alan, have you ever seen fireworks? She looked confused. I closed my fist. The bone hand, coated in hellfire, loaded with 920,000 souls adding 9,200,000 bonus damage, detonated. Minus 14,120,000. The explosion lit up the entire battlefield. 920,000 soul fragments ignited in hellfire, scattering across the sky like blue-green sparks drifting slowly in every direction. The mutated queen's body disintegrated. Blue flame traces hung in the air where she'd been. Ollie immediately produced his violin and began playing something gentle and melancholic. Alan started swaying to the music. Aguay and a million undead knelt in unison facing me. I leaned back laughing with my hand over my eyes. This was art. Genuinely. Notifications cascaded. 60,000 EXP. 50,000 evolution points from Queen. 16,000 for completing the fortress. 100,000 perfect clear bonus for exterminating every single insect. Nightmare Conqueror title upgraded to Nightmare Ruler. New effects. Permanent 30% damage boost in all Nightmare and below dungeons, and dungeons now have a chance to generate Hell difficulty. I stared at that last part. Hell difficulty. Higher than Nightmare. More evolution points. And honestly, Nightmare has been feeling a little easy lately. A dungeon installation crystal appeared. Fortress 37 installation crystal with 2 trait slots. Traits drawn. Call for aid. Summon 1 cleared player as an assistant daily, and Swift Feet. 30% movement speed boost inside. The call for aid trait made me pause. If players choose me as their daily assistant, meaning they get a version of me fighting alongside them based on my recorded performance here, they wouldn't need to do anything at all. Just watch. I think I might actually become famous from this one, I said to nobody. Loot from the Queen. Tier 5 Perfect Essence. 500 all stats. Used immediately. And an Epic Tier Seed of Life accessory. 50,000 HP. 20% max HP bonus, and 10% of max HP converts to attack power. Custom made for Alan. She'd be essentially unkillable and hit harder the more HP she stacked. I gave it to her. She was thrilled imagining her next fight. Final prompt. Hide your name from the clear announcement. Obviously not. Congratulations to Lin Yuan's team for perfect clearing Fortress 37 Nightmare difficulty in 1 hour 12 minutes. Let US celebrate. The announcement played. 99 professional players snapped back to reality simultaneously. What just happened? I saw fireworks. There was a boom, and the mutated queen just ceased to exist. Beautiful fireworks, honestly. Ling stared at me with an expression I can only describe as a man whose entire understanding of the world had been quietly dismantled. A level 20 unadvanced summoner. 14 million damage. In one hit. He'd thought I dismissed my summons to use the undead army as a distraction. Wrong. I dismissed them because they were in the way. Outside, Lin Yandong slapped his knee and declared victory. Meng Zhan quietly said, "This kid is genuinely supernatural." Luo Yushang just watched the map with soft eyes. 10 minutes passed, and nobody came out. Lin Yandong started getting anxious. Inside, where the Queen's skull marker used to be, a green portal had opened. Through it, A pair of cold, merciless eyes. Destroyer Kaka. Tier 7 King Class. Level. Undead. His voice came through. I could feel his rage, even through the portal. Apparently Kaka is the #1 general under something called the Corruption Empress. He'd conquered countless worlds. Today, a level 20 unadvanced summoner had ended his fortress. He decided to give me a warning speech. Human, you got lucky this time. Next time you won't be so fortunate. Remember, you have angered the greatest king under the Corruption Empress. I am Destroyer Kaka. He stared at me with full king-class pressure radiating through the dimensional barrier. Even through the portal, everyone could feel the weight of it. I tapped my armrest lightly. Moron. Your mother definitely kept the placenta and threw the baby away. Look at yourself. All that powerless rage on your face. Greatest king can't even handle an unadvanced level 20 summoner, and you're here making threats. You say I got lucky. You couldn't beat me. And you have the nerve to bark through a portal like a dog? Come out and fight me directly if you actually have the ability. Trash. Kaka's entire body was shaking. His eyes were practically on fire. But he couldn't do anything. I'd completed the dungeon. The rules protected me. He was literally impotent with rage, and we both knew it. Human, I will remember you. The portal slammed shut. Don't leave yet. I called after it. I wasn't done. I sat back with a faint smile. Just chased off a tier 7 king-class entity, like shooing away an annoying fly. I'll remember you too. Next time we meet, I'll just run you over. The exit portal opened. All 99 players lined up in 2 rows, and watched me walk out first. As I passed, Lin Yuan glanced at the contribution leaderboard one last time. 1. Lin Yuan, 1,237,020 points. The other 99 players combined didn't reach half that number. Lin Yuan closed the screen with a pained expression. Why did I look at that? I stepped out. Lin Yuan greeted me with his biggest laugh. Lin bro, you finally came out. The news of you perfect clearing Fortress 37 is already on the desks of 2 of the biggest names in the Eastern Province. He explained that the regional military commander and the provincial governor both wanted the strategy guide for perfect clearing insect fortresses. Not demanding, just asking through Luo Yushang if I'd be willing to share. Luo Yushang relayed the request. Would you be comfortable sharing the method? Of course, I said immediately. There are over 40 insect fortresses in the country alone. I can't clear them all myself. The sooner others can do it too, the better. Luo Yushang looked at me with a slight smile. Sometimes I actually have decent priorities.